Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Conscious Awakening Network's Galactic Gathering. Woohoo! This is where spirituality meets ufology in a beautiful exploration of the cosmos, everything from the heart to the stars. And we are delighted to have you with us for this transformative event. Now, if you have not already done so, please download our apps at your phone store. They're free of charge. If you're a Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, Android watcher, please download our apps. Again, it's free. And if you haven't visited our website yet, please do so and sign up to be on our mailing list at theconsciousawakeningnetwork.org. Or you can listen to us on Spotify, Google, Android. You can watch us on YouTube. Pretty much any platform that's out there, the Conscious Awakening Network is where you'll find us. So our network is dedicated to bringing just the latest insights and discoveries. And today you're going to have an opportunity to hear from some of the esteemed hosts on the Conscious Awakening Network. Now, these speakers are at the forefront of their fields, and they're offering very unique perspectives that blend ancient wisdoms with our modern understandings. And their presentations are going to take you on a journey through the mysteries of the universe, from the secrets of our spiritual existence to the phenomenon of extraterrestrial life. And their knowledge and passion for these subjects make them extremely valuable members to our network, and we are honored to have them here with us. Now, I want to thank you again for joining us at the Galactic Gathering, and we're looking forward to having this great journey with you today. Now, for those of you who do not know me, I'm Sheila Seppi. I'm a podcast host of the Cosmic Conversations for the past 4 years, and Beyond the Skyline. I'm a spiritual teacher, a holographic alchemist, an author, a regression therapist. I'm a speaker, and I'm the founder of the Conscious Awakening Network. Now, I'm going to go ahead and get started in just a few minutes. But before we do, I really want to offer a meditation sprinkled in with a little light language, just so that we can set the energy for today. So if you will be so kind as to join us and close your eyes. So we're going to start this grounding and heart-opening meditation. So I invite you to get, kind of comfortable in your seats. Make sure that your spine is straight so that the energy can flow. And I want you to take just a minute and set the intention for today. What do you want to get out of this? Now, I want you to start by taking slow breaths in to the count of 8, holding to the count of 5, and exhaling to the count of 8. Do so as you're breathing in and out of your nose. Now I want you to visualize roots beginning to grow from the base of your spine out through the soles of your feet, anchoring you deeply into the earth. Now with every inhale, I want you to visualize this earth energy running up through the roots of your body, dropping right into that heart and expanding it wide open. Now, this earth connection is going to help you throughout the day to stay grounded. And from the heart, I want you to extend another beam of light up and into the cosmos. Again, branching out like you have roots on the tree. And this is where we're going to begin to receive a lot of the unspoken information, that information that's really going to come to us through what our speakers have to share. Now, shift your attention back to your heart as the chakra begins to open. Techiniana katare chikia karata uina. Heya kala katichili taka uina la chakata eya kata inara katara achututuru uiki ayana cha akikiliena tatara uru inana kiakachatilieta. Now, with each inhale, I want you to imagine that this light is growing brighter and brighter and much more vibrant. I want you to feel it expanding outward, just filling up the chest, maybe filling up the completeness of your holographic field, maybe even filling up the room that you're sitting in. Chikania tataro tuku ina. Ke chitikia tatatoru ina. Keri titilia titakatata ina kate. Haya nala chakatoto ina rakatata ichikiniena data kale tatata ichiena. Aria kaya tetea tatu. Ienana kachatadoro uikite. So just take another deep, deep breath in and hold it to that count of 5. And slowly exhale as you open your eyes and get ready to step into the magic of our day. So it is my honor to serve as the MC for you today, and our first speaker for the day is going to be the Reverend Michael Carter. And I want to go ahead and bring you up, Michael, before I even begin your introduction. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, Reverend Carter is a longtime UFO contactee. He's the author of the best-selling book, Alien Scriptures, Extraterrestrials in the Holy Bible, and he has made numerous media appearances, including he's been on Nori's show. He's a regular consultant on the History Channel, Ancient Aliens, so you guys may have seen him there. Now, Reverend Carter also serves as an active minister, and he is in North Carolina, and he's also on an advisory board of the Foundation for Research and Extraterrestrial Encounters. And Reverend Carter, it is an honor to have you with us here today. Thank you so much for being a CAN host.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to share screen, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to start this? Okay. And what I want to do is I'm going to show you some slides as I talk, but, you know, I won't be able to go through all of them with you, but maybe they'll trigger something in you. My name is Reverend Michael Carter, and I am an experiencer. And so I want to share what happened to me and how that has impacted me, my ministry, those types of things. So the first thing I want to do, but this is not working.
Uh-oh.
Why is that? Okay, hold on. Can I stop this? Can I stop it for one sec?
You
Okay,
sure can.
All right, let me try something else. I know let me try this one. Maybe that, okay, here we go. I got it. I got it, my friend. Okay, so, wow. Why is that not working? Give me a moment. If not, I'm just gonna have to run my mouth and you guys are just gonna have to, you know, I'm good at that. Ah, there we are. Let's see. Okay. It should work.
Yeah. just go ahead and
Yes,
hit
okay. So here we
start
go.
from
Because I
beginning.
know time is of the utmost. All right. December 28th, 1989, I had my first contact experience with this person here. I'm going to use the pronoun he, but it may have been a she, maybe not. This person did not have this robe on. I had the artist make this for me. At that time, I was transitioning from being raised in the Baptist tradition. I was studying metaphysics and religious science and psychic phenomenon. Those lessons you learn on the journey. And so, needless to say, going through this journey, I almost lost my job at the church because people were a little nervous about what I was talking about. But what I want to stress here is two things. When I talk about spirituality, I want to give you a definition that I like to use. I find that it's almost like the word love. We can use it so much that it loses its meaning. When I talk about spirituality, I'm talking about the cultivation of your inner life, of your identity, of your being at peace with your role in the world, how you fit in to this cosmos, what you will stand for, what you won't stand for. What are your boundaries? What is your identity? That's what I'm talking about when I talk about spirituality. So it's more of an inner, it's more about inner work. And so when I met these beings, which I continue to do, these are the beings that I've met. We have a praying mantis here, and we have, I don't know if you can see this reptilian person, and I have one last, this is a Nordic person who performed a healing of a blood clot on me. What I learned from these experiences was that we do live in a populated universe, that these beings have always been around. They are our cosmic brothers and sisters, if you will. And they have always been here and probably always will be. And so as I journeyed, I made people uncomfortable. I was uncomfortable because my whole concept of God, and I'm using that word, you may not like to use that word, but this transcendent, this intelligence, this energy, it had to change because I was thinking outside of the box. And I realized that that would make people uncomfortable. I realized that my government and governments of the world are very enamored and concerned about technology, about national security. And I get that. I get that. And greater minds than I deal with those things. But for me, focusing on that and not focusing on the change of consciousness that this phenomenon is calling us to embrace is probably one of the biggest mistakes that we will make as a species. The problems that await us, the problems that we have, collectively speaking, and individually, they cannot be embraced by the old way of thinking. There has to be a change in consciousness. I have a quote here from John Mack, the late John Mack, whom I had the pleasure of meeting when he was alive. The cosmos that is revealed by this opening of consciousness, far from being an empty place of dead matter and energy, appears to be filled with beings, creatures, spirits, intelligences, God with a small g. And the idea that we live in a multidimensional universe populated by beings that are less densely embodied than we are, and some of them are not embodied at all. When we realize this, we participate in a multiverse that's filled with intelligences that we were taught to fear, that we were taught to be cut off from. I am the minister of a church. I do not have a UFO church. That's not why they hired me. However, they are aware of the work that I do. I feel that sometimes in the UFO community that we focus so much on the non-physical because we want to transcend, and we want to keep our chakras open, and we want to have out-of-body experiences, and some of us have had NDEs, those types of things, that I feel that we really need to be more focused on what it means to be in the body. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience. Sheila took us through a meditation. I felt more grounded in that meditation. And the more grounded I am, the higher or the further out I can go. And any enemies that we have, if there are no enemies within, the enemies without will not hurt us at all. Again, I'm just showing you these slides as I speak, because we can talk about this at another time, but this is what my specialty has been: spirituality and religion, and how it interconnects with ufology. I want to share these with you. You've heard this before. These are the 10 rules for being human, by a woman named Sherry Carter Scott. The first rule, rule number 1, is you will receive a body. We are in the world by way of bodies. We are some body. Whether you love it or hate it, this is what we have: a body. Rule number 2, you will be presented with lessons. Life is a constant learning experience. Every day provides opportunities for us to learn more. Rule number 3, there are no mistakes. There are only lessons. We develop our wisdom. We are constantly evolving. We are constantly in a state of evolution. No matter what your religion is, whether you have no religion, whether you are an orthodox religious person, it really means nothing, in the sense of we all have to learn lessons. Rule number 4, the lesson is repeated until it's learned. Unfortunately, this is how life is. If you have relationship problems, you will continue to have those problems. You may have them in another guise. The person may be taller, shorter, a different color, different ethnic person, different ways of looking at the world. However, until you learn those relationship differences, till you learn that I need to look at things within myself, these things will continue to happen. Rule number 5, learning does not end. Rule number 6, there is no better than here. There is no there, in other words. Living in the present helps you attain your peace. Rule number 7, everybody mirrors you. Whatever triggers you, it's probably something that we need, or you need, to look at about yourself, rather than being other focused. Rule number 8, what you make of your life is up to you. No one can tell you what to do. No extraterrestrial, no spirit, no God. You have the choices. Rule number 9, all the answers are inside of you. Everything you need to learn is inside of you. This is what Plato talked about. This is what Plato talked about. All learning is remembering. And rule number 10, you'll forget all of this. But teachers like Ken Lloyd, teachers like Sheila, teachers like me, teachers like yourself will remind you. So 20 minutes goes really fast. I don't know how much time I have left, but I'll leave you. Oh, I still have a good 10 minutes left. Very good. All right. So I wanted to tell you that. What I'm showing you are mostly biblical scenes. I'm not pushing any type of theology on you. I was raised in the Baptist tradition. I'm no longer there. My spirituality is pretty much very eclectic. But I will say this, that if we go back and look at our religious text, if we go back and look at Aboriginal texts from Native American brothers and sisters, The through line, the thread through all that is this: we have been invaded. We were invaded. And our ancestors, whether it's the Bible, whether it's the Dhammapada, whether it's the Mesopotamian text on which our Old Testament is based, whether you're looking at Nordic literature, they all tell stories of beings who came to this planet, who created us, who some of them upgraded us. And some of them were very advanced spiritually, and some of them wanted to keep us so ignorant that we didn't even know we were naked, as the story in the Garden of Eden tells us. And so the Bible, especially the Old Testament, but not strictly that, when we get to the New Testament, we're talking a little differently when Jesus comes with his teachings. But the Bible is the story of that invasion. The Bible is the story of our ancestors trying to tell us in the vernacular and the vocabulary of their day what it was like to walk the earth and share the earth with these beings. And they used imagery, flying chariots. Josephus writes in his book about flying chariots, if you will. The book of Enoch and Ezekiel, they're trying to tell us the technology that they saw, the way these beings acted. Some of them were just like us. They got angry. They made love. They started wars. Some of them lied and cheated. Some of them, if you look at the Greeks, they call them the Titans. They were hybrids. We would call them hybrids. But they were Titans to the Greeks. And so they weren't perfect beings. And then you had some beings who were a little more evolved. Once you accept this, and I think you should, because these narratives are there, you look at the world differently. You cannot go back to the old way of seeing. We would say that we've been invaded, and we have been. The secrets that our government are keeping from us probably attest to that, and maybe we still are. Some of these beings have never left us. But once you can look at the religious texts in those ways, you can see that people have left. I can't worship a God who's going to commit genocide and who's so concerned about who I live with or difference or who I sleep with. People live because they look at Yahweh, for instance, and they say, that's not the God I want to worship. But you don't have to, because he's not a God. He's an extraterrestrial. And once you start seeing those stories for what they are and not God stories, then you can glean the lessons from these stories that Native Americans are telling us, all Africans, Asians, Vikings, ancient Mesopotamia. That's my specialty, and that's where I get the fire in my belly. So perhaps we can talk about this at length at another time. I want to thank you, Sheila, for having me on, and for people spending their 20 minutes. And I'm wishing you all many blessings and a gentle peace.
That was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for being here with us today. That was very, very insightful. And everyone, if you are interested in the works of Reverend Carter, I invite you to visit his channel, Reverend Carter Speaks, on the Conscious Awakening Network. Just go to our website under the streaming media, and you'll find his channel there. Or if you have already downloaded our apps on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, or Android TV, you'll find his channel there. Or you can also find him on the Conscious Awakening Network YouTube. So Reverend Carter, thank you again so much for being here with us. I sincerely appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day and enjoy your daughter's graduation.
Thank you again, Sheila. Thank everybody. Have a wonderful day. And our paths will cross again. I'm almost certain.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you so much. Okay, that was absolutely amazing. Reverend Carter has so much to share. Now, our next speaker also has a lot to share, and I'm excited to introduce to you Ken Lloyd. Now, Ken is the embodiment of an oversoul collective that contains 22 future soul aspects. When you hear what Ken has to offer today, you will be blown away. Now, his body has been modified to hold these high frequencies, and he shows up in the world through accelerated ascension by rapidly raising your frequency and shifting your energies in the body, mind, and spirit in such a way that rapid physical healing occurs in the body. So, Ken, I want to thank you so much for being here today, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it all over to you.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you for inviting me on the show, and hello, everyone. So today I just want to share my story and then provide a gift for everyone. The story is one of, coming from no spirituality, no religion, no background to this amazing journey. So as Sheila mentioned, I'm what is called a soul walk-in. That is, my body has soul aspects of me and currently 22 other soul aspects across many different dimensions of reality residing in my physical body. So it all began in the spring of 2018. And at that point in my life, I was a successful serial entrepreneur. I've created 3 cybersecurity companies. They're all being acquired. And spring of that year, very stressful. I had developed a brain tumor that was later biopsied as a cortisol tumor wrapped in a cortisol cyst. Stress, intense stress. And this is what actually triggered the near-death experience that I had. So the near-death experience was not typical. In fact, I didn't even realize it was a near-death experience until a few years later when I was able to start putting the pieces of the puzzle together. The entire moment, 2 minutes or less. And it consisted of my body being arched so that my stomach was in the air as high as it could be for a period of 2 minutes. I was locked in position. And the only thing I noticed at the time is it felt like something was leaving my abdomen. So I fell asleep, woke up the next day with just a little more peace in my life. I still had a lot I needed to deal with. But what I didn't know at that time is what had occurred was that my root chakra was removed. And while I didn't have any miraculous healing occur, I didn't have any memories of talking to somebody on the other side. You could conceptualize the entire event as if the tunnel opened to the other side, but instead of me going through the tunnel, 13 future soul aspects of me came down the tunnel and entered my body. Now, for the record, I'm sure it didn't happen that way, but at least it'll help you with the visual understanding. So again, initially I was unaware anything had happened that day. I did find myself curious about psychic abilities, remote viewing, telepathy, you name it, I had to Google it. And it became a constant part of my day, of my life. It became a motion that I couldn't stop. Now, as I mentioned, I had no spirituality and no religion before any of this. Would never, ever have occurred to me. So I started going to psychics and healers and to understand why I had this curiosity and what happened the day, and of course, to heal my body. I then picked up a book about energy healing and I started trying some of those exercises. The books we pick up. I'm going to try the pendulum, going to try the healing. And to my surprise, I found that I could do the healing with no confidence, of course, right? And I even went as far as to take a healing course and had success. I did my 25, students, and every one of them reported results. I still didn't know what I was doing. So over the next few years, my body started shifting and changing. My personality went from anger and sometimes rage at the time of the NDE to absolute love, joy, happiness. And strangely enough, I didn't have the capacity to hold lower vibrational emotions. I was happy or nearly happy all the time, no matter what was placed in front of me. So in December 2021, I was in meditation and I had my first, what I call real ET encounter with beings who told me they were the Craigs. They were 17th dimensional blueprinters, and they told me I was one of 25 on the planet. But that's about it. Not much more information than that. And by the way, I have met 2 other Craigs so far to date, and I'm still looking for the others. So what was really strange about that is shortly after this encounter, within about 3 weeks, I started to feel different when I laid still in the bed. My fingers started to have tingles on them. And then as the months passed, it spread to my extremities. Very gentle, very soft, very noticeable. Now today, fast forward, 3 years, I think, when I lay still, my face, my arms, my torso, my legs, my feet, they have this beautiful tingling to them that resonates from the inside of the bone some days to several inches around me, and it continues to intensify. It's almost like a beautiful numbness that goes over my body. So over the past 3 years, my body was, and as I mentioned, is still being modified at the DNA and the cellular level to increase the capacity of this body to hold high frequencies. So just like a hard drive on a computer where you're increasing the hard drive to hold more data, they're modifying the body to hold more frequencies. And it's these frequencies that are embodied in me that allow me to deliver the body, mind, and the soul healing that is often realized instantly in the client as the pain and the discomfort immediately leave. So let's fast forward a little bit. So I just underwent a complete life reset that came out of nowhere. My team called it the Grand Reset, I believe. So December 12th, that just passed, my higher self walked into my physical body. So over a period of 15 minutes, my body was locked in the seated position on a chair with no ability to move, no twitching, no itching, no blinking, literally nothing. Now, during his arrival, all my thoughts were also shut down for 13 minutes because as this started, I started asking questions. What's going on? What's happening? How's this working? And they shut that down. So imagine 13 minutes of no thoughts, no ability to move. And quite honestly, I still can't meditate for 13 minutes with no thought, right? So it's quite powerful for me. So all I could do is feel and witness. Now, 15 days after that, my higher self began merging all of these soul aspects and me into a single collective. And out of nowhere, I was asking for a divorce from an otherwise perfect marriage. And over the following months, I sold all my cars, all my belongings, listed the house for sale, and temporarily relocated to Mexico. A complete life reset came out of nowhere. I literally gave up everything that I owned and loved and stopped working for months and went into isolation to allow this process to complete in a high vibration location. So here I am in front of you, about 60 days after. And I went from 13 soul walk-ins in me 6 years ago to 22 soul aspects in my body right now, which include my higher self, my oversoul, and at least 3 aspects from the highs to the high of the angelic realms. I am what you would call a collective and a physical human body. And right now, all of us are currently learning how to operate as one in the 3D. This collective is made up of ascended masters, council members, and other ETs, and all of whom I've yet to meet or have a conversation with. I know they're in there. I can feel them. I feel the body shifting. My ability to comprehend what's happening around me is shifted. Every single viewpoint is changing. All my likes and dislikes are shifting as well. So I'm still undergoing these integrations over the next few months for these high frequency soul aspects. So my current understanding, for those that are interested, is that my soul origination came from the primordial force and emerged through the energy of the first wave Elohim, and then moved into the energy of the archangel realm. So the ascended masters, the archangels, they often show up in my sessions for the groups and individuals. And ultimately, my mission here, which by the way, is my mission all the time. I'm not chosen. This is literally what I do when I show up, is I accelerate the ascension of millions of people worldwide by rapidly healing their body, their mind, and their soul, along with teaching others how to go within and find the source of their own truth. So the body modifications not only allow me to hold these high frequency, but it's also created an etheric energy field that extends 430 feet around me at the time of this recording. Now, this energy field will continue to expand as my frequency in the body continues to elevate. And It'll continue to pump up higher and higher to begin matching the frequencies of the highest resonating soul in the body. So the field contains healing codes that I've created. So one could imagine they are little software programs that when you have a condition that needs to be healed and the program is in my field, it is delivered to you without you needing to interact with me. Every time I work on somebody, I create these little codes. So these programs rapidly work to remove the energy in your body and the field that is responsible for your condition. So this field around me also contains ascension codes, and it accelerates your harmonics from your 3D levels to your 5D levels. And of course, the all-loving DNA activation codes that are all ready for. The codes are all available during virtual conferences and replays. So you'll receive some today if you're ready for them. So I work one-on-one with clients, and then also suggest a short 25-minute session with me is all they need to experience their own healing miracles. And to be perfectly clear, I don't heal anybody. Nobody does. What me and my team do is we remove the energies in your field that are creating the condition. I call these distortions or interference with your natural body's harmonics. When these energies are removed, your body will return to its naturally healed state very rapidly, often right in front of us. For all those legal people out there, I'm not a doctor. I don't diagnose, I don't cure or heal anybody. And to be perfectly honest, not every person is completely healed of all the things the first time they connect with me. Healing is like an onion. You have to get through all the layers. So the story continues. So beyond the ability to heal countless people at once in group sessions, my team has installed in this field what they call the living library. Now, we all have access to the living library, by the way. So the living library is consciousness itself, and it contains everything that has ever existed across all dimensions and realities, to include the past and the future of everything. This is not limited to humans, but all ET species, their knowledge and technologies. So this new tool in me has been unfolding in my life for the past 3 weeks. And last week, I took a group of 90 audience members into the living library for about 10 minutes. And 60% of the audience reported physical healing, with some having very profound experiences. And today, I'd like to take you into the healing pods located inside of the living library as my gift to you. So give me a second. The healing pod contains all of my healing frequencies and codes. So when you're in there, there's literally nothing you have to do. We're going to go into the healing pod. It's going to be a dark room, and you're going to visualize your avatar, if you will, or your hologram. And that's it. Just allow whatever it happens to happen. And often there'll just be lights in the room and such, and just notice what you notice. So if everyone's ready, so my team actually steps in at this point, and they begin doing the meditations for us. Just close your eyes, please. So take 3 gentle breaths in, breath out. Just open up your heart. Another breath in, and another breath out, any way you'd like. You cannot get this wrong. One more in, and one more out. Please visualize tree roots growing from the bottom of your heart, down your torso, and down each of your legs, please. All the way down the legs and out through the feet and into Mother Earth. Grow those tree roots down further and further and further until you see the center of the earth. And when you see the center, wrap those tree roots 3 times counterclockwise. So 1, 2, and 3, And pull them nice and snug with love, please. Sharia Dore dia tarka dia Dore Burkuto Sharia dia dia tarka dikto Burkuto dia tarka dikto Burkuto Katakarka Dishini dia nish 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 push nish 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 Dushana Boya Sharia. Visualize above your head a golden orb, just right above your head. And say these words to yourself or out loud. I wish to connect to the highest of the high, closest to source, that's in 100% alignment with me and my missions. And as you feel that, pull that golden orb down through your crown, down through the top of your head, and place it in your open heart. Shariatia niyama ka tiata aniyati ni tiata niyata nita nituturo liata tiati anata niyati shiriatu kutu shurako pokutu shurako pu amobianto. Take a breath in, and when you take that breath out, expand that golden orb so it's 6 feet all around you, and you are in the middle of that orb. Ariati shirikatu kupukutu shiriata. Now ask to be taken into the healing pod of the living library inside Ken. Shotoria Bokupuyo Tocha. Notice what you notice. And it's perfectly fine to be perfectly dark. It's a large, completely round room in the dark. Now in there, please visualize a hologram of your body in the room and just observe. And think about that area of your body that is sore, causing discomfort, the thing you'd like to give attention. Just relax and witness. My team's going to do the work for you. Shikatoria tia tarika tikati shikuburkoto tia tarika tia tarika di shikuburkoto tia tarika tikataka shikuburkoto shikibia tia tia shikidi netarika tikatu shuburkoto shuburkoto shikidi 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 shuburko sheria tarika tayamani nijini atoni tia pa mito. I and yasha yashakoto yashiria tia netani and tia di shuburkoto to shidi parikataka ti shikiti shubrio to shiri tia katati ti shuburkoto shiria nitoria de shirio parikata di shuburkoto shikiti tia nimiti and nia tishimu shiniti tia tia tishikoto shiria pokuto. Please visualize the blue gel entering the hologram, please. And it's just going to move over those areas that need attention. Aria Shoriatori Nitarikati Shiriatoria Porcoputu Shiriatikati Shirio Porcoto Shiriatia Tarikati Shirico Porcoto Ama ni Moricoto Shiriatia Shiricato Shiricoto Bariata Tikiti Ala Ishiatiata di Shirikani Teria to Shiria Porcoto Shiricoto Batiata at ni to go on Yota Niatia Niata Tishiriatu Kutu Shiriapo. Hang tight, we're almost done. Shariato, Piato, Tito, Shirito, Borioto, Tiati, Titi, Purukutu, Shiriatu, Kutu, Shiriati, Aria Nietaria, Dini, Shiriata, Mioto, Shiriapi, Kiti, Shirigoto. Now in your mind's eye, just reach up and grab that hologram and just pull it into your body. Shariatieto, Kutu, Shiriapa. And you can come out of that when you're ready. Now, some of you may feel a bit of more discomfort over the next 24 hours. This is intense for some folks. And as that shoulder or that body part starts hurting a little more, as you feel your emotions drop a little lower for just a little while, this is the energy shifting through the body. A little stuck. So on my website, kenlloydofficial.com, and under the menu item called Work with Ken, there is a healing protocol that'll help you move these energies out of your body so you can heal. As they say, you have to feel it to heal it sometimes. So yeah, thank you very much. And Sheila, I'm happy to answer any questions or just have a conversation with you.
Okay, great. Hold on just a moment. That was absolutely amazing. As always, Ken, I'm always in awe of how things begin to shift and to move in the body. I know for me personally, I felt some things moving in well, first, I can tell you my entire field warmed up. Then I felt some movement in my sinuses, in my right hip. I felt like it's like this warm glow of relaxation start to move down my back. I didn't even know I was tense, but now I know I was. And it felt, I mean, it was just absolutely phenomenal. And I know that working with the records is something, the Hall of Records is something that's new for you. Do you want to explain just a little bit about that so people have an understanding exactly what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Hall of Records is inside all of us and also up there in the astral. And the Hall of Records is the record of us. All right. All of our contracts, all of our agreements, our promises, all those things that we have with our history. This is not to be confused with the Akashic Records, and it's different than the living library I just took you in. So in the Hall of Records, you have the ability to go in there and modify your contracts, to burn those contracts, remove those ancestral connections or those past life connections that are impacting you in this timeline. And it is the easiest thing I've ever seen in my life. There is a amazing woman named Patricia Walls, Walls, who wrote a book on the Hall of Records and the website hallofrecordsofficial.com. I'm a big believer in this. I use this in my healings. And when you are in the living library in those healing pods, when we have a condition that needs to be healed, often there is energy associated with something else, contract, a promise, a past life, so on and so forth. And for us to heal ourselves, it's really, really hard. We have to go someplace. Well, in the living library or in the Hall of Records, you don't have to anymore. When you're in that living library and you see those lights going around you and you hear the light language, that healing pod itself is connected to all those tools that know behind the scenes to break the contract, to remove that timeline, to heal that ancestor. It's like a software program where you just say, hey, fix me. And it does all of the magic behind the scenes. So, as we move through these timelines going forward, the tools to heal ourselves and others are going to become more abundant, easier to use, less complicated, and it's going to start moving into the masses. So I will tell you guys one thing, even though I've got all of these aspects inside of me, I don't know what I'm doing yet. Like I'm still waiting for them to phone me up and say, hey, we got this going on. So unlike the amazing Reverend before me who has all of this knowledge, I have this much. I don't have any books I read. I don't have any YouTube I follow. I have nothing. So everything comes to me as organic as it possibly can be.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. I want to thank you. And I also just want to make a comment for all you walk-ins that's out there listening. You probably noticed this huge, massive upgrade that recently has happened. I don't know a single walk-in that I've talked with that has not received some type of upgrade in like the last 6 to 8 weeks. So that has been phenomenal and interesting as well. So I'm excited to see what comes out of that for everyone. But Ken, I really want to thank you for being here with us. I want to thank you for being part of the Conscious Awakening Network. And folks, Ken has his website right there on his screen. So please write that down, check him out. And also check out his channel with us on the Conscious Awakening Network, Accelerated Ascension, and on YouTube. So Ken, thank you so much for being here and for blessing us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks. Whew, if you're just joining us, you've got to watch this replay. There's been some magic here this morning. Now we're going to continue with another magical being, and I'm going to bring him up right now. You guys may recognize him with the Global Peace Tribe. Hey, Scott, how you doing?
I'm good,
Scott,
Sheila. Thank you
great.
for creating this wonderful event today.
I'm excited to have you here. Now, Scott Catamas is an Emmy Award-winning writer, producer of educational television, and master relationship coach. His programs have been enjoyed by millions worldwide, and he has become a sought-after speaker, an international speaker, and a workshop presenter. Now, through his Love Coach Academy, Scott is training scores of other teachers to share and to utilize his tools of compassionate connection in their variety fields of work and service. And many of you will recognize him as the host of the Global Peace Tribe. So, Scott, thank you so much for being here, and I'm going to let you just take it away.
Okay, Sheila, thank you very much, and welcome everybody. So I love this topic of combining our understanding of spirituality with our experiences of a metaphysical or extraterrestrial nature. It's a wonderful topic. And a little bit about my background. As a producer, I have been very involved in the whole UFO consciousness field for decades. Back as early as in the 1990s, I was producing nationally broadcast television shows for NBC, UPN, Fox, HBO, and Showtime, all on everything from near-death experiences to crop circles and a lot of UFO stuff. In my life, I've had the good fortune to personally interview 8 former astronauts, 30 former military officials. I've been in the world in this field for a long time. In consciousness, going way back to when I was a teenager and I had my first out-of-body experience and was fascinating, reading every book I could, getting to know the authors then as I was able to do all these interviews. And over the last 30 years, I've had the opportunity to meet and interview almost every significant author in the consciousness field. And many of you, I know, watch our shows, The Awakening World, which Conscious Awakening Network carries. And we have amazing people. Just 2 weeks ago, we had Marianne Williamson. And we continue to have people like Deepak Chopra and a lot of the next generation, a lot of the people you're going to see today are regulars on my show, such as Zenka Caro. Okay, so that's a little bit about my background. Now let's get to what I've learned that I want to share with you. I'm going to share with you the meaning of life. And I'm not joking. This is sincerely true. Now, not because I'm more evolved than anybody else. I'm just a pretty normal guy. I'm not a walk-in, but I've had a wonderful life and I've learned a lot. And one of the things that I've learned is I've done several documentaries and television shows on near-death experiences. And when I first started doing that work about 20 years ago, the world's foremost authority from a clinical psychological point of view on near-death experiences was a man named Dr. Kenneth Ring like you have on your finger. And you can look him up, you can Google him. He, at the time that I first met him, had done clinical research and comparative analysis on over experiences. Now, these were legitimate cases. He would only accept a case if it was somebody who had been declared dead by a doctor or a police officer. They had to have been dead for at least 20 minutes. They had to have at least some partial memory of what happened while they were out there. And most of all, they had to be willing to be hypnotized by a professional hypnotist with Dr. Ring asking questions, probing the subconscious. 300 cases over a 10-year period, all across the world, Black, brown, yellow, white, Christians, Jews, atheists, agnostics, children, adults, a phenomenally wide spectrum of people who had had this experience. And people's experiences were very, very diverse. Some people saw the big golden light. Some people saw religious or spiritual figures, always connected to their own archetypal belief system. Some people saw deceased relatives and loved ones. But there was one commonality. And it was a commonality that Dr. Ring hadn't even been looking for. And that was every single person, when they were shown the meaning of their life or what they needed to go back and complete, there was always a variation on the same theme. The meaning of life is to love, starting with ourselves. Each person saw their own unique challenge. It might be their childhood wounding. It might be a big disillusionment. It might be a failed business or a failed marriage. We're here to learn to love, starting with ourselves. And of course, the more that we love ourselves, the more that we want to provide love to others. You know, people who honestly love themselves are not selfish. When you love yourself and you feel good about yourself, you want to be of service to others. People who are selfish or self-centered are people who actually don't love themselves, and they're desperately trying to get it from the external world. Okay, so the meaning of life is to learn to love ourselves. It's about the most fundamental, universal, spiritual understanding we can have, right? So now how does this connect to UFOs and ETs and cosmic experiences? Well, I put forward the idea that one way of looking at it is this is a dream world. It's a dream within a dream within a dream within a dream. Some of you probably saw the movie Inception. I think that a lot of us who, when we saw it, was like, wow, it hit us above and beyond the Hollywood part of it, because it helped us to remember, oh, that's right. There's something about that. It was a mystical, there's a mystical part to that movie. And I think many of us have had that experience where we're asleep, the body is asleep, we're having a dream, and we really think the dream is happening. And then we wake up and go, oh my God, it's just a dream. Well, a lot of the near-death experience, people say it's the same way when you die. You go, oh my God, I was just having an earth life. And you wake up and you're in the bigger reality. You're in kind of the next reality, or you could even say the next dream. Call it the astral plane, call it heaven. We always are there. And for those of you who've had multidimensional experiences, near-death experiences or out-of-body experiences, I've had out-of-body experiences. Oh, we're always there, but we're having an earth life. Or you could call it an earth dream. When we have a significant encounter, whether it's with an angel, an alien, an archetype, a lucid dream, it's to help us remember the bigger picture. It's to shift us out of the matrix, if you will. I'm sure most of you saw the movie The Matrix. Well, we do get lost in the illusion of separation. We get lost in this matrix where we perceive ourselves as, just in a body, and all I have is this body in this kind of, weird world where there's weird stuff going on. And then we have an out-of-body experience or a near-death experience or a significant experience that helps us to remember, oh, there's more than just this body. There's more than just the 3D reality. And so the teachers that Conscious Awakening brings you, or that you'll see every week on our Global Peace Tribe shows, well, these are all teachers helping us to remember the bigger picture, remembering how to work with things on a bigger level. And there's so many ways to do it. I'm a universalist. I think there are an infinite number of ways to wake up. What's my show called? It's called The Awakening World. And that's what we're creating. We're all, with Sheila and all of your friends you're going to meet today, we're all creating this rising consciousness, a conscious awakening network. And there are many ways to awaken. So some of us wake up more by having ET experiences. Some of us experience being a walk-in or having an expanded consciousness in those ways. One thing to be careful of, though, is don't make a religion out of your particular experience. Don't try and fit it into a belief system. You know, existence is so much more vast than these brains can compute. Now, our brains are capable of far more than most of us are utilizing, but we still can't comprehend the true nature of all of existence. And just trying to comprehend the size of the universe or the size of the inner body try that. It's hard, okay? So when we have an experience, it's precious. Don't deny your experience, but don't get lost trying to create a belief system to make it all fit. Keep our minds and hearts open and be open to other people's experience. Okay, you're not a walk-in, but how fascinating that the gentleman before us was. You don't speak light language. You just drop into the reality of, okay, for Sheila, she can channel light language. And if we can really open our hearts, because remember the meaning of life, we're here to learn to love, starting with ourselves and with each other. And I'm especially concerned because we're living in a time where there are a lot of forces trying to create polarization. If you believe in the dark side of the dark forces, they are trying to keep us small. And the first speaker spoke about that, about how a lot of different religions and a lot of different cultures point to aliens from a high superior came down. Human race was created as a slave race or to keep us down. But the biggest way that they're trying to keep us down now is polarization. Mask or no mask, vaccine or no vaccine, Trump or Biden. And sadly, a lot of racial hatred. And it breaks my heart to see how racial hatred is being indoctrinated through misuse of social media. And so now, as conscious awakening beings, it's so important for us to open our hearts, open our minds, be open to more experiences ourselves, and with compassion, seeking to understand people that are having their own unique connection. You love Jesus and Christ? Beautiful. You're a Muslim? Beautiful. You love the Buddha? Beautiful. You meditate, you yoga. There's so many ways to raise our consciousness. Martial arts, playing music, time in nature, or religion. These are all beautiful. Let's not judge each other, but rather let's not judge ourselves. Let's just keep opening our minds, opening our hearts. And that's why the Conscious Awakening Network is so important. That's why the programs that you can catch on my network, which is Global Peace Tribe. We do the Awakening World every Wednesday night and every Saturday night, tonight's show. It's going to be a wonderful show where we bring you ways to do things, how to learn how to do lucid dreaming, how to have more contact with our ET friends, how to go inward and connect and even heal ourselves. These are the things you're going to learn on the Conscious Awakening Network or on Global Peace Tribe shows. So I'm not sure on my timing, but I see Sheila there. Hi, Sheila.
Hey, Scott, how are you?
Good, I'm good.
I want to thank you so much for all your deep insights about the meaning of life and loving yourself and really dropping in and honoring your own, spiritual experience, whatever it was. I just feel like those were such beautiful, beautiful words. And I want to thank you so much. And thank you for being part of the Conscious Awakening Network. And guys, remember, check Scott out. You can check him out on YouTube, The Awakening World. Check him out on the Conscious Awakening Network. And do you have a website that people can reach you through?
Yeah, the best thing is go to globalpeacetribe.com. just behind me,
Beautiful.
globalpeacetribe.com. Join us, join the tribe. We are truly international. Our members and our presenters are from all over the world. And I want to acknowledge our canine family. My dog is right next to me, and I see yours there too. So
Oh, yeah.
they are our teacher. What is the meaning of life? Learning to love. And dogs are the greatest teacher of how to love that I've come across, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Scott, thank you again. And just real quick, do you want to share with people who's going to be on your show tonight?
Yeah, today is World Oceans Day. And so one of our regulars is Kristen Hoffman, who's an amazing, beloved musical artist. She's my co-host. So we're going to have music from Kristen, Omashar, a wonderful woman named Alison Eden. We've got a world-class photographer, Michael Awe, who's generally regarded as is coming in. Piper Dellums has made a movie just for tonight, all about honoring water. So that's what we're going to be doing this evening.
All right, guys. So we're going to be bumping right up next to your show tonight. So you can jump straight off of here if
Transition
you
right
haven't had
in.
enough. That's right. And just transition on in. Well, Scott, again, thank you so much
My
for
pleasure,
being
Sheila.
here and being part of the Conscious Awakening Network. Namaste.
God bless.
Wasn't that awesome, folks? Man, the awesomeness. I can't even talk this morning. It just keeps flowing in. And I am so thrilled to bring up Kiara Goodwin as our next speaker. I love Kiara. She's just so full of like this grace and this ease. And she really helps people to connect with their spiritual nature and the wisdom of power that they hold within and that she holds within. And she's also the host of the Meditation Conversation podcast. And if you haven't checked that out, you really need to do that because she has such a beautiful way of being able to pull out all those deep questions with people. She leads retreats, she teaches meditation, and she's anticipating the release of her first book early next year, Your Authentic Awakening, a guide to everyday spiritual living. So, Kara, thank you so much for taking time to be with us today. And again, I'm just going to turn it right over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Sheila. It's such an honor to be here. I'm so excited to be here with such amazing guests. I'm fascinated that Scott brought up that today is World Ocean Day, or there was a sea element. And I noticed, okay, I'm getting a thumbs up from Scott. I can see him in the panelist thing. But I had a part of my meditation this morning. I felt Poseidon drop in, and I was like, I'm not even sure. I mean, I knew like the name, but I had to Google it when I woke up, or not when I woke up, after my meditation, and he's the god of the sea. And I did a couple of oracle cards, and of 3 cards, 2 of them were referencing Poseidon. So anyway, I'm just like fascinated that just came up. So anyway, thank you so much for being here, everybody. I'm so excited to talk about this amazing topic of spirituality and ufology and the convergence of the two. I'm really passionate about this topic as well. I find it fascinating, and I've interviewed so many people on the meditation conversation who are experiencers and who have had different experiences, different perspectives on ufology and the intersection with spirituality. Recently, I had Ruben Langdon on. He is the creator and host of Interview with Ed, which you can find on Gaia or other places as well. And I was sharing an experience there. That was a live stream that I had with the Conscious Awakening Network. So some of you may have seen that one, but for the purposes of our discussion, I want to share, because for me, the real gift that we have in the intersection of galactic experiences and spirituality is that inner journey. I haven't had external UFO experiences where I feel that my physical body has been taken onto a ship or anything like that, but I've had plenty of inner experiences. And the most powerful one for me was with Ruben at a CE5 event. So that's Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. There are 1 through 5, or maybe even more, where you may have heard of the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which is ET contacting humans, ET initiated contact. Well, CE5 is human initiated. So you're kind of getting together with that intention. I think Dr. Stephen Greer was the person who developed the protocol. And but it's humans getting together, trying to use their consciousness to invoke ET contact. And so I was out in Big Bear with a small group, and Ruben was leading this CE5 event, and we were meditating. So funnily enough, even though we were there to like see if we could see any UFOs, we all had our eyes closed. And all of a sudden I had the clearest visual in my mind's eye. And I didn't, particularly at that time, that was an unusual phenomenon. I'm not hugely clairvoyant. That has gotten stronger over time. But particularly, this was a year and a half, or maybe 2.5 years ago. I can't quite remember, but somewhere, not like a million years ago, but also not yesterday. And I saw this geometry. Basically, it was like these thin gold lines, like bright gold and very thin, and they were in like a teardrop shape, but they were like, it was almost like metal, gold and metal, all connecting it. And it was so beautiful. And there was this rose quartz light in the center of it that was emanating from the center. And I saw it with my eyes closed. As I said, I opened my eyes. I could still see it. I knew it was in my mind's eye, but I could see it with my eyes open. And I started weeping. I was weeping and crying, and everybody's like, "Are you okay? Kara, are you all right?" I was, "It's so beautiful, so beautiful." And I'm not a huge crier. So I was even surprised. And I had a close friend there too. And I've known her for like 25 years, and she knows that I'm not an easy crier. And she's like, "Are you okay?" And at the time, well, I still don't really 100% know exactly what happened with that, but it was very, very moving to some level of my consciousness, even though I didn't have the intellectual understanding of what it was. And I wondered, my rational mind was trying to take guesses as to why that was such an emotional response for me. So I thought, well, maybe there's like a parallel life that I have that is an alien, that is an ET, another dimension of myself. And that I wondered if it was like a piece of technology or something. Maybe that is like because it had that, like, even though it had that crystal glow, that was a consciousness kind of emanation, but I wondered if it was a technology. And so anyway, I brought this up like 2 weeks ago in my live stream with Ruben, because we were just talking about how like this inner journey and CE5s and so forth. And I was sharing, like, I still don't know why I had that emotional reaction. That's still a mystery to me. And then like 3 or 4 days later, I was reading the book Gene Keys. If anybody is familiar with this book, The Gene Keys by Richard Rudd. And the book is not new. It's probably 10 or 15 years old. And I also had heard of the Gene Keys book and even had a reading last year. Never felt compelled to read it until recently. And I happened to be reading the introduction of it. And I found the introduction to be really, really activating. I could feel all of this stuff happening in my consciousness. I would have to like put the book down, and I would just swim in the energies that were coming in. And there was this one line where he says, that we all have this holographic sacred geometry within us. We have like, that's like this imprint of our own unique sacred geometry that is part of our consciousness. It's part of our makeup. And I just like stopped as soon as I read that, because sacred geometry is also really dear to me. I've gone quite deeply into sacred geometry in the last year and a half. I taught a course on it earlier this year. And so I was like, so anytime I see sacred geometry, it catches my attention. And then I just had this conversation with Ruben about it. And I like take a picture of the book and I text it to Ruben. I'm like, okay, here's another like clue because of the timing of everything. And I'm like, that makes so much sense that we have this holographic sacred geometry that's unique to us, and it becomes ignited or you know, it's part of our imprint, our blueprint. And of course, like if we connect with that or have some sort of connection, obviously that would be really profound for us, even if we don't understand what's going on. And so that was, oh, Kathy is saying, I had a Gene Key reading from Peter Tung last year. I did too. That's who did mine. And it was fascinating. And I do recommend that you get the book. So the book, Rosemary's saying, what's the name of the author in the book? So it's called Gene Keys. And the author is Richard Rudd. And it's based off of human design and the I Ching. So you can get a profile. You've got your own unique kind of makeup of the gene keys. But so anyway, that was just this little like nugget that dropped in that just helped me to start to put together, like, why was that such a profound experience? And that's how my galactic encounters have happened. They've always been inward journeys, and not always in that sort of setting. More often than not, they're as I'm falling asleep. And so what's funny is Sheila in the introduction was talking about how I'm the host of the meditation conversation, and I teach people how to meditate, and I have a lot of my work is centered around meditation. And so I spend a lot of time meditating too. But when I have the most profound experiences personally, typically they tend to be in that hypnagogic state between sleep and being awake, like as I'm falling asleep. But I don't actually fall asleep, but I get into that. I'm sure you guys know this, like in between state where you're definitely not asleep, but you're also like accessing parts of your consciousness that you don't normally access. And so I have had experiences in that state where I start to feel different parts of my body vibrating. And typically it's their chakra locations. Not always. Sometimes like my right foot will just start vibrating and continuously vibrate. But often they're the chakras. And sometimes it feels like almost like there is a technology that is over my chakra, and it's like zooming in on it, like something is projecting down on it and making it vibrate, but it physically vibrates. And I open my eyes even sometimes to be like, is there something there? Because it feels so physical. I mean, it is physical. There is something physical happening, a response within my body. And so part of me is like, I would almost not be surprised if I open my eyes and there is like a beam of light that is just over my my sacral chakra or something like that. But so sometimes I will open my eyes if I feel like that. And there never is anything I can see with my physical eyes. But of course, we want to remember that our physical eyes are only capable of picking up a certain range of the light spectrum, and it's pretty small. And I'm sure if you haven't seen this lately, I know that in order to have graduated from middle school, you would have seen like the color spectrum and the waves of light from a scientific perspective. And if you remember, what we see is like this much of this range that includes microwaves and infrared waves and radio waves and X-rays and gamma rays and all of these things that we don't see with our human eyes, but they're still there and we still utilize them. So at other times it's one of those, like, if I could put money on it, I would swear that I had two large beings, one on each side, with their hands like doing something in my heart. It feels so physical, and it's like I just sense this presence, one on each side. And again, like I am in my bed. I know I'm still in my bed. I open my eyes and there's nobody there, but there have been times where I'm like, do I want to open my eyes? Am I ready? Like, what if there is something there? Am I ready to see what could be there? And then I decide, okay, I'm ready. I'm okay. And then I open my eyes and there is a tiny little bit of relief that I can't see anything. So I just share that because I haven't had an experience where I see like an actual galactic being there with me, that presence with me, but I feel it. I have also heard as I'm falling asleep, like this, that like a little insecty noise. I don't even know if this is coming through in the microphone, but where my eyes like shot open. I'm like, what is that? And it's like nothing. It's not a physical noise, but it's so specific. And so things like that, those types of things happen. I don't want to say regularly, but it's not rare. It doesn't happen more than it happens, but it's not uncommon. And I really like when it happens because I do feel that there is an upgrade happening, an initiation happening, that there is work happening at within my consciousness to help me to go in the direction that I am working in my waking life, and I'm sure a lot in my sleeping life as well. But the intentionality that I'm putting to allow the divine to move through me and to use me as an instrument. And so in order to be able to hold higher and higher levels of light and a higher and higher frequency, it can take adjustments in the physical, because it's kind of like, you know, how if you've ever traveled to like to Europe, if you're American and you travel to Europe, and the electricity their power sockets, they're like almost twice the voltage that ours are. So if you take an American like hair dryer, for example, and you plug it into a European socket, there's going to be so much more energy that comes through that socket than what the American appliance has been wired for. So if you try to use it, it's going to receive all this energy, this voltage that it's not designed to take, and it will just blow. And it's a good analogy for our human body, as if we're just kind of, you know, in this human soup that has all these frequencies, and, you know, our bodies are just kind of in this big range, but we aren't ready to handle those really high frequencies of the higher dimensions, because it could actually damage the body and be much more than we're ready to handle. So that's one interpretation that I feel is happening with those. The deeper that I go in my understanding and my spirituality, the more I understand that there's so many layers and levels of everything. So anything I think I understand, I always think, okay, well, that's one thing that's going on, maybe. And there's probably like 99 other things that I have no awareness of, or my imagination can't even wrap my head around. So I just take what I can and enjoy that understanding. So yeah, I love exploring this topic. And even when it comes to, like, we talk about high frequency, and of course, like when we talk about galactics, it's not all high frequency beings, but I think that's part of our consciousness evolution as well, is that there is a range, and everything is there for our evolution. And I know Sheila has a new book out with Barbara Lamb, and that's one of the things that I've gotten a lot from Barbara's work with her hypnotic regressions. She works with a lot of ET encounter contactees, and a lot of them, when things come up in their sessions, they're initially, or they may have these like terrible memories, and it's causing nightmares, and it's causing all this trouble in their waking life. But when they're in hypnosis, they're understanding a bigger picture, and that it's not that they were actually taken, it was an agreement. And there was all of these beautiful things were happening to help them in their evolution, but they didn't have human context to be able to understand it. So it came through as something to be afraid of. And through her work with hypnosis clients, a lot of that has been unearthed about how it is an agreement, and it's part of their evolution. And so sometimes in my own experiences in the hypnagogic state, there have been times where I've seen things where I'm like, that's very scaly, and those are really sharp teeth. What am I looking at here? And, trying to have that like neutrality and this, okay, what is this? And it's this, as far as I'm concerned, it's an opportunity to practice, not being in fear, not getting pulled down into fear, and being curious, and trusting my higher self, trusting my divine team, trusting God, that I am held, and that, it's that everything is okay. Ultimately, I am a soul, I am a spirit, and nothing can harm me. But sometimes we have to face our fears and have the opportunity to confront some of that too. So I think that's everything, Sheila.
Well, that's absolutely beautiful. I tell you, I just love to listen to you talk, and everything from just the heartfelt vibration that comes from you. There were so many nuggets of wisdom that you shared. And one of the things that you said, I'm going to say, is kind of like my takeaway, is that you don't have to intellectualize the experience of your consciousness to experience the expansion. All we have to do is to simply drop into it. And so I found that to be absolutely amazing. So I want everyone to remember to check out Kara's station. You can find her on Conscious Awakening Network, on YouTube, and be sure to tune in to her meditation conversations. And do you want to share just a little bit about your show with people, and give them your website address so that they can tune in?
Yes, thank you so much. So you can find all of my episodes on themeditationconversation.com. And I host live streams at least once a month with the Conscious Awakening Network, and you can join into those. You can register and join us live on Zoom. I just hosted Marie Manucheri this week. She's an amazing medical intuitive and medium. And on Thursday, June 20th, I'm going to have Jamie Butler, who's going to be channeling Maitland, who is a ninth dimensional being. She's a child, actually. And Maitland, the person who's being channeled by Jamie is a child, but she has this high wisdom. I've had her on the podcast before, so you can find that episode on themeditationconversation.com. And I have amazing guests booked out for the next few months. So please do join us. And thank you so much, Sheila. This has been amazing.
Thank you. I really appreciate your being here. All right, everyone. So you were listening to Kiara Goodwin. All right, Miss Kiara, hope you have a beautiful day. Thank you again. And
Thank you so
namaste.
much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this next lady that I'm going to bring up is going to rock your world. Okay, we have Elsa Dillon, and she is part of a family of 10 experiencers who reside on a farm that's nestled in the hills of Australia's east coast. Now, she and her husband and their 8 children have all been called to incarnate together on this realm in this lifetime, and they share their daily encounters with the paranormal, which she's going to talk to us about. They regularly convey their experiences, messages, and happenings across various dimensions and forms of the paranormal. And so, my dear, I am going to turn it right over to you and welcome, and thank you so much for being here.
Well, good morning from Australia. It's very early. Hello, Sheila. Thank you so much for having me and meeting all these beautiful other members. They're amazing. I'm a mother of 8, and we have experiences. Our children are having experiences. We have been having them for 30 years. Our family of 10 all experience in their unique way. And this is what's been interesting to share, is there's not one right way of doing this or experiencing, or you'd think because I'm an experiencer that would spill off onto the children, but they've had their own unique encounters of similar happenings that have happened through our life. The happenings that we have come from other realms, they come from ancient lives, come from ghosts, come from so-called dark beings, come from ETs, come from stars, come from a lot of water beings, and we actually have no idea what's going on. But for the last 30 years, we just kept it to ourselves. We were already weird, being the family with 8 children, living naturally, trying to find a healthy way of living. So we were the weird ones already. So we didn't need to bring any more attention to ourselves. We were also in the just outskirts of the public eye, because my husband and I are both fashion photographers. So we're around a lot of the celebrities and elites and things like this. So it's quite unusual, the whole dynamics of it. It's all a setup. It's all a show, literally. You come here with this agreement, and whether you want to know it or not, or whether you find out about it or not in this life, it's definitely a setup. And so everything right up until this right minute that you're hearing me speak has been set up to help me present this information to you in a kind and caring and understanding way. There is no right or wrong way to do this, and there's many, many layers, as the last few speakers have spoken about. It's the onion, it's the layers. We are crustaceans upon crustaceans upon crustaceans of versions of ourselves, and you are continually changing. This is one of the reasons a lot of the galactic beings are so fascinated with humans, is how often and how fast we can change. Now we hear of this time now where it's called a quickening. It's a speeding up process. People finding they're tripping over themselves. This is all to change them in the best way that they can for them. The universe is spinning differently, or the Earth is spinning differently, and it's like we all have to keep upgrading to it, and sometimes there is discomfort. One of the reasons I'm actually speaking is that I started losing all my gums, so my teeth. I started looking like a skeleton, basically. And I realized one of the metaphysical ways of healing this was to speak out. So here I am in front of a camera with all these lovely people speaking up about our family. The other thing is, I kept our family out of the limelight for decades. You know, we were around celebrities. Our children were on magazines, in magazine covers around celebrities, but I kept them out for so long, you know, off social medias. I was off social media, but you know, 2020 happened. 5th of June, 2020 happened. It was the day I went on Facebook. It was the day I actually realized that there were other people like us out there. And I started connecting with people and realizing that the more that we would connect with people and different groups around the world, how it actually assisted others. And this started growing. It grew and grew. And then I met this lovely lady called Mary Rodwell, and she found the children fascinating. We shared with Mary pictures of all the beings that our children were drawing, because we knew that possibly they were going to use the ET information as a form of manipulation. And our children believe that the ETs are their friends. So they were like, you got to go do something about this, Mum. So I talked with Mary Rodwell, and then it went from there. It's been very interesting. I really, our family story is crazy. It's also very personal and very real. And what do I share? What don't I share? I do want to share this because Sheila's very connected with these people. The last big conference I did, which was in January, I said some words that triggered and had butterfly effects, not only in society, but for our family. At that time, we had lost contact for 3 years with our son. Through the lockdowns, he chose another path. This is our first son, and in the other realm that we seem to be paralleling with, he also left home and sort of changed sides, I guess you would say. Just everything we taught him to do, he went and did the opposite. And that was fine. That was his choice and his spin, but we lost contact, so we didn't know if he was alive. The last big conference we did was in the middle of January this year. And on Valentine's Day, he rang. Our son rang. And I know that it was through reactions from the coming out. And he's returned home. He's healing. He's getting better. He's had a lot of near deaths. I think so far up to 5 that we've counted that he's shared with us, where he's like been on the table out, like flatlined. And I'm bringing this up not as a sad story, but as a good story, because the more we seem to share, the more we're open, the more connected to the true love, the true light, the true story, and we share, great things happen. And I want to say this to the audience. Thank you. And thank you for me allowing to be here, because great things are going to happen. They will. You cannot separate the giver from the gift. And this is where we all are now. We have to understand that we are all gifts here with gifts. And we all have to understand that if we're a gift, so is that person standing next to you at the store. And everyone needs their space to spin, to be their own star. So through this understanding, you take the heat off yourself, because sometimes you spin a bit slower. And sometimes, especially in our house with the way I am, my spin is really messy. It's not always this perfect circle. With the children, they all spin differently too. So you'll have all these energies coming through, and it will rattle 2 members but not the others, or it will slow 2 members of the family down and speed up 5 of the others. This can create conflict, and this is what's happening in society now. So allow others to spin, give them the space so that they can allow the energies to come in. Ground, allow is all low. It's in our language. It's telling you what to do. It's saying allow, which is all low. So ground, allow the energy to absorb in the body, manifest, and then allow them to then spin it their way. And this is how we are true creators. And by us allowing everyone to spin our own spins, we will then follow our true path that we're meant to follow. Otherwise, you kind of get stuck in this loop. And it's like Groundhog Day, where it just keeps going round and round, and it will wait for another loop. And sometimes if you get off path, it might take a few years to get back on that alignment. And so the faster you can be in this allowing state, you might find that through this allowing state, you'll have more ease and grace. And this is what we talk about with being on path. It's just because then you're aligning and you're drawing the law of attraction, because there's no resistance. You're just in this allowing state. I say this, but it's not easy. I am. It's not easy. There's many tears. There's many pain. There's a lot of letting go. These last 3 years was very hard as a mother, but I let go and he came back. And this is what we say is that allow them to spin their spin. Don't be sad. And if they're meant to be with you, they'll come back. So get ready for greatness, because a lot of people here are sharing their love and sharing their kindness. So these butterfly effects were going to be huge in the next few days. So allow, ground, and just have a little bit of a smile at yourself. Thank you, Sheila. I don't know where I am up to with time, but
everything is always perfect. So I want to thank you so much. And I know people are going to want to hear more about your individual stories. So you can check Elsa and her family out on Spin Beings with Elsa Dillon and family at the Conscious Awakening Network. You can find her on YouTube, and you can find her on all of our various channels. Elsa, I always want to take my hat off to you, because coming out and talking about a lot of the things that you do, and being a mother of 8, that's huge, because I know there's a lot of people who have phenomenal experiences, and yet they have not yet found that voice to be able to share them. So when you come on and you talk, I know that you encourage people to find their voice. So I want to thank you so much, and thank you for being part of the Conscious Awakening Network.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Or morning. I know it's really early. I don't know, what time is it?
It's 3:40 a.m.
Well, thank you so much for being here.
That's okay. It's great. Thank you, Sheila.
All right. Thank you. Oh, wasn't that awesome? I mean, we're so blessed to have so many phenomenal top people to come on. And when I say top people, I mean top people who are branching out, who are sharing their stories, who are sharing their wisdom, who are sharing their knowledge. It doesn't have anything to do with like, oh, the popular person here or this person there, although all of these people are very, very popular in their own arenas. But, we all have a voice. And I encourage you, if you've had an experience, share it with people, because you do begin to gain strength in that. And so now what I want to do is to bring up our next speaker. Shakara Tosha, and she is going to share a little bit with us. I want you guys to know that she is new to the Conscious Awakening Network and will be posting a lot of her phenomenal videos. You really need to check her out because she is a creative inspirationalist and a multidimensional star being guide. She's an ascension teacher, an energetic artist. She has tons and tons of classes that will help you to grow and expand. And she has these heartfelt messages and quantum insights. And honestly, you know, everything she has been downloaded through a lifetime of direct contact with various star guides. Now, she shares all of this in her books, her art, her presentations, in her sessions, and in her courses. And her body of work awakens and activates people's inner code of creation. And as she guides individuals to become self-empowered, to expand their consciousness and to co-create, honestly, these beautiful, holistic, integrated energies begin to emerge. And she helps people to remember who they truly are and to realize their creative potential and to embrace the joyful new ways of being that help the collective to navigate and co-create our current ascension shift into the new world. Now, that is a lot. That is a mouthful, but this is a very powerful lady who has a powerful message. So I'm going to pop off and let you have at it.
Oh, thank you so much, Sheila. I'm really grateful to be here. That is a mouthful, but it's challenging when you're multidimensional, like all of us, you know, all of our senses, all of our aspects are coming online. So, you know, I think we all do all of this stuff in different ways. So I really appreciate this opportunity to share, and really want to appreciate all the other panelists that have been on, presenters or speakers, whatever you want to call them, sharing their story, you know, sharing their wisdom, their information, understanding, you know, just like Elsa was talking about, you know, it's hard to come out and really talk openly about this stuff. And this is where I'm at too, you know, and I just want to share a little bit about, you know, you've covered most everything. So that's good. People can find out more about me later, but I think it's important to share who I work with and how I got this information. I'd like to share some light language, activation and healing light language for people, and just a little bit more about some of the messages about star people and spirituality and ufology. So all of my work is actually very much a combination of these two. So very quickly, all my life I've been connected to star people. I've seen them in dream time. They came to visit me in the physical. I was one of those people that you know, was just I guess more conscious and aware. When I was a little child, I had some profound experiences that I can talk about later. It's actually another book that I'm rolling out right now. But all these guides, excuse me, all these guides started coming to me. And my mom was an artist, and I'm an artist. I've been an artist all my life. And I started painting these codes that I didn't really understand at the time. They were symbols, codes, activations, information. I keep books and books of these scripts that I used to call the stream of consciousness, and then later found out that this was galactic writing, you know, symbolic codes of many things. And I realized this was the information that I was getting from all these star people, especially Arcturians. And what I was shown over time was that I'm an Arcturian in the physical. So all of us are connected to what I call the codes of creation. What I've been shown from all these guides that I'll mention is that we've all been coded, literally coded from these seeds or energies or information dynamics, DNA in our DNA, from a vast array of different star people. So they all came together to make the human template, which is what we are navigating now, like ships and vessels. And all these guides pretty much came to me in different timelines, I guess you could say. Excuse me. I feel them all around now. I call them my consulting team. So I'm tapping into them consciously here. And they're also related to you. So all of you do what I do in different ways. And what's so beautiful is that each person expresses their unique, what I call energetic frequency signature in different ways, whether it's your life experience or what's happened to you or your understanding about the world or things you've learned. You know, it's really important for us collectively to each of us share our story, share our understanding. Excuse me, the energy is really, really strong right now. And this is how we activate these other dormant codes within us. So what happened to me very quickly was all these guides started coming to me about 10 years ago. I started getting downloads and messages of information from first Arcturians, then Sasquatch, who's actually star people. A lot of people don't know that, but they are very definitely star people that are working in the physical. They're probably closest to us energetically, physically. They've been here forever. All these star people have visited Earth. They've helped create the Earth and have come in and out, and they're here now. So these guides started coming and started giving me messages. I was in New York City for 35 years. I was an artist, but I was working in all these senior corporate jobs in finance and the art world and entertainment and startups, and I had my own web development business. I was coding because it's all about codes, right? And then I started doing spiritual codes and research on what I was doing. Came across, obviously, people have been mentioning Mary Rodwell, and started finding out information about light language. Somebody at some point said, I think you speak and draw light language. And so I got into that very, very early on, started realizing about 10 years ago that that's what I was doing. And at that time, it was very quiet. Now, because so many things are activating right now, so many people are doing spontaneous expressions of light language, whether the mudras or talking or expressing the language or drawing it or symbols or codes. It's phenomenal to me right now that it's such a movement that's happening now. And what I'm shown from my guides is this is all occurring because people's consciousness is opening. So what I'm shown is there was an original language that we all spoke, which I think is light and love. You know, when they talk about Lemuria, I remember I came in very clear with memories of many past lifetimes. And in Lemuria, we were high vibrational beings that were radiating love and light and energy, but we weren't quite physical. And as Atlantis started developing, that started getting into the physical, the technology, the earthy stuff, and then, you know, kind of escalated up from there. But anyway, these guides started coming, and what was interesting was they would come with messages. So how it happened to me was they would download information, pictures, codes, symbols, all this stuff, and I would have to diagram it. I'd put it on my phone, I'd write it, and I started amassing this huge library. I think what I was shown was I was tapping into the Akashic records, my own and the universal, which again, everybody can do. So, but for some reason, this was the mission or the job I was given. And I understood very early on as a child. I was visited by a guide when I was about 3 that told me that this is the work that I would be doing. So I was kind of prepped through this all my life. And these guides started coming more and more. At one point, maybe about 10 years ago, I came across this chief that many of you may know of, who passed away a couple of years ago, named Chief Golden Light Eagle. And I met him at one of his conferences, and there was an immediate connection. He said, "You're my sister." I said, "I'm your brother." And we had these memories that I haven't talked about too often, of doing work together many lifetimes, working with the Christ consciousness, working with these symbols, working with sacred energy and that kind of thing. So long story short, my daughter and I moved out where he was living in the Midwest at the time. And we started doing sweat lodges and ceremony. I'm a 4-year sun dancer, so we started doing that. I was doing vision quests and that kind of thing. And it opened up and enhanced all of these, I guess you could call abilities or higher sensibilities. I call it synesthetic or synesthesia. All these things started opening up in me, and I started having memories. And while I was still downloading all this information, and it would happen on certain time codes, I started waking up at 222, 333, 444, these master numbers that are like activation code times. And I just get the message for the day, and they'd meander through hundreds of topics for like 4 or 5 hours every day now for 10 years. And I was told to write it down and put it together. And at some point, this chief said I would be writing a book about creation. You know, at the time, I wasn't really a writer. I didn't really edit. You know, you get these missions, which is kind of interesting, and directives. But at some point, you can't say no. I mean, it becomes something that is just you. It's authentic, and there's no other way that you can be. So I did this. I was traveling with him for about 5 years, speaking at all these conferences. I was out on the circuit. And then something told me about 5 years ago to go within. I went completely off grid for about 5 years, amassed all of this material. And now this is what I'm rolling out, like Sheila mentioned, in books and courses and other things I want to talk about. But the key is, here's what I want to say. All of us are connected to spirit and the cosmos. So the star people, as I understand them, they're part of spirit. They're etheric. They function and operate in different dimensions. They come in and out of dimensions, but we are also them. I think what I've been shown is that some of us are star people from the future, that we've gone into the past to have a human life experience. I think many of us have been many things over time, earthy things, minerals, and some of us have been clouds and water and that kind of thing, so that we could progressively understand how to come into the physical. And, you know, some of us are star people that are walk-ins, especially the star kids I'm very in tune with right now, come from other dimensions and they haven't been here. So what I'm being shown right now on Earth is there's a combination of people that have been here eons of times over and over again. And there are people that are kind of coming in for the first time, new venturers, I call them. And so all of this is coming together, and this is happening right now in this really profound time, what I call ascension. That's what the first book I wrote is about. Ascension Now, Becoming the New You. Is there stages that we're all going through, no matter how much life experience we've had, or what we've experienced, whether we speak light language or not, whether we have seen star people or not, it doesn't really matter. There's an awakening and an opening very, very quickly, which I'm sure all of you are experiencing now. And we're moving into new timelines, new grid lines, new consciousness where everything is opening up. So when you talk about spiritual and UFOlogy, to me, these are both parallel, because star people are spiritual and spiritual energy exists within everything. And at the same time, what I'm shown is over a period of time throughout history, there has been a slow drip, I call it slow drip separation between our direct connection to source and consciousness, our connection to the star people. I've been shown it at one time, in ancient times, they walked among people. So we were, you know, you could consider them, some of them gods, but they were our teachers and our helpers and our friends. They were living within different cultures. They populated different cultures. Hence, that's why so many languages are happening. So many different cultural variations are coming through. So this is what's happening now, is that we're recycling, and the star people are here again. So this is why many people are starting to see them and experience them. And many, many spiritual masters were star people. I'm shown that Jesus, who I called Emmanuel, was a star person from the Pleiades. The chief and I talked about this often, that Lakota, for example, are connected directly to the Pleiades. So when they speak Lakota, it's an ancient star language. So we would sing songs in Lakota in the natural language, and it was an activating energy. It was really fascinating. So when we would do sweat lodges, for example, we would sing these songs, and he would call in, just like you call in spirits, he would call in energies, animal spirits, elementals, and star people. This is what was so phenomenal about him, that I just want to really honor him for a moment, because he really was fusing these two worlds of traditional teachings, indigenous teachings, especially Lakota, with reconnecting to the star people. He said everybody has been so many things, we're all coming together. So this is what really inspired me, is that everybody is awakening all these codes of creation that we have within us, and this is why we're unifying. This is why we're coming together right now, because we're all stimulating everybody's kind of hidden codes or undominant codes, that kind of thing, and we have to work together. And the star people showed me that this is why there are so many of us walking on the planet now. As you know, the Earth is shifting, the Schumann resonance is shifting, the solar flares, all the planet alignments that have been happening recently. It's all happening for this much bigger cosmic picture. So anyway, there's much more I wanted to share about that, but these star people gave me these messages I want to share. And so I want to talk about light language. So I mentioned I write light language. I'll do things, mudras with my hands and that kind of thing, but it just comes naturally. And what I was told by numerous people, totally unrelated, that some of these are star languages. So I speak Arcturian. That's my native language, I guess you could call it. And I also speak Pleiadian, Orion, Tau Ceti, Camelopardarian, this kind of thing. But I also speak energy codes. So I go up to a ship, and this is one of the things I haven't really talked about, but I'm told this is the time now to kind of come out and talk about this. I go up and down from this Arcturian ship, and I learn things. They have healing modalities there that I'm starting to share with people. And there's a wall of codes that are sort of multidimensional. So I'm learning how to pull them out. They're like golden polygonal codes, and work with them and connect them. So it's almost like I'm creating sequences of codes. And this is what I'm shown that happens with light language. So I wanted to share a little bit of light language and just bring some messages in for whoever is on this call, and whoever will see it in the future. I'm tapping into everybody's energy. That's why I get a little jitsy, because it's very intense. When these star people come in, it's a lot of pressure, because it's very hard for them to come down into these dimensions, because it's so dense down here. So there are a lot around me now, but it's also everybody on this call is stimulating, activating, and keying in each other. So I'd like to share just a brief light language message, and then take you on a little bit of a journey just for a couple minutes. That's okay with you? So, okay. So my spirit name is Wichakpe Tosha Weshkewi, which was given to me by Chief Golden Light Eagle, which means beautiful violet star woman. And I work with the violet ray and the Christ conscious. My star name is Shakara Tosha, which was given to me by the star people, that said it carries a certain vibration that comes through my work when I use this name. So when I'm speaking light language, I'm doing it very consciously, so I don't really consider myself a channel. You could say I'm a clear channel or a conduit, but this is just me expressing myself as it's coming through. So whatever comes through is for you. Shukutu singir wasane. Isamano la kainen wa shanka to skiti to washanen wa samatu la kine. Ama o tu shikinin wa shanka to saman o tu shikinin wa la kaine. Ana o suka tu shikinin wa shampo to la kaine tu usta kaine du sa ma sakoto shinge. Sama oto shaninin wa shanko la kaite titit wa shime. Ana osukoto shikinen wa sama tocho usuka musakoto shingin wa sanen wa shampo to kine. Ana sekiti shikuto sangir wa shanen wa samoto shiki. Isikoto wa shingir wa sanen wa shamoto la kainen wa shankoto skanu wa shanko busa otushk wa tu shingir wa sanen wa shanko. Sama toshkinen wa shanka. Usa nisi kita la kainen in washambo sa kainen washanko so kotoshkin titidwashane. Sikita toshin in wasamato la kinen washanko toska toshinge. Ane nu shoku to a single wasan and washanko to la kinen in washambo skate. Sinne achtiti sikuto la kaine. Ana su kutushkinen wa shampo to skine. Tula kainen wa shampo to skine wa shampo. A little bit of sharing. There was a Arcturian energy there, a ancient Lemurian grandmother, Sasquatch, dragons, all the people that are on this call, you know. So the summary of that is some of those were star languages. Some of those were messages for you. Some of them were your higher selves talking through me back to you. And it is just, it's a beautiful thing. People ask me, you know, do I get tired? And I said, no, it's invigorating. It's incredible because it opens up all these higher senses. So what I wanted to share is this is the time that people are coming together. This reunification of spirit, of ways of being, of all the planetary systems. What's happening is we are becoming galactic citizens again. So we have been separated in our 3D world for many, many, many lifetimes. And this new system is coming online, which is really about creativity, manifesting, joy, happiness. It's a beautiful, beautiful time that we're working with now. That's my little animal friend. And so know that each one of you has these abilities. Doesn't matter if you speak it or not. I'm sure you cook it or dance it or play with your children in light language. All these star kids are here now awakening these very, very deep conscious awareness that's happening from within. So we're all basically coming together to rewrite, you could say, a program, but it's really to create something new. So to learn from what we did or didn't like and reformat it at every moment. So we are becoming conscious creators that are our higher selves and our star being aspects or essence coming into the physical. More and more star people will show themselves. I'm one of those, what they call ambassadors. I've been shown, and many people are, who are a conduit for bringing these energies in. So people hear and connect to the star people through me. And at one point, very soon, I'm shown, many people are talking about this now, that there will be a huge presence again, physically in our world of the star people, and we'll be working more collaboratively together. So it's a beautiful time to be alive. And I'm here for all of you. If you need guidance, support, understanding, all of that, please reach out to me on my website, myname.com. And I just want to share lots of love And Sheila, I just really appreciate who you are and what you're doing, and just love you so much. You have such a big heart, and very authentic person. And I'm very attracted to people that are being real, just being themselves and following their vision. And so with that, I just want to say thank you. And anything else you want me to share?
Thank you. Yes. Can you share your website to let people know how they can directly get a hold of you? And remember, keep out an eye on the Conscious Awakening Network for her new channel that we'll be putting up for her.
Yeah, I'm so excited about that. It's another way to reach out to people. And, you know, all these messages are for the people. This is I downloaded, I went through these experiences, I lived them, but they're really for other people to practically put into, you know, into effect in their daily lives. So you can go to my website, which is my name, Shakara, Shakara, Tosha. It's a tricky one, Tosha, TOSHA.com. And you can find some, I'm in the process right now in the next week of uploading lots of videos, presentations, teachings, and free things for people. You can sign up for my newsletter. I have a book available in PDF. The new printed book is coming soon, but I wrote probably 35 books at once, and they're all done. And I'm going to start rolling them out in the next week. And also I do sessions, private sessions, one-on-one, where we can talk about anything. I tune into your higher self and your guides, and we just have a collaborative creation session, and also starting to get back out on conferences and events, podcasts, that kind of thing. So I'm just really ready to share all this stuff. And I want to thank you for this moment out of time, in time, to share a little bit about who I am, what I do, and these messages that will inspire you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Boy, we have had a jam-packed morning, and we're just keep on keeping on. And I want to go ahead and bring up our next guest. Now, many of you are going to recognize this beautiful lady. I am trying to find how to get you up here. I just cannot find you. Hold on, Miss Marilyn. I'm just going to go ahead and pin you. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. So what I would like to do is tell you guys a little bit about this radiant light that's sitting in front of you. For those of you who do not already know this little face, this is Marilyn Harper, and she is an international speaker and a teacher. She provides practical information and techniques for navigating life. She's a channel and a message for the interdimensional company of Adironda, who is a 17th dimensional being, who is the spokes being for the Council of Light that consists of angels and ascended masters who have all walked this planet. She teaches many things, including holographic healing, and she doesn't just teach it, she created the holographic healing program. She teaches channeling and how to live in frequency of infinite possibilities. So Marilyn, it is an honor to have you here. I know that you're joining us from another event, so thank you so much for taking your time.
You know, thank you, Sheila. I appreciate you so much. It is exciting, and you do amazing work, and I love the fact that you are expanding the world and you are connecting with people in that consciousness and opening up the consciousness of humanity, which is kind of what we're all doing. And woohoo, yay for that. So congratulations. So I would just like to share a little bit today. I just listened a little to Shakara, and it's like, woo, blow me away in that light language. You know, light language is one of those communicators that has a frequency that comes directly into your heart. And I'm a channel, as Sheila said, and as that energy comes through, what we're expanding is to connect with you and your guidance. They're waiting in the wings and they're connecting in that capacity. So I don't know if Sheila, if you want me to just take it away for the next 20 minutes, or
Just take it away. It is all yours, Marilyn.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just give you a few tips on how you can connect. As Sheila said, I teach channeling. I teach the Channelers Academy. I have the Channelers Method. I have how to channel even if you think you can't. So I teach all levels of channelers. Even people that have been channeling professionally have come to me to teach them how to get to the next level. And that's kind of what we do. I also teach holographic healing, which is a healing modality that I created. But it all came through that connection with spirit. It all came through that connection of humanity, that connection of yourself, that oversoul to oversoul connection with your own guidance system. And that's how it all started. So that's kind of why I teach people how to connect in that. I mean, that sounds a little redundant, doesn't it? To connect again in your connection. Your guides, as you know, are learning how to connect with you just as you're learning how to connect with them. And you can enhance your own ability in so many different ways. And be aware that sometimes your ego can lead you down a path that is not great, not fun, and will slow you down if you allow that ego to indeed slow you down. So, with that focus, one of the things that I started off doing right off the bat when I woke up, I am a walk-in. I experienced a spiritual awakening, and I'm in the process of writing and directing. I'm not directing. I've hired I have a director, Two Girls in a Galaxy, which is a sitcom about the experience of being a walk-in or having a spiritual awakening and living in this world and how that experiencing. We're getting ready for that. We've been recording the episode 5. So, and in about 8 more episodes, you'll be able to see it online, hopefully on Gaia TV. So in that energy, though, of awakening, what I found was I really needed to know that I had guidance. I had angels. I don't know if any of you out there have ever questioned that fact, but you do, and they are really ready and able to talk with you and to communicate with you. And one of the ways that I started was through guided writing. And a lot of people call it automatic writing, but guided writing is really, to me, a little more descriptive term to feel it as though it is taking a dictation from your own guidance. And I have many meditations that will lead you into and out of guided writing. But one of the things that in my guided writing, my guides asked me to exercise my intuition and to expand that. And so what I have done is then I do exercise that intuition. And one of the exercises that I began with was really just catching myself in an intuitive or a synchronistic moment, to just catch yourself. And when you have a moment where you're thinking on the sofa and not doing anything, and all of a sudden you feel like, I think I'll call Sherry. and then you realize that when you call Sherry, that Sherry's been thinking about you. So that would be an intuitive moment. And there's a specific frequency that goes through your physical, your mental, your emotional body when that happens. And so what I teach people is to help them find that frequency, find that vibration that goes through your body into your intuition. So once you find it, once you identify it, then you can always return to it. Now, I did some research on the intuition, and believe it or not, which I found really surprising, that your first intuitive energy is actually in your stomach or in your abdominal cavity. The term gut reaction. Of course, my mother always taught me never talk about your gut, but that was a bad word in our household. So I always have trouble saying gut reaction. But it was like, that's what it is. Believe it or not, the lining of your abdominal cavity is the same material, and it was created at the same time in vitro at about 5 weeks as the material that is lining your heart and the material that is in the tissue of your brain. Now, that kind of freaked me out when I realized that, because you heard the gut reaction. So your first intuitive response comes in your abdominal cavity. Then it moves through the heart, and that kind of accelerates that. And then when it comes to your brain, that's where the interpretation comes in. So now this all happens within a millisecond, and you know that is, but that first vibration is actually in your gut or in your abdominal cavity, because that's where the lining starts. And so with that, once you can identify having, a synchronistic moment, is like you reach for the telephone and then it rings. And that's the synchronicity of that, or there's lots of synchronistic moments. But in that capacity, what you're actually doing is you're activating those reactions in your physical body. And your physical body can respond, send that frequency through your heart to the brain for interpretation. And once you do that, that's that acknowledgement and recognition. So one of the exercises I teach people is to try to identify moments when they have that intuitive or synchronistic moment, and identify what that feels like in their physical body. I mean, I am from Missouri, so I'm from the show me state. And I believe when I was coming in, I had to be show me. They changed the name to the show me state, from the show me state to the show me again and again and again state, because I was a little stubborn. and so with that energy, but I was able to identify. And then of course I still didn't believe it, and I asked for confirmation. So show me a physical sign that my logical brain can understand that this is actually an intuitive thought or a message from my guidance. And I'm like, well, not that I'm asking a lot of my guidance or anything to bring me something physical, but they do that. I love it. And, if you're just starting out on this path, and I still ask for physical signs. And the physical sign that I get most often is like a feather, or it is a feather. It's not like a feather, it is a feather. And so you can ask for a physical sign of confirmation. And when you do, it's amazing what shows up. I've had feathers show up in the cup holder of my car after I've been driving in my car for 4 hours and using the cup and never stepped out of my car. When I get out and I'm asking a question, because when you're driving, at least through Missouri, Kansas, Arkansas, Oklahoma, there's not much traffic out there. Not that many people are driving through those states. It's not like California. And I'll be thinking about other things and ask for a sign, and I'll pick up my cup to go to the gas station, right? And there'll be a feather stuck to the bottom of my cup, which the car had not ever been opened. And the feather is there. And how could that possibly be? It wasn't in my kitchen when I left. So that is how your guidance will actually confirm what you're doing and how that connection is being made. Another exercise that you can do to enhance your intuition is I use it in remote viewing. And believe it or not, this is a technique that the government taught in remote viewing, although I've softened it a little bit to that control thing. But an exercise in remote viewing, because all those are stimulating your intuition. All those are stimulating your channeling muscles. All those are, because it's just a muscle like any other muscle. And so what I do is I'm go into the phone book and pick an address out of the phone book. And when I pick an address out of the phone book, then I go into that. Oh, my timer stopped. Oh, darn. So you'll have to keep me noticed on time. Okay, Sheila. But in that, I go into meditation and I ask to be shown the address, the house that I'm looking at, that I'm seeing, and ask to be shown details, okay? And then I write it down, because if you don't write it down, your imagination is going to run wild when you get to that house, and you're going to say, oh yeah, that's what I saw. Oh yeah, that's what I saw. So I write it down, and I write down 10 or 15 or 20 things or even pictures that I may see on that house or sense on that house. Now, when you then go to that address, you want to be gentle with yourself. You want to be very kind to yourself, because your first response could possibly be your egoic response of, there is nothing there. Nothing there that I saw. But then again, be gentle with yourself. An example would be, if you saw a broken car in a driveway and saw bushes aside the window, big bushes lining the window, and a red roof, and a purple plant or purple flowers. When you get to the house, you realize that that's not what it looks like at all. But stop and don't let your ego be in control. What you saw may be a broken bicycle or a four-wheeler or a motorcycle. They all have wheels. So the brain is going to start interpreting it. And believe it or not, the brain's going to start your imagination is going to start filling in the details. And you want to learn to train your brain not to fill in the imaginary details. And what you saw, instead of a red roof, it may have been at sunset, and so the sky was red behind the roof, and you may be looking at green shutters on either side of the window instead of bushes. So the first time I ever did that, when I went to a house, all I saw was this big black line with a white outline, with a white background. I thought, what the heck is that? And it's like, this is not working at all, because in my mind, I saw like 222 or something, and I saw these green bushes, and I saw a step that was broken. And then, of course, my brain started filling in the imaginary. Oh, and there was kids there, and there was toys there. And, that's where your brain gets in a little active. Not your guidance, but your egoic imagination. And when I got to the house, all I saw was this line. And when I got to the house, there was all these other things that sort of entered my field. But when I thought, I didn't see any of that. But then just as I was driving away, I realized that there were white steps leading up to the house on the street. And it was a 2, and the 2 was black and the steps were white. And so I was looking at it from like 6 inches away. So all I could see was that. And I didn't ever change my perspective. I didn't ever expand it. So if you're going to do the remote viewing exercise, expand your vision when you're in meditation. Look at the house or situation or field or wherever from a different perspective, from a different energy. And as you're going into that different energy, just allow that to sort of settle in and jot down as much as you can think of. So those are 2 exercises in expanding your intuition. A third, really quickly, is to, when you're going to meet somebody the next day or that afternoon for lunch or whatever, try to go into the future and see what it is that they're wearing. That's always fun. I actually did that with Sheila today, and I wrote it down. It's on my notebook, and I said, okay, see, she's wearing purple and green, and God, who is the guide behind her? And I see your picture. That's great. That's great. So, those are my tips, my 3 tips to help you expand your intuition, help you expand your energy. I'm also a channel of Adironda, but that would take another 20 minutes. So that would be a time for another time, huh?
Another time. Oh, Thank you so much, Marilyn. I always love your enthusiasm. And today, I always learn things from you. So the gut, the heart, and that brain connection, how important that is, and those 3 tips that you gave us to stimulate our intuition. And so I want to thank you so much for being here. And everybody, do not forget to check her out on Anaranda and Company with Marilyn Harper on the Conscious Awakening Network. But she also has her YouTube channel. And hey, tell everybody about your website real quick.
I will, thank you. It's Adironnda.com, A-D as in dog, IRONNDA.com, and that will take you all the way over to AdirondaSpiritualHealer.org. I have all kinds of things coming up. I'm actually going to Mount Ida in August to dig crystals and swim in Lake Ouachita, which is an amazing lake that's built on a crystal bed. And I have all kinds of things coming up all the time. My YouTube channel is Adironda Marilyn Harper. I have a weekly broadcast as well as monthly broadcasts. I have, we are very busy people. We just bought a video studio in Branson, Missouri, which is where I'm from. And we are broadcasting from there every week. And we are just having loads of fun. And Sheila, I just want to thank you so much for including me in your conference today. It was your awakening, your alliance. It's like you just blow my mind with how much you accomplished. I think I'm a busy girl. I don't hold a candle to you. So at Adironda.com, you can find me.
Oh, thank you, Marilyn. And good luck with your event that you're headed back to. So I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us.
You are most welcome. Thank you.
Much love.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead. And I don't know about you guys, but my body, my brain is just like super stimulated. So I hope you're taking notes because I sure have been. All right, let's go to our next guest. All right. Hey, Claudiu Murgan. So Claudiu was born in Romania and he has called Canada his home since 1997. Now he's an author, a speaker, and a podcaster. And in April of 2020, he started his own podcast that you can see right behind him, Spiritually Inspired, in order to bring forward a message of love, gratitude, and oneness. He wants others to get inspired by these stories and to identify their challenges and to apply the meditations, the breathing exercises, and the spiritual practices mentioned by his guests. So I am super, super excited to hear what you're going to be sharing with us today. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it right over to you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Thank you for the invitation. I'm honored to be among so many guests, and I think I might be one of the few who is not a psychic or channeling or doing all these amazing things, speaking light language. Hopefully, sometime soon, if they decide to activate me. So I'm going to move ahead and add a little bit more to the introduction. So my writing started back when I was 11 years young in Romania, of course, where I had the privilege to interact with amazing writers and scientists that mold the young generations into thinking without boundaries and helping them put on paper all the creative ideas. They were role models, willing to humbly serve and share. So imagine living under a communist regime, but being able to use your imagination to feel free. But I had to come to Canada in order to write and publish 3 novels, edit an anthology called Love Letters to Water, and have my short stories published in anthologies and magazines in the USA, Canada, Italy, and Romania. And as Sheila mentioned, in 2020, I decided to create more content through a podcast format, and this is how Spiritually Inspired was created. We are now at episode 170 and counting. For me, it was an amazing, and it still is an amazing experience to interact and learn from so many experts in their own field: medical doctors, naturopaths, shamans, rabbis, anthropologists, musicians, writers, which had spiritual experiences that shifted their life's perception. Bringing forth such stories is always fascinating because I learn daily from them. Early on, I also learned how words and thoughts are impacting our daily experiences. So through my writing, I do my best to provide a meaningful context and to generate thoughtful ideas, impact, and empower people on their own journey. Today's topic is the UFO phenomenon, real, if it's real or not, and we know it's shrouded in controversy. I personally never encountered a shapeshifter or been contacted directly by an ET, so I cannot claim that I had such contact, but during my interviews, the subject came up. One of my first guests is a dear friend, Felicia Morales. She was aware of her abductions from an early age. Over time, these trips caused her a lot of pain and health issues that couldn't be fixed by allopathic medicine. She had to learn alternative ways to stay alive. Nancy Times, a former Department of Defense employee, was always aware that something strange was happening to her, as she had recollections of her interactions with other forms of life. She considers herself a contactee, not an abductee, and she is very proud of this aspect of her life. She's still in contact with such beings that provide advice and guide her when she requires help. She shares fascinating stories during our interview. I was also told by some of my guests that deep under Mount Shasta and some of the peaks in Sedona in the USA and Mount Kenya in Kenya are crystal cities inhabited by remnants of the Lemurian and Atlantean civilizations. There are no entry doors to these cities. Only those with a specific body frequency that matches the frequency of the rock could go in. Or if your purity is at a certain level, one of those beings can bring you in. I know this is pure science fiction for some listening, but there are too many testimonials to be disregarded. Bucenci Mountains in Romania, my home country, is another amazing place of energy portals that connect with Egypt. The US government, and this is a fact, US government took over one of these sites after Ceausescu was removed from power. That location is surrounded by fence and protected by the military even to this day. It is known that in 2003, an agreement was signed between President Bush Jr. and the president of Romania at that time to keep this location secret. And I think only certain scientists and high level clearance people can go in and research the site. Also in Romania, huge gold plates the size of castle doors were discovered in certain galleries by miners in the 70s and 80s. They're embossed with strange writing that no one could decipher. The communist government melted the gold and sold it through a Swiss company. They didn't care about the historical importance. All they wanted to do is to make a quick buck, and no one had a chance to research or take photos. And those who witness some of these artifacts died in mysterious ways soon afterwards. And we also have the Antarctica stories that keep piling up, and until we'll have the critical point when everything will be revealed, I don't think we can do anything about it. Or, there are the hundreds of pyramids in China that cannot be visited and researched due to the government's absurd policies. So all these are not man-made structures, and it takes an open mind at the top to acknowledge it and allow investigating it. So we all know that government after government, no matter the country, tried to cover up findings for which they had no explanation. Their mentality is that they do it before us because we cannot handle the truth, assuming that they have the power to decide on our behalf regarding what part of history to be revealed and which one to be hidden. All these artifacts don't belong to a single person, but to humanity. So again, in my opinion, they have no right to keep it hidden. I personally never thought that we are the only ones created by God or the universal consciousness. And while I wasn't sure what the creation process involved, I had the feeling that what we are told is not right. So even if I wasn't abducted or contacted by ETs, I firmly believe in their existence, and I know they will reveal themselves sooner rather than later. And another proof is that everything the previous guests of the conference mentioned, there is another life form out there, and they are contacting us as we speak. And again, the stories of my guests firm up such conviction. So there is nothing for me not to believe. This is my truth, and it will stay that way. And I also believe that a higher level of consciousness is not only required for space travel and connect with these other forms of life, but especially here on Earth in order to disseminate between what's real and what's fake. And this is all I write about it, about having a higher level of consciousness and awareness about who we are. And I'll touch on, holographic technologies and what is real and what's fake, because they are so developed these days that it's harder and harder to tell the difference. And most of us will struggle with the decision, what I see is reality or is a hologram played in order to deceive me. And will I be excited to see the ETs face to face? Of course, but only if I can somehow vouch that they are the real thing. And I'll give you a story. I'll give you an example about perception about ETs and extraterrestrial life in general. Several years ago, I attended a panel of a science fiction convention in Ottawa, Canada. The main topic of the panel was about what were the premises of us moving into an interstellar enterprise and mine asteroids as a way to compensate for the scarcity of resources on Earth. There were entrepreneurs and government people in the panel. I was the only writer. So they're all sure that humanity will find a way to land and mine asteroids, create an entire business model around it, resources, infrastructure, investors, and of course, making a profit. When it was my turn to speak, I asked a simple question. What are you going to do about the human component with its existing flaws that have created this situation on Earth in the first place? We want to colonize other planets, mine asteroids, while maintaining the similar approach of greed, depletion, and narrow point of view of me, me, me. They all laugh at me. Of course, I continued by saying that unless the mindset and the level of consciousness don't increase, the psychological garbage will follow us, generating the same results. Not even once they consider using the disruptive technologies developed by the amazing scientists and innovators living among us. We know that most of such technologies are suppressed, technologies that could turn things around. They also didn't consider the help we could receive from extraterrestrial friends or other species that already live on Earth, but didn't show themselves yet. So imagine we're attending a science fiction convention for writers, and the notion of ETs being real was not up for discussion. Very interesting. So what we as humans don't want to acknowledge is that the more access we have to resources, the more usage we'll find for it. We can consume more than we can. We consume more because we can, because it will be available to us. And I'll give you another example, which is the road infrastructure. Many years ago, certain governmental agencies or independent companies, I can't remember exactly which type of body, produce reports that will tell municipalities what will happen if they expand the road infrastructure. The conclusion was that even if more lanes were created on the highways that are now clogged, more cars will use it. So the traffic will either not improve or barely improve. So the investment was not justified. So if we start mining asteroids for copper, nickel, iron, etc., we'll consume more of these resources because now we have the mindset that we can always find a new asteroid to deplete. There is no scarcity in sight. But the results or the side effects of the consumption are happening on Earth, resulting potentially in more pollution and environment degradation. The science fiction convention happened at the time when AI was not on the list of panels and was not a discussion topic. Now everyone is talking about it. So yes, we can send robots controlled by AI to mine the asteroids and do our dirty job. But again, it will not solve the problem we have and that are related to the level of consciousness and awareness. And another aspect of this discussion is that we need to conquer the internal self before going outside the planet. In my opinion, this desire to travel to space comes from the misunderstanding of who we are. And again, most of the guests on this in the previous panels try to explain who we are, try to talk about know yourself. So we can travel anywhere when we dream, correct? Most of the time unconsciously, unless we train ourselves to do it consciously. But that option exists and we have to cultivate it. Also connected to so-called alien technologies, most of us heard of medbeds. And while we don't have an exact date when they will be introduced for those in need to use, we can still access alternative ways of healing. And I'm going to touch a bit on that. So for those listening to today, I want to, and they want to go deeper into wisdom and wellness of alternative healing methodologies, they have to not, maybe they have to wait now for when these medbeds will be introduced. But there are so many alternative modalities, from sound healing, energy healing, healing trauma, ancestral trauma. And I'm going to do a little bit of self-promotion here because on Monday, Kathy Mason and myself will launch a summit called Co-Creative Awakening, Path to Healing. So people have the chance to listen to amazing speakers presenting solutions, insights, and processes that not only transform their lives, but can also help transform everyone else. And you can share that with other people. And Sheila, I don't know if I can share my screen. I would like just a quick review of this summit for people to see who is going to speak. So we are talking about Brian Basco, Elizabeth Wood, Andy and Jonathan Goldman. These are people who have years of experience in their own field, and they will bring a wealth of knowledge and wisdom in every aspect of healing. And these are non-traditional ways that people can tap into. So I don't know if there are any questions or comments.
Well, thank you so much. You know, you shared a lot of information there, and I sincerely appreciate it. And I'm very honored to have you as part of the Conscious Awakening Network. So folks, check him out on Spiritually Inspired on the Conscious Awakening Network, on YouTube. And we've got all of your links right there. So check out those, write them down, Spiritually Inspired. So check him out. So
thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good luck with the upcoming event. Woo-wee. All right. We're going to move right along. Next, we have Dr. Melanie Barton Bragg. She is a holistic psychotherapist, Reiki and Rife practitioner, ET experiencer, and ordained minister who is part of the Earthly Council of Four and works with the Intergalactic Council of Eight. She can take you to the Council of Eight's healing chamber or channel your body's needs as she does Reiki. So hello, good afternoon, and welcome aboard. Thank you so much for being here. You're still on mute.
Okay. Thank you, Sheila, for having me and doing this conference. It's been very interesting to hear what everybody has to say and to see the synchronicities in all that what we talk about. Today, I'm going to talk about my journey from being religiously, rigidly Christian to being an intergalactic type being who has contact with this Council of Eight. So I think because I'm a Gemini, I've always had a dual existence. I started out having all the right religious sort of upbringing. I was baptized as an infant in the Methodist Church. And then at the age of 14, my sister, older than I, she introduced me to the Jesus of her understanding. And she told me that I had to now do things a certain way. So it meant leaving the Methodist Church and going to the Baptist Church. And then I was told my baptism was not significant and sufficient, so I had to be immersed. So I did that. And when I was in that church, I began to feel at the age of 16 that I was called to the ministry. So I went forward during this altar call, and I was told, oh, no, no, no. Women cannot be ministers. You can be a missionary, you can be a pastor's wife, but you cannot be a minister. Okay. So moving ahead in my spiritual journey, in 1976, I was by that time married, and my husband was going to seminary to become a minister. So they allowed me, because I was now allowed to be a Disciples of Christ licensed minister, I could take a course or two there at the seminary. So I did. So I took a class on spirituality that was taught by a Catholic sister, which was very foreign to all of my Baptist upbringing. But she did something unique. She taught us to journal and to meditate. And that process for me began an inward journey of connecting with my higher self and my guides that I'd always had, but I didn't know who they were. And these are guides I still communicate with today. But that was the beginning of me deviating from my rigid religious practices. So I could explore the interpretations of things that happened to me from my own perspective, instead of a male minister telling me what I could and could not believe, and not having guilt anymore, and not fearing that I was going to go to hell because some male figure on a throne was going to sentence me there because I didn't do things just right. So you take that religious path, and then the Gemini alternate path was, as an infant, I'd always had contact with what I called as God, but I also saw fairies playing on my rug. I interacted with them, and I had this friend. I called him Robbie. He looks like a gray, but I called him Casper the Friendly Ghost because that's what was common at that time. And he helped me through all the times that I was sick. I now know I was sick because I didn't really fit in this human body, but he'd play with me, he'd talk with me. And when I got ready to go to kindergarten, he said, I cannot go with you. And I said, why not, Robbie? You've been with me for all this time. He says, no, I can't go with you because your teacher wouldn't understand. And I said, well, why would she not understand? And he said, because she can't see me. Oh. And he said, your friends would make fun of you. I said, okay. I understood that because my Granny Mildred saw spirits, had connection with people, little Martians, and they called my granny crazy. So I didn't want to be called crazy. So if I ever mentioned anything, I was considered, you're being like your granny. You don't want people to talk about you. So I squelched it. but I knew that there was something there, but I didn't know what to do with it. And so Robbie said, I got to go. And I cried, and he left. That was when I was 5. When I was 8, we moved to a haunted house that used to be a doctor's office. And I would see dead people, and I would hear and feel things going bump in the night. And there was this particular figure that lived in my wardrobe in my bedroom. And I would tell my parents, I can't go upstairs alone. There's something up there. No, it's your imagination. Please, please, please go with me. They'd take me up there. They'd do my prayers with me. They tuck me in, and I put my head under the covers because I was scared to death. And I finally got brave, and I said to this Native American chief that lived in my wardrobe, why are you here? I'm here to guide you. I didn't know what that meant. I said, you scare me. Go away. So he said, I will, but I will come back at a certain point in time. I just said, go away, go away. So he did. Going back to my religious path, once I had that conversion experience at 14, I became obsessive going to church. Every time the doors opened, there I was, thinking that doing that was going to make a guarantee for me to get into heaven. So I planned after graduation to go to Philadelphia College of the Bible, because that's where I could go to study to be a missionary. But I couldn't go because my parents couldn't afford the tuition. So I instead enrolled in the local community college in Lansing, Michigan. I was following my alternate path, not doing what I wanted, feeling I was out of God's favor, but it didn't feel like it was my fault. And then October 1969, 3 a.m. in the morning, I woke up to this figure at the end of my bed. Well, I figured it was an angel because I was religious. And the figure said, go to Rochester, New York. I said, no, I'm in college. I don't want to go to Rochester, New York. There's a person there I don't want to see. It just said, go to Rochester, New York, and disappeared. So in 48 hours, I closed out my bank account. I moved to Rochester, New York. And 4 months later, I met my future husband. And looking back, I can see how all these events were really guides directing me in the right path. Well, I got married to this guy after 7.5 weeks, not too bright, but I wasn't very bright at that time. I was rigidly religious, feeling God called me to do this because he was going to go into ministry. So I thought I could ride along. But the marriage was not very healthy, and neither was my health. 10 years after we were married, in July of 1980, I was stung by 4 bees, and I started to leave my body. I could see my body, and my kids were crying in the backseat, Mommy, don't leave us, don't die. And fortunately, they were able to save me. So I came back into my body, and I was okay for a while. But February 26th of 1991, I had surgery to tack up my bladder. And during that surgery, my body rose up off the gurney, and I went to the tunnel, the traditional tunnel, and there I met my son I miscarried, that I'd never held in my hands, never had the comfort of feeling him. And he met me, says, yes, Mom, it's me, Mitchell. I am the age I would have been had I lived. And I was so enthralled. I was hugging him. I was talking to him. I just can't believe this. And he says, Mom, you want to go meet the others? I just can't believe, Mitchell, I can see you. I can talk to you. He says, Mom, do you want to go meet the others? What others? He said, come on, I'll show you. So he put me into this little blue rowboat. He stood up paddling at the front of the boat. We went across this short body of water. When we got over there were people I recognized. Granny Mildred was there. Alan, the boy that died from a head injury. Judy, the girl that died from a car accident. And there was Robbie. There was a figure at the end of my bed, and there was the Native American chief. And I couldn't understand all of this. And because I had a glimpse of that back in 1980, I said, oh, do I get to stay now? And they said, no, but let us tell you what's going to happen. So they showed me God as energy. It's like electricity. And they showed me how all that energy, that electricity went through all of us. And that whatever one of us did affected the whole. And then my guides talked to me telepathically and said, we brought you here because we had to remind you of something you agreed to do in this incarnation. I said, okay. So they said, there's 2 tasks that you must do when you go back. I got to go back? Yes, you have to go back. Okay, what? And they said, number 1, you have to love the unlovable till they can love yourself. And that includes your mom. What? My mom? She doesn't love me. She doesn't know how. That's right. You have to teach her. Okay, what else? Well, you're not going to understand this until you go back and you will see it. But clients who come to you will be directed to you. It is a gift we're sending to you, and your job is to open that present and to bring the good to the outside. I said, okay. And they said, now we're going to show you the things that are going to happen in your life, but you won't remember them until they happen. I said, okay. So they showed me all the things and they said, now it's time for you to go back. Okay. I was back in my body. And when I got back, I was different. I was a minister at this point in time, and I couldn't preach right. I couldn't do the scriptures the way that I'd been taught. I couldn't explain things. All I knew, I was different. And when I went to church, I told my husband, church is dead. He said, what are you talking about? I said, it's archaic. It doesn't fit. It's not what really happens. And so gradually I began to walk away from what I had been trained to do. And when before I left to come back into my body, when they showed me what was going to happen, they said, we will help you. And I said, well, how will you help me? We'll guide you, just like the Indian chief said. And I said, well, how am I going to recognize you? How will I know? And they said like this. They showed me Robbie, the Native American chief, and the spirit at the end of my bed, like this. Okay. Okay. So I remembered that part when I came back. But church and everything was different. I couldn't explain to people how I was different. They would look at me like, you're not the same person you were. I go, I know, I'm better. The religiously rigid community did not see it that way. They thought I needed to have healing done on me by an expert, somebody who could exercise whatever was attached to me. But I continued on my path. I started being involved in spiritual events instead of religious events. Well, 6 months after my NDE, while I was sleeping, my guides took me to the place where people go when they transition. Catholics call it purgatory, but it's just a transition place. And people are like zombies. They don't know they're out of their body. And I got to walk through them. And my guide said to me, we want to take you to a higher plane. Would you like to go? They said, but if you say yes, you can't go back to what you were. And I said, it's got to be better than what I got. Yes, I'll go. So I took the leap. And when I came back into my body, I was different. I woke up and my husband laying beside me. What's wrong with you? I said, well, I just had a dream. Well, tell me all about it. I said, I can't. They told me not to. Well, he is and was a very intimidating, emotionally abusive husband who said, God damn it, you will tell me. And I said, okay, because I was afraid what would happen if I didn't. So that decision to not follow what they told me cost me 18 years of delayed spiritual enlightenment. But I finally got the courage in 2009 to divorce him because I got colon cancer. So to me, the colon cancer was a gift. It wasn't anything bad. It was something good. It redirected what I needed to work on. So fast forward from 2009 to March of 2015. I'm at my daughter's apartment in Florida. I'm sleeping on the bottom bunk. My youngest grandson is above me. He's about 4 years old at this point in time. And we get abducted. A bright light comes and takes us. He's petrified, but I'm holding him and I'm telling him, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Grandma's here. You're fine. He doesn't remember it now, but he did at that time. And after that event, I called MUFON and made a report. And then they connected me with Denise Stoner and Kathleen Martin, who are UFO investigators. I met them in April of 2016 in Orlando. And they said to me, we want you to come to the conference in August. And I said, okay. I signed up to be a MUFON referral source for people who, as a therapist, for people who've had experiences to help them process it. And I began that work. And then when I went to the conference in August, I was sitting down at lunch and this man came over to our table and he said, do you mind if I sit here? I said, no, that's fine. And it was Kevin Briggs. Kevin Briggs, who has had contact with the Council of Eight since he was 8 years old. So he came in and he sat there and he said, I was told to come to this conference and I would like to ask for your help for me to tell the world that the council exists and that they want to help the planet. And I said, okay. So Kathleen, Denise, and I started meeting with Kevin once a month over the course of 2 years. When we would meet, we would take the temperature in the room, we would have meters to measure what was going on, and he would channel different members of the council. The council's made up of Ort, who's an Arcturian educator, Dee, who's Ort's wife, Arna, who's a blue avian, Orla, who's a tall white, Targ, a tall gray, Zart, spelled with a J, is a Zeta and lean scientist, and he's very comical. He likes to play tricks. He takes my jewelry, and sometimes he'll give it back, and sometimes he won't. And then Chica, who's a tall mantis, very serious and wise. Ra, R-A-H, who's in the 9th dimension, Anunnaki watcher, and the leader of the council, and Shiva, spelled S-H-E-E-V-A. She's a 9th dimensional being who oversees the council on the right side of Ra, but she's not incarnate. So Shiva, who's supposedly not incarnate, showed up in my bedroom one night. And she looks like a 7-foot-tall female figure with an iridescent blue gown on, and her wings are like bird feathers. And she calls me her daughter. She says that I agreed to come to Earth in this incarnation to facilitate people becoming conscious and realizing that we're all one, and what one does affects the whole. She tells me she's not a goddess, but she's closer to the creator, and she's not an angel. She gave me a specific task that I've been working on now for about 5 years. I am to take people on craft to a healing chamber. There's a process that I go through with people to do this. And when I do this, people can validate, anybody who's on this can validate those who have had a healing experience. They can feel a shift in their body. Since I've connected with the council and I've had these experiences, my consciousness and my frequency has elevated. Since my near-death experience, I can connect with loved ones who've transitioned. And my connection to the council and Shiva is more alive than any human connection that I have. Since my connection with the council, I got Reiki training and became attuned. And since that time, I'm able to channel when I'm working on a client. Some information will come through me. It's not me speaking it, but it comes through my voice, telling them what's wrong, telling them what supplements they need, telling them what to ask their doctor about, what tests to get. And it's very enlightening and invigorating for me to do that work. One of the present tasks I'm working on is Jimmy Blanchett. He came up with a method using walkie-talkies so that he could communicate with aliens. So I started using walkie-talkies and I have had phenomenal success. Sometimes they'll do binaural beats. Sometimes it's like Morse code, and sometimes they actually speak through it. So anybody that knows Morse code, let me know. You can find my information when I put it in the chat box. So you can maybe listen to the recordings and tell me what they mean, because Jimmy said he didn't know. In August, I'm going to go to New Brunswick and we're going to do some recording out there with equipment and do a CE5 experience and see if we can get some more delineation on what's going on. So I hope that next time I get to talk to you, I will get to tell you more about that experience. I have been taking a course in remote viewing, healing, and influencing. I started it back in January with Chris Harmon, who's a MUFON investigator. And since taking those courses, my contact with beings has increased and my remote viewing has become more accurate. In my daily life, I'm a holistic psychotherapist and I work with all kinds of clients. And I do allow them, like they told me to do, to choose me. When I list on my bio who I am and what I do, some people are scared off and don't want to make an appointment. Some people come in going, I read your bio, I want to know more. And so I work with them as they choose to work with me. Since all this has happened to me, my church attendance has dwindled to almost nothing. When I hear the scriptures and the music, I hear it in a whole new way. I now follow Paul Wallace, who is an Anglican theologian who's done extensive research on the creation stories. And as one of our speakers talked about, we were founded by ETs, and he talks about how all that began. So one of the things they had me do was to build a round house. You can go to my Facebook page and you'll see the round house they told me to build, and I'm hoping they'll come because I built it. As a result of all that we're doing, Kathleen Martin and I are creating a survey that I'm going to put in the chat box for you to answer our survey, even if you haven't had experience. And once we get all of the results, we're going to take those statistical information, put them into a book that will talk about how, if you've had religious experience and then ET or craft experience, how that's altered your belief system and practices. So if you want to contact me to go into the healing chamber, my email, I'll put it in the chat box, is drmelaniebarton@gmail.com. I'm on the Conscious Awakening Network, or you can go to my website, which is the drmelanieshow.com. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you so much for bringing all that incredible information. That is absolutely fantastic. So you heard it, folks. If you're interested, check out what she's getting ready to pop into the chat, and also check out Dr. Melanie on the Dr. Melanie channel on the Conscious Awakening Network. So again, thank you so much for being here with us today. Now we have another speaker coming up, Ms. Laurie Wheeler. Hello, Laurie. How are you?
Hey, good to see you, Sheila. I'm doing fabulous.
Great. All right, folks, this rock star works as an alchemical transformation, and she's receiving and transmitting advanced knowledge about our biology and spiritual DNA in order to identify, heal, and transmute to our authentic self. She has a program on the Conscious Awakening Network. Her channel is called Gateway of Discovery with Laurie Wheeler. And Laurie, we're excited to have you today, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Oh, thanks, Sheila. Thanks. It's super awesome to be here today and bring this information. I've been working on some things, but first I'm just going to tell you just a smidge about myself. I'm an alchemical transformation practitioner, and I've come to understand over many, many years. I started this out when I was 5 years old, channeling, but it's evolved, obviously, as many people do. And I've come to understand I'm really here just in the simplicity of receiving, transmitting, and translating frequencies. So one aspect of how I work is in psychometry, and this is the ability to either put my hands on something or my hands close to something and just receive the whole history and the communication from that energy. So I have ability to touch or feel or experience a lot of different types of energies and hear just like conversation. I just hear it like we're having a conversation. So this started out when I was about 34 years ago. I lived in New York State, and I lived on or built a house on native burial ground. And so that was a whole opening in itself. But we also had toxic water, which made us sick. I lost my memory. So that opened up my capabilities because I had no choice but to learn to trust my intuition. So that's where all of this information started to flow from. But I had an experience on the land. There was a special tree that was involved in ceremonies, which I wasn't familiar with. It asked me to come back and visit, and I leaned up against the tree and I bilocated. I had never done that before, didn't even know what it was. But what that is remaining, in your here and now, and then you're in another place simultaneous. So you're very aware of both places. So what that helped me do was come into spirits helping me. I could clear the land. I helped them cross over. I began my journey of my capabilities, and it started from there. So I've worked with a lot of different interdimensionals, and I see and work with the field of DNA, and I disengage and recalibrate the coding. So the last few years, I've been working with Dr. Glenn Rain, who is a quantum biologist and a research scientist. And he's a very well-published man. He hangs with amazing scientists, I'll say. And we are working on, as we are existing in our humanity with electromagnetic frequencies, we are surrounded by it. We are of it. So we're working on, I work on transmitting energy from different beings, and then he puts it into his equipment, the measurements in that, and we come up with the information. And so I transmit the energy, and we're testing what and how electrical energy, as we are EMF, electrical energies affect DNA. And this is DNA that's pure DNA. It's not any particular one person. Everything's been extracted, so it's pure. And we're quantifying this. And what that means is proving it. And he's publishing it in his scientific journals. So we're testing numerous different energies, and a couple of the energies you'll be familiar with. One of them is Mary Magdalene, whom I work with, and the Arcturian commander Ashtar, and another grouping, consciousness, emissaries of light, one of which names itself Megalithic-On. I call it Mega for short. And it's been my go-to for some years now. One of the particulars that we tested also was a piece of a spaceship from Trenton. That's not Trenton, New Jersey. That's Trenton, which I believe is in another galaxy. And we spoke of how, or the energy spoke to me as I hold this particular piece. It speaks to me about how it interacts intuitively, the ship itself, with the actual beings that propel the ship or work up on the ship. And this has been told to me before through the codes that I work with also. So it's kind of interesting. There's a lot of validation in this concept of intuitively working with equipment, whether it be a spaceship or whatever else that one is working with. So as I mentioned, I work with these, and I'd love to talk more about this particular spaceship, but I'm just going to say one thing about it. When it's moving and in a different state, it's also in a different format. But when it made its way to Earth, it then crystallized. And so I have a piece of that crystal that someone gave to me, asked me to read for them, because I get a lot of this asking, and to deliver whatever information would come. And so I've done that. So, but I want to get on with these codes also that I work with, because these are just some of the most amazing energy I've really been able to witness and be a part of. And I've worked with many, many different things. So, but to date, I would say this really just kind of puts it out in left field for me. So these codes, they're written, they look like a bunch of squiggles. There's no rhyme or reason to the way they look or anything. Some people think they kind of look maybe like they have a little musical note in them, but you can't really look at them, because it's not about what you look at visually. It's about the light and the information that's transmitted in the light to whoever is working with them. And so they have chosen to work with me to transmit to me. And this is what they say. One of the things they say: We are intricate. We as humanity, we are multifaceted of one. And we are multi-beings simultaneously, like a kaleidoscope. And I love that idea because I know what a kaleidoscope is like when you look in it. If you look at it in just one way and then you move it ever so slightly, shift it just a bit, it changes, right? This is what they're saying. So you begin to see different images. And then after moving it, it becomes different. And so we see it in many aspects. And that's exactly what they were explaining to me about the intricacies of what we are as spirit and soul. Okay. And so these codes that I work with, they read like a book. You have to kind of start from beginning to end, but it's interesting. It's almost like a book. You think you're reading it from this point to this point, but it's really not. It's more about, you have to understand the first point to understand the middle point to understand the end point. That's what they really transmit like. And they don't take you to something that you're not going to really be ready to understand. So they are given so that humanity can navigate. It's for us. They have been given to us. And they were actually, they were written by 5 different star beings that come from different systems. So the Lyran, Arcturian, Pleiadian, Andromedan, and Sirian. And this is interesting because there was a time when I was in Arkansas and in what's called Sacred Valley, Peace Valley. And I had stayed there a few days, and it was very apparent to me that there were many that came from a particular starship that came down to Earth in this particular area. And they what I call hubbed there. They came together and would work on the Earth with those that were coming there and such. And then again, this opportunity with these codes validates this, that they're written by these beings. And so sometimes they each show up individually, but it's more about the collective of all of them and what they've put together for mankind. So we have, and I want to show you something, but I see that Sheila left. I want to put up the orbs. So when I was transmitting this energy, what happened was, so the scientist, Glenn Rain, who I was working with, Dr. Glenn Rain, he was working on something else at another part of the room. And I was over here in the other part, and I'm working, my eyes closed. I'm in another place, transmitting into the DNA. He's in this other area working on his computer. Suddenly, all of the information on his computer went down and his screen turned pink, and these orbs started to pulse. And I would love to put it up on the screen. Can we do that? I have never done this before, but I did find it on my computer. So I'm hoping we can do this. There we go. Is it up or no? Okay, I'm not sure if it's going to work.
Go ahead and hit your screen share button at the bottom.
Okay, my screen share.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. And then let's see, where do we go from there? Share?
You're going to share your screen.
Okay.
There you go. And now you're going to choose the, is it the little video clip?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Choose the clip.
So that's coming out of my chakras, but layers. Oh, there we go.
I hear it, but we don't see it. All I see is your computer screen.
Okay.
There you go.
Is it up?
Yes.
Okay, let's put it on again because I just want you to see the pulsation. It's a very short clip because it took us so out of left field, like we were not expecting this at all. And I didn't even see it. So thankfully, Glenn just had the wherewithal to grab his phone and just catch a really short clips of it. Okay. Chakras, but layers. Layers, I think. Each one having to do with a specific. Okay, and that's all I got. So yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, pretty cool. So this is so I asked, well, so what I did was I went back in to listen to what the orbs were saying, because I wanted to know, right? What are the orbs? What are they communicating, right? And so they said, this is their words or their information they give to me. This is physical evidence letting us know they exist and that they are present in that very moment, and we are connected and hearing them, and that we've tuned into the right frequency, and this coded light emanates the truth, and it connects the dormant strands of DNA to awaken for a person to know what they need to know and experience their origins. So, and I'll tell you a little bit in a few minutes about what some people are saying that they're experiencing. I will tell you, I was working with a light worker not too long ago, and this is remotely. She's laying on her table in her place, and I'm transmitting. And this is up on the channel on CAN, right? It's one of the videos. And she says that she was vibrating so much she nearly fell off her table. She said there was so much energy coming into her system. She had never experienced anything like it before. They're just the most incredible energy I've ever read or been with. They take people, every single person they take to a different place, unique to them, what exactly it is that they need. So I want to just talk a little bit more about the codes. Okay, so the first test we did was just with the codes itself. Like, in other words, they were written on a piece of paper. So we took the vial of DNA, put it on the piece of paper, put it in the sun for an hour, left it alone, didn't touch, didn't do anything. And when we took it back and Glenn checked it on his equipment, there was really not much of a change from prior of the DNA to actually after. And what we have figured out through all of this is that everything really needs to be activated. Activation means engaged with. And so that was the information prior. Then the second aspect that we tested was when I activated it, and that means just to engage with it, the transmission of electrical energy. Now we're EMF, electrical magnetic, right? So coming in and out of us, we're like antenna. So we're receiving and working with electrical energy, right? The transmission of this energy was raised up to 142%. It's literally off the charts for his understanding of what he's been working on in all these years of working with crystals and healers and everything. These codes just come in at such a high amount of energy that transmits into us. So the most recent aspect that I've been working on with them, and there's a whole lot more coming out, and every time I sit with them, it's incredible information that comes through. I was taken to another timeline of when I lived in Sirius, and I'm amphibious, and I just will tell you, we're mer people, mermaid, mermen, but not the beautiful ones that we depict, right? It's more of a scaly, fishy looking type of amphibious being, right? So, you know, nice to pretend, but it wasn't exactly that imagery. So in this particular timeline, I'm with 3 other partners, and we're working very closely together on advanced healing and repair of biological structure and spiritual DNA. to advance the species and access, identify, and transmute us. And so one of the aspects was, at the moment, was about biological repair. So what they explained to me, and they gave me imagery also, so I could see myself in the water. The planet is water, and so all of life was in the water. And they showed me, like, as if I had, say I had some type of an accident or something in my arm, in my shoulder, right? And I had maybe wounded myself or something. They told me that what happens biologically on this planet in this timeline, there's a lot of different pieces to this. So I'm going to explain, but there's no exactness yet. We're still working with this. So part of it is a bit like stem cell repair, where it repairs and renews itself, but it's not exactly like that. Okay. It's using a type of fluorescent particles, which is in their blood. It's creating a constant self-renewal in their blood, and it's also in their water. So we know there are existing creatures right now in our world, in our waters, that are fluorescent. How they work is it's like jellyfish and other creatures. They convert one light to another through electricity, and it kind of ebb and flows in this patterning. And what happens is when these jellyfish that are in our world or other sea creatures all come together, they fluoresce and emit and radiate all together. It's sort of like a co-happening. It's cohesion. And so this is a part of what they were talking about to me. Also, I understand that there's protein in our blood, which is an amino acid residue, and that also can be sometimes highly fluorescent. So there's this fluorescent understanding that has a lot to do with renewal and cell regeneration. So just opening up these codes, bringing them and transmitting them to people. I'll say that some people have said they fully drop into awareness. They recall and feel other experiences with great clarity, focus on new energies, reconnect with those who are really in their guidance. They understand why they're drawn to certain things that they are in the here and now. They find out what their souls are here to do, where they're coming from, where their origination is, or part of their soul parts, and where they're to go to next. So, okay. I got it all in.
That is, not only is that a mouthful, that is like some amazing information that you're sharing with us. Please repeat where people can find you other than on the Conscious Awakening Network. And please visit her channel at the Gateway of Discovery with Laurie Wheeler. I mean, this information is amazing, Laurie. So go ahead and tell them where else they can find you.
And as we research more and I get more information, I will be putting more videos up, because this is not for me to hold. This is for everybody, for mankind. So I just want to be clear about that. You can find me at wellnesswithin.net. I also have a spiritual tour coming up in Egypt, and we're going to spend 11/11 in the King's Chamber. So it's retreat coming up too. You can get that info there also. Thanks so much, Sheila, for the opportunity to share.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your being here.
Thank
Whew,
you.
boy, that was a lot of great info.
Thanks.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Hello, Miss Brittany. How are you? Oh, you are on mute. Okay, there you. Hi. Hey, welcome, welcome.
I'm
So-
so excited.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here. So Brittany is also on our channel. She has the Brittany Renee Experience. You can also find her on our YouTube channel, and she is just rocking it. And as a transcendental catalyst and a matrix disruptor, catalyzing radical shifts in consciousness, Brittany is disrupting limiting patterns to reignite the flame of authenticity, allowing individuals to embody their most fully expressed purpose and purpose-driven human experience. And we are so glad to have you part of the network. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it right over to you. So thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be with everyone. I've been popping in and out, just watching some of this, and I have not been able to be fully here, but the speakers that I've seen so far have been incredible. So thank you. So I would love to piggyback on what many, many others have already been speaking about. So I am an Arcturian soul myself. I work deeply in Akashic records. I work with a lot of timeline adjustments as well as codes and light language. So many of you have now heard all of these terms up until this point. So I love that I've kind of been slotted in this space. What I really wanted to speak to today, this has been since I started my journey of awakening and consciousness. My message has been, you are not crazy. You are here on mission. So act like it. And I really want to talk to the humanness and this human experience that we are all a part of right now, even though we are deeply connected to the ether, to the astrals, to the galactics, to our star families. There has been a journey that I have started embarking on, and it has been crazier than anything I've done so far. And also now I'm witnessing so many others are on their own journey and path with the codes that are coming through the planet right now. So actually on 11/11, I just heard the prior speaker speaking about 11/11. This past 11/11, I hosted an event in New York City, and I shared this journey that I started embarking on around codes. And I wanted to share some of that with you today. Spirit really dropped in and said, there are many beings who are going to be on this call who are going to need to hear the journey you're on, because they are starting to doubt that they are also called to some of these journeys. And so I really want to bring permission slips that each and every one of us has a mission here. And even if you're like, there's no way, I'm just on my couch, I'm not doing anything, all of us have a mission. And it's very important for us to remember why we came here. And I think there's been so much remembrance sparked. So I'm excited to bring another layer of that remembrance in. So I went to the British Virgin Islands back in April of last year. And I found this place that it found me. This was very much a spirit-led trip. And as soon as I got there, my consciousness was brought to these mountaintops that were coming up out of the water. And I had no idea geographically kind of where we were in that moment. And I kept hearing, you need to go up to one of these peaks. So, most of the mountain is beneath the water. So these are just the tops of them. So we went over and had hiked up, and there was this huge rock with a big blue X mark on it in the middle of this island. I'm like, what is this doing here? X marks the spot, right? And I hear, stand on it. So I get up and stand on this little piece of rock, and I hear, look left and look right. So I'm looking over and I see these other little peaks, and I hear, these are the Atlantean ping points that you came here to activate. I do a lot of grid work. I get into a lot of places and spaces, and I get called to reset and recode and retemplate grids, which are cities, sometimes houses, sometimes specific areas. So the way that this place found me was very spirit driven and spirit led. At that point, I'm like, I don't know what an Atlantean ping point even is, what that means. Like, I need some help here. And so I went right back into the space that we were staying in, started channeling, like writing crazily sigils, numbers, codes, words, all of this light language that I've never spoken before was actually coming out in writing. And it was a beautiful experience that I had never experienced up until that point, to that degree of intensity. And this was the beginning of a ride that I didn't even know I was stepping onto. During that trip, I was going to be curating the next retreat that I was going to be doing. And I'm like, we're going to Sedona. And Spirit's like, no, you're going to New York on 11/11. So everything started pouring out for this New York event. Now, I get to New York on 11/11, and as soon as I touch down in the city, I hear there is also an unlock, and you're supposed to be pulling the ping points that we unlocked from the Atlantean points down near the British Virgin Islands, which if you look on the map where we were pretty much at what would have been one of the opening gateways into Atlantis, so we think. We needed to pull the light codes from down there up to New York. So almost if you imagine this sphere of light coming up over the top. And so at the time I was like, all right, let's go. Phase 2, pulling up all of this light from down in the islands up into the city. And it was pulled into a very specific space. And this space was in the financial district. And this was where I got another piece of this puzzle around the wealth code that is shifting and happening on the planet right now. So many of you have been hearing other speakers talk about codes and the incredible things that they can do in our bodies, in our energy, and our belief systems. The other piece is that when we work with these codes in a way of pulling them in to be a program in our minds, because our minds are like computers, they're an operating system. When we reprogram our mind with certain codes, we will activate that experience into our human experience. So the wealth code is what started to be very clearly presented while I was doing this work in New York City. I leaned a little deeper in, and I speak deeply with Arcturian teams as well as Palladians, as well as Council of Light. They're kind of my go-to beings. And as we're sitting there through this wealth code, they started showing many of us obviously have been here before. Many of us have tried to come and raise the awareness and the consciousness multiple times. And I kept hearing, this is a piece that is going to flip in the human experience in a very drastic way, the financial system. On top of that, there is going to be a level of consciousness that is also going to flip simultaneously. So we are witnessing this right now, right? We're all feeling all of the different things that are moving and changing and ascending in this ascension arc that we are in. However, this wealth code is something that has been now very deeply my mission in these last few months. After New York City, the next stop was Florida, and there are other ping points now going into Europe, which I'm going to be doing some grid working retreats and bringing people in, because the beautiful thing about this code is that this is a code that once we get all of the pieces that I'm here to gather, it's supposed to be delivered and shared worldwide, globally. And also the beautiful thing about this code, which I've never experienced with any other code, is that it actually needs more than one person working it and doing it. So I have collected many codes by myself in a sovereign space. However, this code rises, moves, and alchemizes more into fabricated reality and more into the feeling of the code with other people. So the beautiful thing is now this is where I'm going to start partnering in with retreats for people who feel called to do grid work, to do code work, to feel this deeper, to come and actually be a part of this wealth code that has been bringing me here, there, and everywhere. And it's been such an exciting space. One of the pieces that I really want in this story for you to understand is that there are many of you that are here that are also getting called to do things that might seem odd or different, or why would I go there? Why would I do that? And I wanted to share this is that when you lean into full surrender, that you are a star being, a galactic being here having a human experience during a time of the greatest awakening that this planet has yet to really have in a very long time, each of us has a point that we are supposed to be assisting and elevating. So if you are getting called to a certain grid point, city, state, if there is some training that's calling to you, I really, really am hoping today that today is where you take that action point to say, I'm going to go figure out what that is. Why do I need to work with that person? Why do I need to go to that grid? And be open more to understanding that we all house magic and connection that is quite literally out of this world. And as much as we can sit and be together virtually and be really honing in on our consciousness, our minds and this human experience also needs tending. The human experience very much also is here to be explored. And so many of you are very aware and active in the spiritual realm. And part of my bridge and my mission is to bring all that beautiful ether into the human experience and make it fun and make it blend together and melt together in this beautiful experience that we get to have here. The codes that are available on the planet right now are, I mean, they feel infinite, to be honest. They feel like whatever kind of code you want to pick up, you just start to ask for it and it will be delivered in one way, shape, or form. The way that the codes are being activated is through each of our light bodies and our channels. I work a lot with my clients and with my membership around activating the codes that are already in our light body. Each of us has a light body, and each of us in that light body has coding systems to basically show where we've been past lifetimes. This is what we can get in and read when we get into the records or into field work. And the beautiful thing is that many of us have codes that just aren't illuminated yet. It's like they're waiting for the light switch to be turned on. And that is what we do together. So the other piece I would really love to invite everyone into is, please do not do this alone. Being here is a huge step. Being a part of this community is incredible, but it is time for us to be more in person, to get out of just being in hermit mode, because we are needed. Those of you who are here today, we are needed so deeply right now on the planet to be together, to be communing together, to be activating together. The beautiful things that are happening now is that so many of us are connecting into the coding systems, to the Atlantis timelines that are trying to come back online and rework, because we came here to do it and get it right this time. Many of you who have been here before know we have tried multiple times to come and adjust this planet into the proper frequency, and it's just been a little too dense. We have so many of us on the planet at this time that this is the time that we get it right. And many of us know we've already moved through the timelines, and now we're coming back in time to continue to move forward in the proper ways. But this is a call from me, and I know many of the other speakers on the panel probably would agree with this. We are all here to be in mission. We're here to be in work. And this is beautiful to be studying with each other, but we really are being called into tribe. I'm Native American in this human experience. My grandfather and great-grandfather are the chiefs of the Assiniboine tribe, so I'm of the chief lineage. And I know that I chose this incarnation and this bloodline for a reason, because there is so much connection back into the roots of that very earth-grounded elemental consciousness that we're being called into. The beautiful thing about these devices that we have, right, where we can connect with each other, is that we can do things like we're doing today. However, we need to remember to blend and not forget the human experience, the physical connection with people, and what that can activate within ourselves and within each other. The other piece that I really wanted to bring online today is that there are many Lemurian and Atlantean lifetimes that are coming into remembrance. And I've heard a couple of the other speakers kind of touching on this. And I think that this is beautiful. And it's so exciting for me to hear others speaking on this. Many beings who were a part of the lifetime right before the fall of Atlantis, many of us are here and finding each other to lock in these codes that are connected to this wealth code that started a little bit prior to Atlantis. Atlantis had technologies that we all know are going to be coming back online in an even more elevated way. And many of you that feel called have a heart and a hand in this, bigger than you might realize. So I really invite you to lean in if you feel called to more abundance. And yes, this is financial, but this is also mental, emotional, spiritual, relationship abundance. This is about having the life that we have been yearning for. Part of the new earth that I am here to help usher in, that I'm calling many of you up that resonate, is that we are here to create this new earth, and it isn't going to just fall from the sky. We have come down from the ethers physically into bodies to ground this earth here, to elevate the frequency and to create the new earth. And we do that through this work that we're getting called, that we're channeling, that's coming through us, but we do this together. So I really would love to lean in deeper with questions for you actually today. Is, where am I not showing up that I feel called to show up? I would love for you to lean in deeper on that for yourself. What community would I love to be a part of? What does that feel like? What does it look like? Where is that community? Is it virtually? Is it in person? Is it both? And if money were not an object, if we took the money off the table, what do I want? What would make me happy? What would I completely lose track of time? Time is an illusion, right? It's not even real, but where would I lose track of time? How do I get there? That's the biggest piece. And I really would love for you guys to lean into that and ask yourself these questions, because it's time. I just posted a video the other day and I said, it's time. It's time for us to step in. It's time for the leaders to step up even higher. It is time for us to take the responsibility that us as these ascended souls, these ascended masters, these beings of light, it is time for us to step up into why we came here. And there's so much support behind it. This Conscious Awakening Network has been a beautiful, beautiful bridge for many, many people. And I know that this is going to continue to grow. And I really, really would love to hear what your dream is. What is your piece of new earth? Because this is how we build this new earth together, is by being very conscious and having a very intentional mindset and working towards that in your human experience. I think I may be hitting time. Where are we at on time? Oh, you're on mute.
We have just a couple more minutes, but what I'd like to do is if you would go ahead and repeat again, like how people can get a hold of you. And I love the idea that you're talking about with this wealth code and all the work you're doing. So that's phenomenal. But for everybody out there, if they want to contact you, ask these questions, or maybe even provide the answers to the questions you just posed to them, how can they do so?
Of course, I would love to hear from any and all of you. So you can obviously find me on the network. You can also find me at which is THEE, BrittanyRenee.com. I am on Facebook, Instagram, on TikTok. If you find me on TikTok, I'm that babe B. And there's all kinds of channels and downloads on all of the spaces. I have a community membership as well that the first month is always free on me to come in and try out the vibe. I do hot seat coaching, we do movement and embodiment, and it's deeply around elevation together as a tribe. So I would love to see you guys and hear from you. And you can always email me, b@thebrittanyrenee.com.
Oh, awesome. Brittany, thank you so much for being here with us today. I really appreciate you bringing your light.
Thank you so much. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, another dynamic little speaker there. So please be sure to check her out. You can go to the consciousawakeningnetwork.org, check her out on YouTube. She's given you her contact information, so please be sure to reach out because Brittany is a wealth of knowledge. All right, next we have Miss Nori Love. Hey, Nori, how are you?
Oh, I'm so happy to be here, Sheila. Thank you.
Oh, it's great to have you.
Thank you.
So let me tell you guys a little bit about Nori. Nori is a life doula. She is a coach and a healer. She assists with birthing new beginnings from life challenges, and she brings to the relationship her experience as an RN, a healer, a double certified law of attraction coach, as well as a hypnotherapist to create the unique codes that open you to your highest health, happiness, and vibration. Nori is the co-host on Broadcast Team Alpha. You can find them on YouTube, on the Conscious Awakening Network, and her co-host is Aage Nost. And they have a new and exciting change that's coming up in July. So please be sure to hang out and check that out. So you can find them on the Conscious Awakening Network, as I said, and Nori is here on mission as a vibrational cord for those who are seeking harmonic alignment. So Nori, thank you so much for being here, and I can't wait to hear what you have to share with everyone.
Thank you. Hi, fam. It's so good to be here. You know, I told this story with Sheila several months ago. And prior to that, I had told it a couple of years ago, and I immediately pulled the story. And then I told it one other time and didn't feel comfortable. But Aage Nost sent me a video of a rear admiral who disclosed that there are extraterrestrial bases and compounds beneath the water. And that was the combination code that opened up my combination lock and gave me the freedom to finally step into the truth of what I experienced. So I love our topic today. You know, spirituality meets ufology. You know, the intersection of spirituality and ET life is rich. You know, and there are various topics and numerous fields like religion and philosophy and psychology and science fiction all talks about this. And these domains intersect in areas like the ancient astronaut theory, UFO religions like the Raelians, parapsychism, consciousness studies, New Age beliefs, of course, theological speculation, psychological archetypes. You know, Carl Jung thought that UFOs were a myth that represented the collective consciousness and the process of spiritual longing. So, you know, there's so many ways to think about it. But another way that it's been discussed is through contactees experiences. And I'm going to talk to you about my experience today. My experience happened at a point in my life when I was at the peak of my spirituality. I had a rough entry into the planet. You know, I was adopted. There was a lot of chaos, a lot of trauma. But by the time that I was 16, I found my way into a really deep and expansive spiritual walk. I was meditating. I was eating a certain kind of diet that was really clean. I had a certain vibration. Of course, I did not have this language back then. And I was an extreme anomaly, you know, growing up in New York and being that way. You know, we didn't do that back then. So I'm telling you this for a reason. And it also helps me to begin to understand a little bit of why did they even pick me? You know, why did they even pick me? So my vibration, I would say,
Whoops. Okay, I think that Nori has frozen. Hopefully she will pop out and pop back on. But Nori has a phenomenal story that she is preparing to share with us. So I'm going to just try to reach out to her on the phone and see if I can get her. Of course, she's probably got it on mute, but I'm going to try anyway. And let's see what happens. I'll go ahead. Yep, there she goes. She popped off. Okay, so we'll just wait for just a moment to see if she pops back on. But what I want to do is to take, let me get down to where she would be on here. So what I want to do is really challenge you guys to go back and to rewatch this. Now, somebody asked in the chat if you would be able to get a copy. Absolutely. So we will be sending a copy of this out to everyone because there's so much information. And the fact of the matter is, we have a lot of people who couldn't make it for the entire time, and they've been popping in and popping out. So let's see. I think I've got Nori back. Nope, not yet. Okay. So as I was saying, a matter of fact is people have been popping in, people have been popping out. So we want everyone to be able to drop down into the richness that has been here today. I want to go ahead and honestly take this opportunity. I'm going to open up real quick. If you want to raise your hands, if you have something that has really spoken to you today, I want to give you just like 30 seconds each if you want to go ahead and to share something. So go ahead and hit the reactions button down at the bottom. Raise your hand. Okay. Kel, go ahead. Share your thoughts real quick. Just really quick.
I have to just say the walk-in gentleman was amazing, and I have to thank him so much for sharing. That was awesome. Thanks so much.
Beautiful. That's Ken Lloyd. So be sure to check him
Yeah.
out. Ken is actually, he is very, very magical. So thanks so much for your comments. Okay, Beth, let's bring you up. Hi, Beth.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, great. I thought the light codes are great. I would love to get more resources on them. If anyone has any photos or any recordings that they can provide, that would be amazing.
Okay, great. So we'll have everyone to drop all that information right in the chat if you can. And Brittany, if you have more information about those codes, that would be amazing. I want to scan real quick to see if I can find Nori. Are you on here, Nori? Yes, she is. Woohoo! Okay, Nori, come on back up. I'm promoting you to panelist. So thanks for your comments. Okay, Nori, are you coming up?
I went time traveling or something.
There you go. I knew it was something magical.
Wow. Wow, amazing. So I lived in this little neighborhood that we just got streetlights, and it was one way in down to the beach, one way out. And then down at the beach, it was the Great South Bay in New York on Long Island. And there was a big expanse of water, and across the expanse, there was a body of land, a beach, and then the Atlantic Ocean was right on the other side. So I was 16. I had just gotten my driver's permit, and I was just having a normal day, and I was alerted by this sound. And it was a sound that I had never heard before, had no idea what it was, but it was so compelling. It wasn't scary, it was compelling. It was almost as if it was magnetic. So I grabbed my keys and I jumped in the car, and I noticed that other people were being alerted by the frequency, not everybody, but just certain people. And it was a very strange time. I drove the wrong way up a one-way street because it was imperative that I get to the water fast. I parked my car on somebody's lawn who I didn't even know, and everybody that was being compelled by this frequency, which later I realized I did not hear, but I felt, we all silently walked to the beach. We lined up along the water's edge. I was in the front row, and at that moment, I had no idea what other people were doing. I completely lost track of what was going on and that there were even other people. But across the water, way across the bay, I mean, it's huge. I could see sparkles of light under the water, and like in a nanosecond, this craft emerged from the water, and it was oblong shaped with like a glass dome. Maybe it wasn't glass, it was some kind of material. And the top opened, and this being began to get out. And as soon as he stepped out, I knew him. And it seemed to take forever for him to get out because he was so tall. And when he got out, the water was no longer wet. He wasn't walking in water. I have no idea how that even happens, but it was like a reuniting. It was love. I knew him. I remembered him, but I didn't remember him. It was magical. It was, I just can't even describe the feeling. And I wanted to go with him. So I walked on the water that wasn't wet. And I don't remember stepping into the craft, But when I had recognition of being in the craft, he was sitting behind me with his legs extended, and I could rest my back like against his chest. The glass dome covered, and I was totally ensconced in the frequency of love. If there is a greater frequency of love, well, then that's what it was. It was beyond bliss. It was beyond, it was like universal cosmic ecstasy. Everything was so perfect. Everything was so at peace and beautiful. And I just don't really even remember much more of that, except I have a foggy memory of arriving beneath the sea and the structures. I just have a foggy memory of the structures. And then the next thing that I remember, I don't remember going in. I don't remember being examined. I don't remember a lot of the other experiences that people had, but I kind of didn't want to go back, because my next recollection was we're heading back to where we met. And of course, in a nanosecond, we ended back up on the beach, and I stepped out and I stood where I stood when it first began, as everybody else did. And there was another frequency that almost felt like it was being sprayed over us. And I thought, oh, I'm not going to be able to remember this. And I said to myself, I want to remember. The next thing I know, everybody just turns around. Nobody spoke to each other. And I found my car, and people walked the street back to their house, and nobody ever talked about it again. When I got home, I grabbed my journal and I wrote down pieces of what I could remember. And after that, my life was really different. I mean, I knew by the time I was 16 that I had a gift of healing. Animals would come to me, people would come to me. But after that, it was amplified. And my gifts and my awareness and my sense of being able to connect with people silently, telepathically, was just, it was delightful. When I realized that I had that, I had that in my life. And of course, that was the beginning of my path as a healer. And I've used it, in many various situations, of course, as a nurse for 30 years, but behind traditional nursing, I was a healer in the closet. When I would walk down the street lights, which we had just gotten, would blink on and off, and sometimes they'd blow out. It didn't happen with any of my friends, but it always happened with me. And that made me go, did that really happen? Because at this point, I was thinking it was a dream. I was thinking it was an absolute dream. Mysteriously, my journal disappeared, never to be found again. So I just kind of put it, right? Thank you, Jenny. So I just kind of put it on the shelf. When I was in hypnotherapy class, I had to have a session with one of my classmates, and he took me through a session. And when I came out of the session, I came out with these words: I am the mother of the children that I do not have. And I was thinking, what the heck does that mean, Nori? I mean, that's a little crazy. Then I said, maybe it's my patients, because I would sometimes treat my patients like family, as a nurse. So I put that aside, and we have a mastermind session every Sunday where we create, right? We create the things that we want to see on the planet. We envision, we feel the feelings, we go into a meditative state. And when I was doing the meditation, and I know that I did ask to channel at another point in my life, but I just kind of, put that on the shelf as well. But this day during the meditation, I had my head down, and for whatever reason, I said to everybody, including myself, And if you feel any pressure in the back of your neck, just go ahead and open the door. And as soon as I did, in he comes. And his name is Alchemedes, and he is from Pleiades. And I believe that is who came to get me on the ship. And that day, in front of at least 30 people, he gave me the names of my 3 children that I have off planet. And that's where the I am the mother of the children I never had finally came together. And I didn't know what to think of it. I'm a trance channel, so I had to go back and watch the recording. But after I watched it, I literally cried for 3 days, because I knew that it was real, and I knew that that was such a blessed experience. So where does spirituality and ET or ufology meet? I'm not really sure, but I want to show you this. My godmother is 87, and I'm actually in the process of helping her cross over even at this moment. She's a Christian mystic, and she has lots of icons, but let me see, can you see this icon? This is a statue of Jesus.
Wow.
And if this does not look like Alchemedes, who came to get me that day, I don't know what to make of it. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
Isn't
That is awesome.
So my big takeaway though about spirituality and God, and whether God is from Pleiades, whether Jesus was from Pleiades, or whether extraterrestrials created us, the thing that I know that is true is that the more that we are in alignment with who we came to be and with who we believe source energy is, the more these mystical experiences happen, the more opens up and unfolds for us. And that's when we get more answers. And that's when we stay more connected. And that's when our gifts come online. So thanks, Sheila.
Wow. Thank you so much, Nori. And thank you for, being brave to share this story. And hopefully it will give other people out there, just like Elsa this morning, give people that extra push to help them to find their voice and to share their stories, because that is so beautiful. And I loved it when they were talking about the children. And so, now you're a hybrid mother. So you are a hybrid mother. And so that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
You. And wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be amazing if all of those other people that were on the beach can recover their memories too? I'm waiting for that to happen. So
absolutely. And who knows, by sharing this story, they may find you. So speaking of finding you, how can people get in contact with you?
People can find me, of course, at Broadcast Team Alpha. Tuesday night, right now, we're going to be making some cool changes. You can also find me at norilove.com. There's a contact page. Of course, I'm all over Facebook. You can find me there as well. And I would love to have a conversation with anybody and everybody. So thank you.
Well, beautiful. Well, thank you. And thank you for being part of the Conscious Awakening Network.
Thank you, Sheila.
Appreciate it.
Much love.
Much love to you. All right. That is an amazing story. So we've got another amazing story coming up, another amazing man coming up here. I want to go ahead and add this spotlight too. We have Dr. Jyun Shimizu, and he is a best-selling author. I'm sure I've blundered your name. I always have. I've known Jyun for years. I just love this man, and he is a best-selling author and a speaker who really understands the human optimization from the perspective of how ancient wisdoms and modern science can meet with technologies based on quantum science. And he is an integrative medicine doctor. He's a conscious entrepreneur and a researcher. And as I said, he is a longtime friend. So welcome, welcome, welcome. I cannot wait to hear what you have to share with us.
Thanks so much for inviting me, and thanks so much for everybody to let me share what through my experience, through the knowledge that I acquired in the last almost over 50 years. So.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, so today I like to talk about the spiritual awakening. So the theme is the spirituality meets ufology. I love every aspect of this conscious awakening network, what we offer. So part of my contribution is that how this natural process of evolution through this health and well-being, how this took place. And it's just going to take you to the journey of a little bit about how the human consciousness evolved. And then bring into this modern science, how can I see the world, how can consciousness keep expanding for the future of our health and wellness. So let me share this screen with you. And here, okay. There we are. Are you able to see the screen? Good. All right. So here's integrated conscious health. I love consciousness is really the way that we start talking about this subject, how we view our world, how we view ourselves. So let's go to the journey of this first. Now, as a human, that's as far as the ancient science, they're going back to human emerged in this earth is about 2 to 5 million years ago. But as a consciousness really emerged into as a human form of the human beings that using techniques, tools to help ourselves and help ourselves to thrive was around about 50,000 years ago. As you see the picture, we use all this ritual based on different the background of different regions. In Chinese ancient medicine or Egyptians, many people, we use a different type of a modality to connect ourselves. And in Asian culture, we had more those spiritual rituals to connect to the divine. And we have a closer and more intimate relationship between our physical body and those spiritual body. So it was so beautiful. But then we really didn't know so-called the modern science at the time, how this food, what kind of nutrition is in that food, vitamins, minerals, and fat and proteins. They had no idea because we didn't have the level of the technology or the awareness. But now, so as human evolved and as consciousness evolved, we came into this picture of this modern science about this took place of 1600s. And this concept of Newtonian physics, we call classical mechanics, played a significant roles in the modern science. It is so-called still in Western model, Western medical model, current model. It is very materialistic model, and it is the cause and effect base. And they love to gather, as we know, gather the data, numbers, analyze. And when we gather those information, it's just energetic part of it is not in the conscious is not involved. Or many those modern science was not putting the information as emotional aspect, psychological aspect. Those things is not taken into consideration of the data gathering. So because of the classic mechanic of this Newtonian physics is a very macro objective, very deterministic, and it's just they love to predict. Predictability is the key for them. And it's a very, very dense, heavy, it's all matters. So now it's just beautiful things emerges over 100 years ago. Here's a term called the quantum science. Probably many people heard about this name, quantum science. So this quantum mechanics describes those microscopic particle, like in the atoms, and then within the atoms, there's many different little teeny subatomic particle. We don't know this behavior, how this electron, the photons, how they move things around. So in a quantum mechanical view is that it is the probability. And it's just a wave and particle like a form, because there's a potentiality exists like a wave. But when we focus on one aspect of it, there's a one reality happens. But when you step back and then going back to the wave of potentiality, now when you focus on different area, now new reality will emerges. So it's just this beauty of a way to look at it is that this probabilistic and it's just precise prediction is not possible through the quantum science. So this type of consciousness evolved as we advance this technology and science. So I like you to be able to look at this model. And this is, to me, the really intrigued this information. When I went to the quantum university and when I did research about how this consciousness, plays roles into this model of health and wellness and healing and spirituality. So this look at the two different diagrams, one diagram here, then the left side, the right side. So the classical model on the right side, we see as a pyramid. It's very dense at the bottom. It's a physical body. Yeah. And when the physical body, what we eat, what we become, very Newtonian models, right? We talk about that, very heavy and dense. But as the body cannot go more than now, we eat, okay, but still we need to have its heating, it's not happening. When we start tapping into that, what next level we start looking into it in a modern society is the energetic part of the body. Oh, maybe there's something more than the physical energy. And then we know that, oh, energy, the emotions are connecting. Oh, all right, well, then, but I got stuck with certain emotions. So when this stuckness or block of emotion happens, well, that's what the mental projection, the mental create a part of this emotional blockage. But who's observing this our mental perception, how we perceive it as the mind? That's the term called a consciousness. So the consciousness becomes the mediator between the bliss body, which is on top, which is our higher self, a creator, the spiritual body, and that's where the energy of our being out there. Then consciousness observing as a human experience. So when we look at the model, classical view, look at it as that from upward causation, from the physical body going upwards. So now, new way to look at the view, which we evolved ourselves through the quantum science, called the quantum model. We look at it from the top bottom. We go downward causation. When we look at it from the top, who we are as a soul, as a spiritual being, looking down as a physical manifestation. And this is my favorite quote, and probably many people heard about his name. His name is this pronunciation is a little bit challenging, French pronunciation, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. He's the 1900, he's a French priest and a paleontologist. And he quoted these terms: we are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual being having a human experience. That's exactly, this is a very profound statement that always resonates with me. It's almost reminding me that we are so much more than our physical body in everyday lives. And just to sit with this statement for a moment, it becomes the very self-evidence that this is who we are. We are not here to being as a human experience, a human being, with already our spiritual being having this human type of experience. So from this perspective, kind of makes sense that a previous slide that I showed you, looking at the spiritual body, looking at the physical world, how we manifest ourselves. So when I like to share with you the second principle of this quantum science, this is where getting excited about for me when I talk about this quantum science. As you see this picture, there are famous physicist, Albert Einstein. That's his quote was the spooky action at a distance. What does that mean? So last year, there's 3 physicists got the Nobel Prize based on the quantum entanglement theory. They proved again after 100 years later. So anything that has exact identical, very small subatomic particle like photons, electrons, when you separate it over 100 miles, then you can be as long as you can separate that. But when you stimulate the one particle other one behave at the same time. There's no delay, means that there's no space and times involved. So that was the breakthrough, the science, and Einstein's principle, going against Einstein's principle at the time. But later on, he admit, that's why he said spooky action at a distance. But he later on, he said, okay, I guess that this is a new theory. I will accept the theory. So fast forward, so this theory over the last 100 years has been applied in many different areas of the health and healing. And as a matter of fact, there's one of the projects by this CIA and actually US Army Intelligence Program, Project Stargate. Well, this project was in the 1970s that one person was in the US, I think on the Pentagon, and the other person was in Russia. And they used this phenomena. They went to the meditative state and they connect their consciousness, means by their frequency. And they're able to communicate through their mind and able to see what other person's seeing for the other side. And that has been proven by the project, and it has been demonstrated many, many, many times. So what really tells you this phenomena based on the principle of a quantum entanglement, when we connect with a very specific frequency, we're able to communicate through our mind, through the consciousness, or maybe through the photons, which is light we are all connected with. So this is where that conscious evolution keep happening. Our consciousness keep expanding. We become so more aware that those frequency, those modalities are available now that we can use by training ourselves. And here we go. So principle of this idea of quantum entanglement, this man, world famous man, he made impactful changes in the 1920s. Nikola Tesla, he quoted that as well. So if you want to find the secret of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Right. So this what tells us is that our consciousness evolved. And if we don't tune into the frequency vibration, it's difficult for us more and more because we are so expanding and we're not dense material. We are energy being already. So we have to tap into, we have to utilize that awareness. And how can I utilize that for the health and wellness? And in my practice, what I see is that when we tune into between two persons, like between as a doctor and clients and patients, when our frequency resonates and many new potentiality emerges. We call it spontaneous healing or quantum healing happens. So because we are dialed into the very specific frequency. So just kind of give you an example of a radio station, right? When you have an 1150 channel, if you dial into 1155, you don't hear their sound or the music. But when you dial into the very specific frequency, all of a sudden you hear the word, you hear the music, you hear messages. So this is, to me, I like to kind of share, I would like to challenge with everybody that more we advance yourself, more we create awareness around us, because the Earth is expanding, our galaxy is expanding as energy being. So when we tap into this very specific frequency, that's my quote, when we tap into that field of information, means that all the vast of a frequency that exists, Earth, galaxy, cosmos, you can name it, right? And then when we tap in it, there's a key to unlock the infinite potentialities, which means, and when we speak of the ufology, so when we are consciously already advanced, many individuals already advancing, while we pick up the information frequency from the different galactic level, different being communicating with you, one thing I'd like you to think about it, because maybe unconsciously, you're already advanced so much that you're dialed into the frequency, you're picking up the frequency, you're unconsciously communicating from the extra being out there. So this, to me, that our conscious advancement keep happening, evolving, and we must tap into this unlimited potential through our frequency, vibration, and energy. That's what, to me, that's a quantum science. And this is what I'd like to share everybody, that healing occurs, many molecular miracle occurs because we are unconsciously tap into this frequency. And then when you become the frequency, they become aware, that's not going to become miracle, because the things going to happen because we know it's the facts, because the science now is proved that that frequency exists. Because you dive into the frequency, here's the result. To me, it's very exciting. It's an exciting future, and I like to invite you to tap in more and more and advance yourself. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That is absolutely amazing. And I love how you have been able to tie, because a lot of what we talk about today has abstract information associated with it. And so your presentation has helped to utilize that quantum field and to sort of bring everything together. So I appreciate that. And the fact, I guess, guys, as we continue to elevate in our vibration, the nutrition that we put in our body is going to be very, very important. So thank you so much. Now, how can people get a hold of you?
Yes. It's my Dr. Jyun. My name is the month of June. A little different spelling. Mine is Jyun. So the one word, Dr. Jyun. There's no period. drjyun.com. And then they can come to my website, of course. And I have a social media, Instagram, and Facebook as well. So anywhere, see, because it's a quantum field, you tap into the frequency, you can find me. Because it's about the business, right? When we you and I being resonated, we have our dial was so matching, so together. So to me, every experience happened because we are so letting open idea, we're welcoming the new experience. When we do that, we have vast frequencies wide open. And then means the radio station, basically we're broadcasting the frequency ourselves, and we'll pick up the signal. So you attract those particular beings.
Yes. Now, do you want to tell people how they can find your book and a little bit about it real quick?
Oh, yes. So my book, you can go to Amazon.com and you can type Miracle of Healing. That's Wake Up of Miracle of Healing. So there's about 40 doctors and practitioners and healers talk about their personal miracle experience or their clients and patients. They share their all miracle healing. So I'm in one of the chapter doctors that I share my miracle healing through my personal experience. Help my mother, that I dial into her body conversation, what was going on. And we happened to find out that she was not dying because the doctor wanted to go into an amazing amount of surgery to take her life out. So when we have a conversation with the body through the frequency, we'll get the information out of the body through the language.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for being here and taking time this afternoon. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. And thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Well, we are moving right along here this afternoon, and we have another beacon of light getting ready to pop on right there. Joan of Angels in the house. Okay, Joan. Now, Joan is a beacon of divine light and a transformative healer. She's awakening the highest potential within every soul she touches, and her extraordinary energy and profound wisdom is simply rocking this world. So she catalyzes global shifts and elevates the collective consciousness to unprecedented heights. So, Joan, I know you're at another conference and you stepping in to be here with us. So welcome.
Oh my God, already I feel the energy of whatever's going on. And I want the same background everyone else had. I don't know how.
I think if you put none on, if you go to your
because I had none on when I first hopped on, but let's see. No.
I don't know what happened, but
oh, there it is. Okay, it was another option. All right, here I am, guys. I am in the galaxy with everyone. I am so happy to see you guys. I have you for a long time, it feels like, and I'm just sending so much love to all of you, and I'm grateful to be here. See a lot of old friends. So guys, yes, I am Joan of Angels. My mission this life is to help you and help raise the frequency here on the planet to that energy of light and love, to that energy of well-being, of new frequencies, so that you can do the work that you came in here to do. And so we align your body, mind, and spirit so you can be the best that you can be. And what does that all mean? Well, listen, we all came down here for a reason. We volunteered, and it doesn't matter what planet you came from, what galaxy you came from, or if you came from the heavenly realms, all right, where some of us came from also, or maybe a combination of all of that. What matters is that before you got down here, you were trained, you were taught, you were shown, you wouldn't have even have been allowed here if Spirit didn't know that you'd be able to accomplish what you came here to do. So first of all, I want you to all give yourselves a big hand, because we're from wherever you came from, we're all here now on the planet, working with our higher frequency vibration, and yet still walking around in the 3D body. Now, these 3D bodies are a little bit more complicated because they are human, but we learn how to manage our energy. We learn how to remember why we're here, our purpose, our mission. And when we do all that, then we can start to access all those special gifts that we came in to do our soul work. And so what is your soul? Sheila was very instrumental, and I want to actually thank her. She did a session for me a few years ago. And she really surprised me. She said, Joan, you have 33 soul aspects. She doesn't know this, but she kind of launched my new work. She said, you have 33 soul aspects, and over the next few years or months, the rest of them that have been missing are going to come back together, and you will step into your 33 aspect soul level dimension, of which I kind of had no idea what she was really talking about, except that I knew that every so often I would go through this energetic upgrade. And so she sent me, she kind of explained it to me. Thank you very much, Sheila. And I went back and I started to recall why I had forgotten who I really was. All those times I hid in the closet through trauma, or times that I was injured, or times that I gave away my power. You know, you think about it, we all came down here to be powerful. And yet the first thing we encounter are challenges. Maybe we forget, so we forget who we are. And we literally forget how powerful we really are, because we forget that they sent us down here and we have a toolkit, literally a clipboard that has all the things you're good at. So our first job in coming down here is in remembering our soul aspects. And in my case, running around and collecting them. And probably in some of your cases too, like going back in and looking, where did I give all that knowledge, wisdom, and power I had away, even from my childhood days? Because why? We come down to the planet, and not only is our memory wiped clean, big time, so you won't remember. So mission number 1 is remembering. And mission number 2 is remembering so that you can get on board with actually why you're here, which is somewhat to raise your light so you can be in that higher vibrational frequency and help lift up this planet and all of the others that are here. We're part of a collective of beings that came here to bring down our galactic wisdom, bring down our angelic wisdom, to help raise the frequency of this 3rd dimensional planet into the higher realms and the people around us. So you come down here, you have a clipboard, you can't even access it, you don't even know what's on it. You just have fragments of memories of that come through. In my case, I used to have a dream, a repetitive dream, every night that I was carrying the statue around. It was a white marble statue, and I literally carried it on my back. And I went into a regression one day and I said, well, I want to know what that was. And it turned out that I was carrying around basically my mother, and it was me being carried around by extraterrestrials. And it led me into understanding the times that I had been abducted as a child. And when I look back upon some of those abductions, I also remember things that I've read where the government has actually said that those people who've been abducted the government knows that you already have some of your gifts starting to be activated. You start to have your intuition coming online, your clairvoyance, your clairaudience, your telepathy, your ability to, just know because you know because you know. And so this access to the higher realms and this access and these memories of you that come through as an extraterrestrial being or as an angelic being, as these memories start to come on board. And maybe you work with a mentor or a guide. There's so many of them here as your teachers this weekend to teach you how to access your full and greatest potential here on the planet. But these memories start to come on board. And then you can start to pull in, like that little girl that ran into the closet and like that I was, and reframe that and start to bring on board those skills that maybe I hid, the skills of speaking the truth. Well, when you get punished for speaking on the truth, like, Mom, I'm seeing an angel over here, you learn to put a cork in it, literally a cork in your throat, in your throat chakra, or to close off your third eye. And of course, not wanting to discuss all the ways that your third eye gets turned off just because you live on a toxic planet. So we start to remember the skills that we came down here with. We start to call in all these parts of ourself, the galactic self, the angelic self, the human self, the fairy self, the mermaid self, heck, the bird self. Because not only did you come from different galaxies, but some of you carry different essence. When I first started this work, and when I was first told to paint 33 angels in 30 days, one of my roommates at the time, well, when I started to paint those angels, I was starting to see wings around people. I would start to see these energies. But in this case, my roommate's wings were very tiny and they were black. I had never actually, now I'm expecting these gorgeous iridescent wings, guys. And these wings were like tiny and kind of didn't feel right. And not only did I discover two things about him. Number one, he was actually from the dark side. Not that he knew it. Sometimes people don't know that. That's why the wings were so dark. But also he was from the insect world. He was actually an insectoid being. I had never seen one. And every time I looked at him, I could actually see him constructing like Legos. It was like Lego figures, Lego buildings, Lego universes, where the insectoid people do that. So it was very, very interesting for me to see his true nature. The guides also taught me how to teach others to feel the presence of the angels and their divine beings with them. And one of the ways they taught me was through work that I call wing fluffing. Very simple. They told me to fluff people's wings. Now, why would you want to fluff your wings? Being a kind of people like most of you are, which have, a little bit of extraterrestrial, galactic, celestial, because if you're on this show today, you're exploring, or you already know about your higher dimensional self, and that you have one. You may be here to find out more about it, but you already know that something's different about you. Well, something is different about you. You have a connection with higher beings and a memory that starts to come out. And so we start to look at what our superpowers are as they come online. As I was saying, the government knows that those people who have had contact with extraterrestrials, they track you, they track us, because they know that we know more than other people, that we have clairsentience, a gift of knowing. They know that we have that many of us have that gift of clairaudience, hearing or smelling or seeing. And when we have that, then we can see beyond, we can see the divine, and we can also see the truth about the programming that many are subject to while you're here. You can also see the truth about who you are. Now, your soul is with you through all your lifetimes. It's not like you change bodies, but you don't change your soul. So your soul has the reservoir of memories of all your lifetimes, this life, past life, future lives, all your timelines, all the galaxies you've been on, and I suppose the celestial realms you've been on also. There's a soul memory of what you came here to do and all those gifts you have. It's a matter of starting to access them. So I began to do some very special work. So after Sheila worked with me, I just love seeing her face on the screen while I'm talking. But as she began to work with me and I traveled around the world, I literally was gathering up memories of being in Egypt. So when I was in Egypt, the memories of Hathor, the memories of the pharaohs, the initiations we went through, the memories of, there's a beautiful, one of my art pieces is an Egyptian pyramid with an amethyst capstone. And I literally remembered being in this capstone going from Atlantis as it was drowning and coming to Egypt. And we know that the Egyptians were not of this earth. They were extraterrestrial beings that came down here to bring their energy down here and to connect, to bring in their people. And so we know that we not only have we been visited here, but that we've been seated by them. One of the most profound things I saw in the Luxor Temple, which I had a chance to go to twice, the Luxor Temple is filled with these statues that are 30 feet high. And I had a vision before I went there, and I found myself in Ra. I actually found myself in Ra, and then I was face to face with him when he was one of these statues in Luxor. But in the meditation, I became Ra, and I was inside of Ra, and my feet, the roots from my feet went down into his feet, and the crown, my antenna went up through his crown, and I was connected to Ra, and I could feel this energy, like as if he was a machine being turned on. Well, some of those beings are in suspended animation. I truly believe that some of those statues that we saw were advanced beings, galactical beings from wherever they came from, whichever planetary galaxy they came, but they were frozen in time. They were suspended in a state. And when I was meditating with him, I was turning him on. Not physically or sexually, but I was turning him on. His engine was starting to wake up. And I had a sense of how so many of us now, as we connect to these gods and as we connect to these beings, we are also awakening them. We're awakening the giants here. We're awakening these other beings that came down here. Now, looking at the hieroglyphs, our guide, who is now a guide for Gaia TV, also 50% of his time, he was translating them for us. And you walk in there and you see a being here, and he's attached by a tube to, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 beings, humans. They were humans, you could see. So he's not human. He has a tube feeding into a whole group of humanity that were lying down being tube fed. And as Muhammad was explaining to us, they were being cloned. It's the best way to put it. They were being cloned. Humanity was being cloned because why? They needed slaves. And unfortunately for us, we taste good. I mean, yes, it's good to know we taste good, sure, but we tasted good to them, and they were cloning us as not only slaves, but as food for them. So when we tune into some of those old times, it was just sort of stunning to really get confirmation of the cloning, of the fact that many of us have extraterrestrial DNA and hybrid DNA who are a product of those energies. And all is different, and that we have the ability now to work with those ancient gods and beings to activate them and to gain some of their strength and some of their power. Because as I was in this meditation, I looked down at my feet and I could see humans 30 feet below that looked like grasshoppers. We looked like grasshoppers to them. And so that was quite profound and quite interesting to walk around these beings, walk around these statues. And many of them look very extraterrestrial. So we definitely have that galactic energies. So I'm going to share my screen and show you a little bit about the work that I now do. And this has been kind of a culmination over the last few years. We can activate our galactic self or our angelic self or all of those self through soul essence work, calling in the different soul aspects like Sheila did with me, and also in being able to see them visually. That's the most stunning thing. So I began to do this work. I had a lot of requests for portraits, for soul portraits. And so I tuned into what that means. So, and for years I've been doing what I call soul essence readings. So what's a soul essence reading? It's basically identifying those soul qualities that you've had this life, past life, future lives, this timeline, all timelines, or accessing information from other lifetimes and other dimensions. And I was in Greece last summer. I was showing my art, selling it at the Stargate event on the island of Kos, and this woman comes up to me, and I have a painting that shows a temple from long ago. Now, I don't always know where my images come from. It's not like I get a sign. I have to intuit it or guess it. And this woman comes up to me, and she doesn't speak English, so she has a translator. She says, Joan, and she was Polish or some other language. And she started telling me, she said, I know you, Joan. You and I were initiates at this temple that was at the 15th dimensional frequency. And she started rattling off some other galaxies. And so the work, most of my art has remnants of mystical landscapes, is what I would call, remnants of divine beings, remnants of galactic beings, of which many of you are a part of. If you're here on the planet, I had a chance last year to do a soul essence portrait for Elizabeth April. I don't know if you recognize her in this, and I do have permission to share this. Her decoding her different soul aspects were quite powerful, and I showed a video to her after, but it really expanded her consciousness. So when we do our first session is so I get information about you and I can go and tune into what it is. One of the images that I had for her was her on this galactical motorcycle, flying around the galaxy, just like she does, raising light, challenging people, lifting them up, and seeing different soul aspects, not just this life, but other lifetimes. And when we see that, when we begin to see who we are, we can't pretend that we're less than. Because one of the problems on the planet is that there's remaining in the light, remaining powerful, remembering who you are is something that we need to continue to do. You just don't remember and then slip back into forgetfulness, is waking up. And when you see this, so she has a video, I think I put it on my YouTube, where she did a testimonial about how powerful she feels when she looks at this painting that sits right across from her desk. She can never forget her true essence. And I think that's the most important thing. And I am actually not clairvoyant, so I don't see, but I do see it in my consciousness when I feel these other fragments. So an expansion of consciousness happens when you start to bring those pieces of your soul back together again and reintegrate. And these works of art can do that, can help you do that, the work that goes through it. And this is a sample of a few that I've done this past year. You see, oh yeah, there she is on her motorcycle. She looks so cute, And these are some of the clients that I've worked. This is a wonderful guy who really, it turns out he's an angelic warrior. And that's one of his soul essences. And we have over here, I don't know if you can see it. Let's move it to center. Some of the ancient realms. This woman okay, I hate it when my memory goes blank, starts with a Nubian. She was a Nubian goddess, and some of that came forward. This is a woman that had to work with me several months as we began to recall some of the pieces of her empress self. So the question is, who are you? And the benefits of these portraits are amazing. Self-confidence and mastery. When you see how powerful you are, like this woman on the right, when you see that you've had these lifetimes in Egypt and you have this immense power, and here you are walking around pretending to yourself that you don't have self-worth. Well, look at this. You can't really forget. And the energy in the art can raise your frequency. I'm at a conference here. All I'm doing is muscle testing people and showing them how we can lift up your energy. So I know I'm running into my overtime. A lot of the work has to do with portals, mystical landscapes, extraterrestrial, other kinds of beings, elementals, animals, all of those who really reveal that soul essence work. So a little bit more, I'm just going to skip to here. If you really love what I do, if you want to step into your purpose, your power, shine your brilliance, just remember that now is your time. And I do these readings that can help you. I do these portraits that can help remind you. And that is what I do here now, that I've been integrated into my 33rd aspect.
Beautiful.
With my dear friend Sheila.
Well, yay. Well, congratulations. You did a lot of great work there. And Joan, I love your new vision of who you are. So that's absolutely beautiful. And I appreciate your sharing all of your information with people. And Joan will be having a new show on the Conscious Awakening Network. And so stay tuned for that. So Joan, thank you so much. I know that you're at another conference, and we really do appreciate you coming to be with us here today. Check Joan out on YouTube, on all the social media platforms, the Conscious Awakening Network. Just type in Joan of Angels, and she'll pop right up. So thank you,
I'm
Joan.
the only Joan of Angels on the planet. Okay?
That's right. That's right.
All right. I love you all. Have a
Thank
blessed,
you.
beautiful day.
Thank you, Joan. We appreciate
Thanks for having me.
Ah. That was absolutely phenomenal. So now we have Mr. Shaun that's going to be joining us. And, you know, I love the fact that you're following Joan of Angels, because Shaun Lether has had multiple near-death experiences, spiritual transformative experiences. He leads the Hawaiian Ions group and several other STE experiencer groups. And he's going to be discussing with us today the intersection and the common after effects of near-death experiences, UFO experiences, and interdimensional communication. So Shaun, welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute, my friend.
Got it. Thank you so much, Sheila. I am so honored to be here. And thank you, Joan, for that beautiful, inspirational talk. So yeah, I am Shaun Lether, and I lead Hawaiian Ions, which stands for International Association for Near-Death Studies. I host speaker events and sharing groups, and also coach other experiencers and help them integrate all their experiences into this world, which for many of us is very challenging. And I'll share a little bit about my experiences as well. I also have a channel on the Conscious Awakening Network called Near-Death Experiences and Spiritual Awakenings with Shaun Lether. So you can go there and you can check out a lot of great end-of-year interviews that we have done. Near-death experiences, UFO experiences, and interdimensional communication can forever change the experiencer in ways so dramatic that full integration can take decades or more, if full integration is even possible. I myself don't know if I will ever fully integrate. I'm going to share with you a few, very brief overview of all of the experiences that I've had, or some of the major ones. And if you're interested in going deeper, there is a great interview that Sheila and I did on the CAN YouTube channel. So I also want to discuss some of the ways in which near-death experiences, UFO experiences, and interdimensional communication can forever change the experiencer in ways so dramatic that it changes everything about us. And the connection that we experiencers share is so important in validating each other. So before I go on to that, I'm going to share a little bit about me and some of my experiences. In 2003, while I was traveling to Hawaii, I had an abdominal hernia strangulate, which caused a near-death experience. Because I had necrotic intestines and I was really infected, they had to keep my stomach open for 6 months. So I couldn't fly or do much of anything. So I never left Hawaii. I never went back to my house in California. And instead, I started a spiritual journey of ego death, mystical experiences, and receiving messages from interdimensional beings. Most of the messages that I got at that early time were telling me to get ready. They were telling me to get ready and showing me that I was going to lose everything that mattered to me in this material world. I oftentimes did not listen to the voice. I have been very stubborn through a lot of my life, but now I'm finally listening. So most of the messages that were telling me to get ready and I was going to lose everything all came through. By the fall of 2015, I had lost everything of the material world, including my mother that I was so close with. Well, I was struggling financially. Everything that I used to be in flow, I was the opposite. I was struggling with how can I go home for her funeral. She appeared to me within 24 hours of dying and told me, you don't need to go. Instead, she showed me this beautiful garden with these tall pine-looking trees, which I thought was odd because I'm in Hawaii. And she showed me this garden and she was sitting on a log and she said, that's where I'll be. Come find me there. Well, it took a year and I had a sister visiting and we were hiking and we were looking for different places to hike. And this park caught my attention that I'd never been to. So as we're heading up to this park, I started getting, to me, which felt like vertigo. I started getting dizzier and dizzier as we approached this park. And when I say park, it's like a nature reserve. Well, as we got to the nature reserve and we parked, I got out of the car. I immediately tripped and did a face plant on the ground. I had completely lost my bearings. Once I got my bearings together, we started to walk. And my sister was on the right-hand side of me and in front of me. I was on the left. And as I look over to the left, there's my mom on the log that she had shown me she would be a year ago. And of course, I lost it. And my sister already knew that I was having these experiences with my mother, but still to see me having the experience was a little traumatic for her. So without going too much more into that, starting with her, I started experiencing many other beings that had been here in a body before, and many that had not been in a body on this earth. They were from other planets, and some that were actually from different dimensions. So I started totally opening up because of my mother. And one of the things that I kept asking her and asking them, why now? And with her, it was to be the mother she couldn't be when she was alive. None of them told me what I was about to experience. So in 2017, I started getting really sick, sicker than I'd ever been. And I've always had asthma issues and lung issues, and used to live in Santa Barbara and really got very much into herbs and all kinds of alternate healing, but nothing was working. And I was dying. And that's when I heard the same voice that had told me to get ready said, stop hurting yourself. And what that meant was because of everything that had been going on and my trauma and whatever, I was addicted to nicotine. If you guys know what Copenhagen snuff was, I could not get off of that. I addicted since I was 16 in Salt Lake City. And I used alcohol. And both of them, I now realize, was ways to regulate my ability to receive messages and also not wanting to hear what a lot of the messages had to say. But anyway, the voice said, stop hurting yourself. From that day on, I stopped doing those two things, never did it again. By December 2018, I was in the ICU on life support. I won't go into all of the amazing experiences that I had, but I'm going to share one, and that was my nephew, who had died of cystic fibrosis about 7 years before. As they were getting ready to take me off of the life support, they didn't know if I was going to sink or swim, if I could breathe or not. And so as they were taking me off life support, my nephew appeared at the end of the bed, above the bed, and he puffed out his chest like foghorn leghorn, if you've seen that commercial. And as the tube was coming out, he puffed up his chest, showing me to do it. And as the tube's coming out, he's puffing up his chest. I'm trying to puff up mine. And as the tube comes out, he's showing me how to breathe, but he breathed into me and I was able to breathe. I wasn't able to sustain the oxygen, but I could breathe. And so I spent another couple of months in the hospital until I could actually breathe on my own. But while I was in the hospital, I experienced so many amazing things. People, angels, past family members who had passed, but also beings that actually could inhabit bodies, as well as beings from other dimensions. Once I got out of the rehab hospital, that was my new reality. I was communicating with so many different entities. Like I said, some had incarnated, some in a body before, some not, and my mother, and there were so many of them that I just referred to them as the gang. So I spent 2 years with what they call a spiritual emergency. I didn't know what was going on because I didn't know any of this stuff. All I knew is that I was communicating mostly with spirits from the other side, and I was living at least half my life in other dimensions. I was here physically, but not the rest of me. One of the people that I encountered during this experience who was able to go into human form, it was absolutely amazing. I was at a sharing group for people who had had terminal illnesses. And all of a sudden, this guy who everyone else would assume is homeless, skin problems, there's about 18 of us in this, sitting around this table. All of a sudden, he's communicating with me. And I literally, I'm like, what are you communicating with me? And it was so amazing because he was telepathically communicating with me. And then I communicated back to him, are you doing what I think you're doing? And as he's talking to all the other people, he's like, yeah, I am. So I had to meet this guy. I then spent the day walking around with him around town. And I often look back and think of, you know, when we see homeless people talking to themselves, I wonder if I looked that way. But to me, he was real. And this guy told me stuff that only God knows. And I know. And he actually told me also that I would be leading these big sharing groups one day. So as I was having all these experiences, I started to realize my life is forever changed. I'm never going to go back to who I used to be. Nothing about my old life even appeals to me. And I was trying to integrate with the Hare Krishnas and going to a Buddhist temple here and doing Vipassana. and doing spiritual book studies that I love, of course, in Miracles and so forth. But none of them were helping me integrate. It was literally, I needed to talk to people who'd experienced what I had experienced. But most people kept it kind of quiet. So I finally started a little near-death SDE sharing group here. And it was so validating to be with people who could relate, where we all felt a little crazy talking to non-experiencers. We all felt like we couldn't tell our family or we couldn't tell the people in our church, but finally we had found this community where we could share our experiences together and validate that to each other that what you're experiencing is real. So that group has become the largest IONS group in the world. We have people all over the world, thousands of members. And it's become so large basically because we accept all experiences as valid. All experiences are transformational, no matter how much the outside world may discount these experiences, they're real. And so in my groups, one of the most common things is people who have had near-death experiences as well as UFO or interdimensional experiences. And in fact, there's research that suggests that when one experiences an NDE or other spiritually transformative experiences, they're more likely to encounter more experiences as well as UFO experiences. Kenneth Ring, PhD, in his book, The Omega Project, Near-Death Experiences, UFO Encounters, and Mind at Large, studied a large group of NDEers who also had UFO encounters. And he discovered in his research what he refers to as encounter-prone personalities. So that's people that, usually because of their upbringing, that they are more open and accepting of these extraordinary experiences. And PMH Atwater just finished her book called Aliens and the Near-Death Experience, which is based, which will be published in the next few months, where she interviewed near-death experiencers who also had a UFO experience within 1 year of the NDE. And this Labor Day at the upcoming IONS conference, they'll actually be having at least 2 panels of near-death experiencers who have also had UFO experiencers. So that's going to be quite amazing. So now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about similarities. How are we doing on time?
1 minute. So how much can you get done in 1 minute?
Oh my God,
friend?
I am not a speed reader. So I'm going to do it fast. Okay. Increased spirituality. Both NDEers and UFO experiencers have increased spirituality. They're slightly different in how they view it, but the same. Shift in beliefs about life and death. Both have a reduced fear of death and a belief in life after death. Heightened sense of empathy and compassion. Both are more empathetic and compassionate. Then in intuitive and psychic abilities, both have increased intuitive and psychic abilities. Also, perceptions of time and space. NDEers often experience timelessness and a sense of being outside the normal flow, as do UFO experiencers. So most change their lives. Many NDEers, relationships don't work out, and the same with UFO experiencers, as it's hard to share what they've been experiencing. In health and healing, most of them have encountered some sort of healing. In the near-death experience, it might be attributed to God. In UFO experience, it might be attributed to their encounter or extraterrestrial technologies. There's several more, but I want to just conclude how much help is available to us from the other side, whether it's somebody who was in a body or who was never in a body or is on a planet 10,000 light years away. They are here to help. They are our elder brothers and sisters. They want to help. It's us and our limiting beliefs that are holding them back. So that's the most important thing that I can share is accept the help, talk to them. They're here for us. So thank you.
Awesome. Wow. You know, Shaun, there is so much more that I know that you can share. And I want everyone to check out all of the information he has on his CAN channel with the near-death experiences and spiritual awakenings with Shaun Lether. I want you to check that out. Check him out on the Hawaiians Islands. Do you have one place in particular that you prefer to people to reach out to you if they need to have, you know, access to a group?
Yes, yes. There's a bit.ly link that I gave you, and I can also can I put anything in the chat here or no?
Yeah, please. If you'll go ahead and just put it in the chat, that would be awesome.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you can connect with me here at bit.ly Shaun Lether, and it's got the link to the newsletters, link, you know, if you just want to get a hold of me, if you want to join our Facebook groups, everything's there.
Beautiful. Thank you, Shaun. I really appreciate it. You know,
Thank
I just
you.
love, I can talk with Shaun all day long, and we get on the phone and I'm like, okay, how much time do I have? Yeah. We just talk. So thank you so much, Shaun. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate your being
Honored
here.
to be here.
All right. So next we have up Miss Brittany. Oh, I'm sorry, Bridget Renee Holiday. Hey, Bridget, where are you? There you are. Hi. I had the wrong name that popped up there for a minute, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, that's not right. I know we've got Bridget here. I'm going to go ahead and bring you on up. All right, let's add spotlight. So for those of you who do not know this lovely face, this is Bridget Renee Holiday, and she is a starseed, a channel, a multidimensional medium, a galactic unity ambassador, and quantum hypnosis therapist, hypnotherapist, who also helps you to access your lives beyond Earth through BQH hypnosis, to anchor in codes, keys, frequencies, wisdom, knowledge, and mysteries into this life to support you, to uplift yourself, and she helps to uplift others. She also serves as an ascension contact specialist and a monitoring ascension contact specialist who monitors starseeds and who are working to help awaken and to ascend. So you can find Bridget among other places on the Conscious Awakening Network on her channel, and her channel is the Ascension Catalyst with Bridget Renee Holiday. I know you've got lots of phenomenal stuff that's going on, so I'm going to let you pick that up. I know 20 minutes isn't much time, but let's get on with it here. Woohoo!
So I'm a mentor, not a monitor.
I
was like, Sheila,
you know what?
so
It's
much.
a little late
I
and I
don't
haven't
monitor
eaten
you.
lunch, so whatever. So sorry, honey.
That was awesome. It was really funny. And yes, people, I will mentor, but I will not monitor. I'm a hands-off when it comes to our personal experiences. But yeah, I actually have a presentation, so I'm just going to hop over to that real quick. I just want to say, let me get it started. You guys are going to see stuff before we do. There we go. I think I'm here, and I'm just going to put my little glasses on so I can see. So really with this image is a perfect example of how I felt when I had my first contact experiences. I did use a little AI art generator to create this. And I love this, you know, where spirituality meets ufology connection. I've been playing on an app recently that has a lot of confused people. And if you are one of them, this will help you. And if you are not, thank you for doing the work that you do in the world. One of the reasons I am here in this moment now on this planet is to help normalize the conversations around interdimensional, extradimensional, ultradimensional, extraterrestrial beings, or as I like to call star beings, our galactic family. And one of the fastest ways to begin having contact experiences is to remove your fear, go within, find out why you're afraid. If it's stories you've heard from other people, are they true for you? Do they feel real for you? If you created beliefs around it, do a deep dive, look and see what is aligned for you and what isn't. And you will know that based on how you feel when you are speaking the information, hearing the information, looking at it, whatever. If you feel filled with anxiety and a lot of tension in your body, 9 times out of 10, that means it's not aligned for you. When I started really heavily meditating, many hours a day, every day that I could, I started having all of these beautiful remembrances of my ethereal lives and lives and expressions that didn't have bodies. And I started having consciousness traveling journeys, which is similar to astral projection. And I started those when I was a teenager, but I started having journeys to dimensional planes of existence where I actually became some of the beings that I was. Like, I stepped out of my human expression and into those expressions. I love telling those stories. We don't have time for them in 20 minutes. But what I will say is meditate if you're wanting to have experiences of any kind, and do it from a place of an open heart and in alignment with your high self and your soul. And that is the beings, with your intention being that are the beings and consciousnesses. Those are the beings and consciousnesses that you will experience yourself with. If you do have experiences that don't feel aligned, there's always ways to stop them or look at them and ask questions about why you're having them. It generally tends to be unconscious things that are sort of like what my team calls low-hanging fruit within our consciousness. So things that are below the surface of our awareness, below the light of our awareness, as I
Bridget,
like to
honey,
say.
I don't think your slideshow's working.
Oh, I'm not moving yet.
Oh, okay.
You're like ready for the next one, and I was about to go there, Sheila. You're so on point. So I titled this Multidimensional Connection because we are, as most of us know, multidimensional beings. Our soul is experiencing and expressing on so many different layers and levels. And when I first had my contact experiences, everything in me rearranged. The experiences themselves were amazing. The first one was so beautiful. The second one really brought up so much of my low-hanging fruit. For the next, consistently over the next month, I was doing a lot of inner work, and I was in a period of anxiety and fear that I had never felt before. And I could have associated and identified that experience with that being. But what I did was ask for guidance. What is this? What is happening in my world? What am I doing right now? And after some time, because my team wanted me to really deep dive without being spoon-fed everything, that's what I wanted for myself on a soul level. After some time, they finally said, you are clearing fear from you, but also from the collective. A lot of times we can assign meanings to our contact experiences because they are uncomfortable or something happens. We can assign meanings to them that aren't the truth of what they are doing in our system and with us. Now, I'm not negating anyone who is having experiences that may not feel like those experiences are aligned. And if that is you, go to my website, go to the mentoring section, and in my blog, you'll find a contract nullification and release that you can do if you feel aligned with it. Read it. It's very powerful. It was channeled through. And that will help you. But if you are like me and you're having these amazing experiences, I want to just sort of talk a little bit about my perception of what the dimensional expressions are. This is a repurposed slide. I love this one. It took me forever to get all those lines straight. So I like to repurpose it. And I like to call it galactic, cosmic, and ethereal, right? And this is not 100% across the board, you guys. Our multidimensionality, both within the dimensions and our multi-consciousness existence out beyond the dimensions, they're not linear, right? So this isn't, don't read this as, you know, this is it and there's no other way, right? But what I've experienced in a lot of my encounters with different beings and asking them and really knowing, because I have a really strong claircognizance, what dimension they're from, this is how I like to make it simple, right? So the third dimension, obviously, we're physical, mental, and emotional beings, right? We, of course, have consciousness and are energetic too, right? Which is why I say don't take what I've written up here as like, it's the only way it is, right? But what we do in the earth, you know, third dimensional earth, some of us are, of course, you know, really living from a multi-spectrum. Most of us are. Most of us that are not still living from our slumbering aspects of consciousness predominantly, we experience a lot of our dimensional expressions within this one, right? We experience the fact that we are multidimensional beings. But in the fourth dimension, it's very interesting. So fourth dimensional beings, I've come across so many over the years, even before my starseed awakening with those 2 contact experiences that led to so many more contact experiences. What I've found in the fourth dimension is it's sort of, you can think of it as a layered birthday cake, even though it's not. In the lower fourth dimension, there are a lot of beings that have been created by humans on Earth for generations and generations and generations, right? Probably the beginning of Earth, humans on Earth, rather. This version of humanity on Earth. Let me just be more specific. But there are so many mental and emotional beings. They're literally created from our mental fields and our emotional fields. When we have those huge upwellings and things like that, we as infinite creator beings, which I believe all of us to be, we create, and we create unconsciously most of the time. There are people that understand how that works and do it on purpose. And these beings range from what we would consider, I don't usually like to use these words very much anymore, lower vibration to higher vibration, right? So, but what you'll find when you start connecting with them, whether it's intentional or not, a lot of it was unintentional for me when I was younger. I was still holding a lot of trauma. You'll find that the beings in the lower fourth, they're fully formed, self-realized, have their own version of civilization. And the ones that come from the unconscious explosions of emotion, when we are not feeling our feelings in the way that we have been designed to feel, or if we've been sort of pushing it down, compartmentalizing all of that, those beings tend to need human interaction to continue their survival. And they know that. So what they'll do is they'll sort of send you like a tinge of a feeling or a tinge of a thought. And if you run with it, then you're generating extra energy and they are siphoning it, right? So those beings, the fastest way to shut it down is clear your fields regularly, your mental and emotional fields, all of them, really, physical, etheric, emotional, mental, and spiritual fields. And also you can start really becoming more conscious in the way that you live your life. When we use more of our energy fields, more of our energy, there is not anything for them to siphon for. The more we step into our sovereign nature, the less they can siphon off. And we are in our, and I say we because it's truly a we are in some of our higher galactic, cosmic, and ethereal expressions, we are assisting them not to siphon humans that are currently experiencing themselves in physicality. So we're currently, and we have been for about a year, moving through the layers of those dimensions, and we are assisting them to really cultivate their own source spark, because a lot of the way they've been created, they haven't been gifted the same sort of source spark as other types of beings, right? So we are assisting them to be fully self-realized. And this is because, we are all source, right? They are source, they were created from source. But the source spark helps that generation of life so that it's not so temporary, so to speak, right? So then, the fifth dimension to me is where a lot of us are experiencing ourselves, we're also experiencing ourselves sort of almost in a bilocation kind of experience where you get the new earth, and all of us have talked about that so many times. And we really are bringing those frequencies in and anchoring them into this reality, whatever the reality is that you're creating, but also the collective reality, right? And the fifth dimension, the foundational building blocks of it is unconditional love and unity consciousness. So if you find yourself understanding the unity that you have with other people and with our planet and our co-inhabitants and all of the galactic cosmic ethereal beings and everything in existence, then you are touching into that foundation of the fifth dimension. And you could be also embodying 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, all the way up, because it goes up from there, right? Or out from there, I should say, because it's sort of like we're a giant source sphere. I like to see it sometimes that way, which is why this is designed the way it is, this slide. But in the sixth dimension, it's really interesting because what you'll find is you'll find beings that can have physicality, but also beings that don't. And you'll find beings that can hop in and out of physicality. It will hold more light, just like the fifth dimension will as well, where they are less dense than we are, but they're still experiencing a version of physical incarnation or expression. And then 7th, 8th, and 9th, well, 7th and 8th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, I call cosmic, because it's very much that sort of in between energetic. Usually we'll find a lot of energy beings, plasma beings, but they can also appear that way from ethereal as well, which is why I say don't hold on to the labels. Just use this as sort of a jumping off point of how things can be. And then the ethereal, of course, you'll find, a lot of the collectives. You'll find a lot of the consciousness beings who don't necessarily have an energy form. You'll find energy beings as well. And it's very much a mental experience. Now that doesn't mean tongue-tied. That doesn't mean that they're not able to feel, right? It just is pointing more to that broader, more expanded version of consciousness without so much of the individuation. But even if they are individuated, they're just way more expansive. And I say they, but really it is us. And that's where I'm coming from for explaining this. These are our expressions, our soul's expressions. Our consciousness is expressing as soul and as all of these different variations of beings. And we're all tied together just by source, right? We're all connected. We're woven. My team didn't like that I used tied. So we're woven together as different variations of source expressing. And let me see if I can get to the paranormal stuff now. I found a little ghosty to add to this slide and sort of switched it around.
Honey, we've not been seeing any of the slides, and we've got 2 minutes.
Okay,
No, that's what I was
okay.
trying to tell you.
Oh, I didn't get that. Okay, well, let's see what I want to go to with 2 minutes. We'll skip the paranormal for now, and we'll go to ufology. So galactic, cosmic, and ethereal beings present to us and as the collective consciousness raises, right? So contact is happening on an individual basis in groups of like-hearted individuals. As you dive deeply into you and your true source connection, you will start to experience more of your multidimensional lives and expressions. It's just the way it happens here. If you aren't, look at the fear again. Ships come in all shapes, sizes, energies, and textures. Some ships are connected with AI. Others are biological, very sentient. Others are physical. Some ships are made of light or plasma and can transform shape, color, texture of light. All of these things are determined in and during creation. So the creation of the ship and the types of beings that are creating the ships determine what they look like, and how we will perceive them is whether they have fully stepped down into a dimension that we are currently vibrating at, right? Each individual person. And there is no separation, you guys. The beings you've heard of and are experiencing contact with, they truly are us. They're beings that are coming from parallel realities, simultaneous lives and expressions. They're future versions of us, and they're connected to us by consciousness. I'm really sad that you can't see my slides because I did work on all of this. I don't know why it's not doing the slides. But the whole goal of this is just really to remember who we are on all of our layers and levels. We are truly these vast beings of consciousness who are starting to remember our depth of multidimensionality, lifting those illusions of separation and forgetting. And I invite you, if you're having experiences, whether they be multidimensional or contact experiences, I invite you to join the community that I founded called Ascension Catalyst. It has an S at the end. We are connecting weekly, really talking about our ascension journeys, diving deep into our contact experiences and our multidimensional experiences. And we're doing this as we anchor in our cosmic, galactic, ethereal frequencies, really, and using our specializations and masteries to serve the Earth Collective, really supporting each other in our creations that we're birthing into the world, but also just connecting with soul family. There's something so beautiful about connecting in that way. So you can co-create with me this way, but also through sessions. And I'll put my links in the chat for all of this as soon as I am done. Sheila, I can't see you, so I'm just going to get out of here as if you guys were.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's a bummer.
There we go. Yeah, that is a bummer because I've seen that presentation before. It's absolutely beautiful, or not that one, but some of the slides that you've created that has a little bit of that similar information. So I was really looking forward to seeing it too. But maybe you can send it to me and we can somehow, I'll see if we can insert it somehow. But thank you so much, Bridget, for being here. Again, check Bridget out, Ascension Catalyst, with Bridget Renee Holiday on the CAN channel. And just type her in. She's all over social media. Thank you, Bridget. Love you.
Love you.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you so much. Love you, Sheila.
Thank you. All right. Hey, Zenka.
Hi, Sheila. Good. I love to see your shining eyes and your amazing. I just love your personality. I love.
Well, thanks, and you too. And guys, if you don't know Zenka, she is a futurist software architect, and she's the founder of LightNet, and they're doing so many amazing things. And this is a citizen science platform to be able to collect shared wisdom about consciousness, extended human capabilities, non-human intellect, and other dimensions. Zenka is a pioneer in mind over matter consciousness research and electromagnetic radio contact with ETs. And I know that you're joining us and you're actually out on your way to have a little bit more ET contact, huh?
Yeah.
About it.
Yeah, so LightNet and Starseed Academy, we're up here in Sedona, and we've just gotten the message like, go out on the land more, go out on the land more. Now, you can obviously have ET contact in your bedroom as well, which is so cool, and you can have it looking out your patio. But so last night we went to a very, very remote place, and it's almost as if you feel the lack of other people's consciousness when you go out there. So you're not battling a collective consciousness that's all around you, that's thinking certain things and everything. And it's a calm space, and it's easy to connect there. And we're going back tonight to another remote location. So yeah. Now today, I don't know if Sheila, if you can show the audience, but I wanted to do a little, usually I present with like literally 120 slides for a 20-minute section. But today I really wanted to drop in with you guys to talk about ET contact in a very real way. So I want you right now to raise your hands And I'm going to ask a series of questions, and I don't know if we can see the audience right now or not, but there was 108 of you on, which is a very powerful number just now. So, but raise your hand if you feel like you are an ET, that you are somehow an ET in a human body. Okay. So that's interesting, right? As we go through these paradoxes where we think we're waiting for the ETs, or we think we're making contact, or all these things gets a little bit bent. Now, raise your hand if you've seen a UFO up in the sky, something anomalous. Okay. So raise your hand if you've ever had a dream with an ET. Dream with an ET in it. Cool. Raise your hand if you've made contact through technology, like radios. Or raise your hand now if you've made contact through meditation. Right? Through telepathy, through connecting, through your astral body. So raise your hand now if you've had face-to-face physical contact. Now, I think that most of us want to have that experience. And I want everyone right now, you know, it's interesting because we talk about consciousness as being this elephant in the room. You know, Ray Hernandez, who did the biggest study on UFO and ET contact, you know, came up with the book, this big research, you know, organization with all these professors and thinkers, and they interviewed hundreds of people who had made ET contact modalities. And now he published his second book, and it's all about consciousness. And he talks about it being when you're seeing that ET, it's actually your consciousness creating or allowing or asking for that experience. So in a sense, we are in control of our requests for experiences, right? We're opening ourselves to this, and then we're having it. That's why when you go out to CE5s and you're with other people and they all want to have the experience, it becomes very powerful. And I want to work with the power of 8 today a little bit too. But first, I want you guys to close your eyes, and we're going to imagine your ideal ET contact experience in the physical. Now, in this ET contact experience, you are going to be alone, just you. It can be in your bed, it can be outside. And I'm going to give you a minute to experience what this is like. Maybe you just open your mind to what it could be like. Maybe you paint a picture in your mind. So let's go ahead and do that. Cool. So take one last understanding in about the details. What does it smell like? What does it feel like? Where are you? The next step I want you to do is choose to be silent for a couple days. We're going to write about it in our journal. We're going to let it sink in. Maybe we work on reconnecting in our hearts or in the physical. Our brain is reaccustoming ourselves to this new door that opened. Now, I want you to choose one person to tell about the experience. You've had a couple days to let it sink in. Maybe you've asked your guides about it. Choose who you're going to tell. And sit them down. Go ahead and play through that conversation of love and support. Cool. So as Coffee on our team, she does these placeholders, right? She actually paints or photographs a placeholder for your reality. We've just placed a placeholder. And we've conditioned our minds to have the experience that we're looking for. We've put in the request. We've written it down even maybe. And I think that this is a powerful thing because sometimes we stop ourselves from having the experiences we want because we haven't really worked out all the details. Now, I was just in Spain and we were presenting the Purpose Lab and Lynn McTaggart was there and we interviewed her. One of the things she said about her purpose was, she's like, dream big. We did an extraordinary thing afterwards. She's like, okay, everyone get into groups of 8, obviously, since she's the queen of that science. And we all got into groups of 8. And she said, pick someone in your group that needs healing, put them in the center, and then everyone around them is going to like imagine them well. So imagine the end point and send love and open yourself to that love. And this girl that was in our group couldn't even get to the center chair because she had crutches, 7 different screws in her ankle, and she couldn't even move to the chair. So finally it happened. She moved. We did 6 minutes. Afterwards, she got up and she put her crutches down and walked across the whole theater. So this is what happens when we put our minds together. And we've just, in 108 of us, 106 of us, just collectively intended for our contact to be the way we thought we would. You know, for me, I couldn't stop grinning. You know, when you're around people and you smile so much, it actually hurts your face. That's what was actually happening with me. You know, and I've been working on this, and I had someone hypnotize me the other day to remain calm during physical face-to-face contact. It actually hurts ETs when you are in fear because they can feel you. They can really do that. And I've heard that from Britt Elvers, they also actually smell. You know, it's hard for them to be around our auras. So when we can be loving and calm, that's when they can be with us. Now, we have an amazing member of our team, Sharon Clark, who has been doing Power of 8 circles for many, many years. And she is sick right now, and she's going into surgery tomorrow. And I want all of us to spend some moments. We'll do 3 or 4 minutes while we just have 6 minutes left. And I want you all to get into your hearts and hold Sharon in the middle. She jumped on this call She's an incredible coach, an incredible loving guide to help people find their missions and callings in life. So it's really beautiful that we get the chance to love on her and heal her today before her surgery tomorrow. So cool. Adam just joined us. I don't know if we both can be in. Okay. So here we go. We'll be half here, just like the ETs. We'll just phase into existence. So here we go. Sharon's this beautiful woman. She has blonde hair. She lives in Canada. We're just going to imagine her taking walks in Canada, coaching people, and living her best life. And let's perform this healing together because we can and because we will. We could also imagine our guides and ETs helping us in this endeavor as we come together as a community to use our abilities, to use our consciousness to create healing and creation and love. We love you, Sharon Clark, for all you do and give in the world. All right. So we just have 3 minutes left. And I just want to say that, you know, in Joe Dispenza's work and in Lynn McTaggart's work, you know, they talk about seeing beings when they do these intention experiments. So when we remember that we're not alone, you know, we can see just a tiny spectrum of reality through our eyes, or the rest is blocking us out, but there's so much more. And I want to do one final experiment. Do you think we can do it in time with the finger? We have 2 minutes only.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. So something that the greatest spiritual traditions throughout history have in common is that the desire to achieve inner silence is common among all of them. And when we do that, we shut down the talking mind, we can experience true calm, which is a really pleasant place for us to be, for the ETs to then incorporate experience with us. And this is a technique you can try. At any distance, just hold a finger out in front of you and look beyond it until you're able to see 2 fingers. And you just notice it. You're not looking at them. You just notice that there's 2 fingers. And then let your mind contemplate that there are 2 fingers. And a lot of times that can be very quickly effective in shutting the mind down and letting you achieve that calm silence, which is, again, going to be a really great environment to welcome our friends from afar. I wish you many blessings and much success in your endeavor. Aloha.
Thank you so much, Adam. So when I have done that experiment, and if you do it again after this call, this conference, make sure you see the 2, put your eyes further away than your finger. And when you see 2 fingers, for me, it was like seeing an ET standing in front of me. because my brain was like, hey, why are there two fingers showing up? It was my logical mind going, no, 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 this isn't right. This isn't what's going on, what's going on. But practice that feeling, because that may be how it feels to have an ET standing at the end of your bed, welcoming you into a new world. So thank you so much for coming together. Sheila's an incredible force of nature, getting these stories out, getting these videos out. And I honor her, and I honor all of you who are bringing this consciousness and this narrative into reality. You can find us at Starseed Academy and LightNet. And we're going to be doing, Adam's going to be doing a lucid dreaming class, and Coffee is going to be doing a drawing ETs that you see and drawing your consciousness. So connecting with that right side of your brain. So we look forward to seeing you at starseedacademy.org. Thank you, Sheila.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Zenka. I really do appreciate you coming, and I really love all of the heart-centered work that you're doing. Guys, if you have not checked out LightNet, you have to do it. You can find some of Zenka's content on the Conscious Awakening Network, on our YouTube, on the website under her own channel. Please check it out. You know, you never know, you may want to join her on some of these magical adventures. So Zenka, what's next for you?
Well, we have the Awaken the Dragon program next weekend in Dump Your Junk. So if you go to starseed.academy, that's going to be your Black Moon Lilith, finding where you want to get free, looking at your rage. And it's going to be a jaunt with astrology. It's a weekend program. We also have Dump Your Junk. And then the season 7 is coming up as well. So that's where we have 8 weeks, 12 researchers coming together to experience off-planet remote viewing and all sorts of other things that really are on the edge of our consciousness. And people like you guys are ripe to research and then share the data with the world. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing and the light you're shining.
My pleasure. Okay.
All right. Have fun.
All right. Wish us luck tonight. It'll be great.
Okay. All right, everyone. As we begin to move along, I want to ask you to remember to kind of drop into some of that energy that Zenka was talking about. So next we have Kiara Windrider. Kiara, where are you, my friend? There you are. Wonderful. Let me go ahead and bring you up. Great. Thank you so much. Hey, how are you?
Hey, Sheila. So good to see you. So good
And
to be
it's good
part
to
of
see
this
you
amazing
too.
event here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're having a blast today. And hey, guys, Kiara is a psychotherapist. He's a science researcher and a spiritual teacher. He's got all kinds of phenomenal books out there. He's the author of like Gaia Luminous, Homo Luminous, and the Isa trilogy, which I hope you'll tell us a little bit about. And he's a guide for our journey across the Great Awakening. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
Oh, what a privilege to be here, Sheila. I just came out of a week-long silent retreat, so I'm not sure how many words are there. Or maybe I'll try and speak those words from that space of silence that I feel. You know, we are so multidimensional, and in that silence, it becomes possible to experience all these different worlds inside us and outside us, and travel between and experience ourselves multidimensionally and simultaneously. And, you know, this is the space that ETs hang out. This is the space that the fairies and the angels hang out. This is the space where the inner earth beings and the Sasquatches and you know, all these beings, and even animals and nature beings hang out because they are multidimensional in a way that humans have forgotten. So maybe at some point, what I'd like to share today is a meditation where we can access this inner silence, this multidimensionality. And it's actually much simpler, much easier than we might think or imagine. Maybe before that, I'll share a little bit about this Isa trilogy. The last book of the trilogy was written partly when I was visiting Sheila and Dawn in Eagle Vale last year. And this series is basically about bringing ourselves forward to who we truly are in this age of transition. So it starts with the story of Isa, or Jesus, and his incarnation, much of which happened in India, the missing years and even the years after the crucifixion, which few people really know about. And then it continues with his wife, his Kashmiri wife, Miran. And then it continues in the third book with their children, one of whom is Elmira. And she's a time traveler. She's able to access dimensions. She writes about the journey of awakening from all these time perspectives and dimensional perspectives, which is especially relevant to us today. And the space where I would write this from, I would wake up 3 o'clock in the morning. Sheila knows this. And then this, the words would come through, and I'd sit back later and wonder, it's like, who wrote this? Where did this come from? And it's somehow the characters in these 3 books have become so real. They're literally archetypal beings who are moving through human consciousness, through planetary consciousness. They are part of the awakening. They're assisting us in our awakening. And so the last part of the Elmira is about the timing and the sequence of the changes that we might be experiencing between now and the mid-30s, 2030s, and perhaps into the 2040s. So this sequence of events, it's pretty significant in terms of cycles, what we've experienced before, what we might be experiencing again. And it's also significant in terms of choices, different timelines that we get to create collectively. So in the past, there's been times we've gone through these shifts where we have sunk under the sea, like in Atlantis. We've been engulfed in fire, like in times before that. This time around, similar events, cosmic events, galactic events, solar events, and planetary events, including what's called a magnetic reversal or magnetic excursion. But because the timelines have changed, we can actually go through this in a way that's gentler and in a way that takes us into new dimensions of consciousness that none of us have ever experienced collectively or personally before. So this has been a study of mine, looking at science, looking at different metaphysical traditions, and also my own inner experiences. And so it's really a beautiful time to be alive. So many billions of us here for this moment, just because it's a new experience for humanity, for the earth, for all life across the universe, because it's all holographic, it's all fractal. So what we get to experience on one planet, in one dimension, carries across all planets, across the universe, all dimensions of life. And this is the great privilege that we have now, to be alive at this time, to be part of this journey. And so this trilogy is like a blueprint for this process. And it's available on Amazon, so look for it. Starts with Isa, son of the sun, and then Miran, daughter of the moon, and then Elmira, child of the stars. So check it out if you wish. It's been just a journey into the unknown for me, a journey where I'm becoming accustomed to the certainties that are present within the unknown, more so than the uncertainties of the known. I mean, that's a paradox, but It's like this is our multidimensional experience now as we surrender, as we trust to something far bigger, far greater, far more powerful than we realize. And who we are as individual human beings is part of this collective of humanity, which is part of this archetype of galactic human, which is part of the consciousness that we all share, because there is only one spirit that moves through all things. And as we begin to recognize this and become that one spirit that moves through all things, what the Hindus refer to as Satchit Ananda, the formless aspect of being, and join with that. So it's not like one is beyond and one is present. Everything is present. And this is the journey of awakening. That formless aspect is as much present within the form aspect as anything we can imagine. And that's what allows us to envision, to co-create, to become the new earth, the new humanity. Gaia Luminous, the book that Sheila referred to, means the new earth, the luminous earth. And Homo Luminous is the next species of humanity. It's what Sri Aurobindo refers to as the supramental species, a Gnostic species, where the physical body is as much capable of moving through time, space, and dimensions as other aspects of consciousness. So this is something that many of the ascended masters and various adepts have experienced, but has not become part of our ordinary human experience yet. And this is something within the next 15, 20 years of human linear time, we will be experiencing as a species, not just individually, because that's something we've all been, or many of us watching this and part of this have been focusing on. But imagine that there's a quantum shift of reality where every single being on this earth goes through an awakening where the physical consciousness becomes joined enough with mental, psychic, and spiritual consciousness that there's no separation between the dimensions. So it's exciting to me, and it's something that I'd love to share more. I'll be coming to the United States next week. So I'll be starting in Hawaii, moving through California, hopefully also Colorado and the East Coast. So let's keep in touch, Sheila, and see what we want to do, what we can do together, and whoever else is watching this as well. So let me check how much time we have. Okay, I think we have about 10 minutes left. So if you'd like, I'd love to guide you through this meditation, where we can begin to experience this descent. So many people speak about an ascension process, which is true in terms of an ascension of consciousness, but there's also a descent of primordial consciousness into the mental, emotional, etheric, and physical bodies. And this is really the journey that's most important right now. It's about awakening in this moment within these bodies to create the light body where we can become the new human. All right, so let's do this together. So sit comfortably, eyes closed, perhaps. And now become aware of this ocean of light, this ocean of peace, this ocean of love above you, coming all the way down to touch the center of your head, right at that soft spot over here. And this ocean goes all the way up into infinity, across galaxies, across the cosmos, across time and space. and then beyond time and space into primordial consciousness, Satchitananda, this great ocean of power, of love, of Ananda, of peace. And it's actually an energy that you can begin to experience descending down through the top of your head. It's a density of light. Just like golden honey pouring in. And you feel it coming down through that space at the top of your head into your brain. Filling your head. Part by part, down to the neck. It's like a wave of cosmic consciousness pouring in, pouring down. And then going back up to the top of your head, preparing for the next wave. Again, this descent of peace, descent of light. Pouring down once again through the brain, all the different hemispheres, all the different regions, the amygdala, the right and the left brain hemispheres, the different chakras. And this time continuing down through the face, the head, down the neck to the shoulders, feeling this descent as a thickness, as a density of light. From the shoulders moving down the arms, elbows, forearms, hands, fingers. Feeling the fullness of this descent all the way through. And then the next wave coming in, again, starting with the top of your head, moving down through the brain, through the top of your head, down through the entire head and face regions, this time going down the neck into the torso, chest, the back, all the way to the abdominal region, the pelvic region, feeling the fullness of this light, this peace, all the way through the cells of your body. Another descent from the top of your head, going down through the legs, knees, lower legs, feet, all the way down to the toes, and then slightly below the feet. So we're actually experiencing now the physical, etheric body, or the subtle physical body. So it's not just the physical body that stops at the skin, but the subtle physical body that extends a few centimeters out beyond the skin. I'm rushing a little bit because of time constraints. And now feel another descent, this time coming in, not just through the physical and the subtle physical bodies, but into the entire bubble of personality, which includes the emotional and mental bodies. This is the aspect of us that identifies as human, with a name, with a history, in this current incarnation, extending maybe 2 meters out, 6 feet out in all directions. So filling this entire bubble with this descent of light. all the way down now into the earth. The same distance below the earth, 2 meters below, 6 feet below the earth. Feeling a connection with the Earth Mother, feeling a connection with the depths of the earth, not just the physical earth now, but as you're connecting out through your own subtle bodies, you're also now connecting into the subtle bodies of the earth, the etheric body, the astral, the causal bodies, all the way down to the very center of the earth where you experience the soul of Gaia, which happens to be connected to the soul of the universe. Within that holographic oneness that contains and is all things, within creation, beyond creation, all dimensions. And here you begin to experience your subtle senses opening up, the ability to connect with higher aspects of yourself that you can experience in dream time, in astral journeys, very consciously, very lucidly. You create a bridge between your memories of this world, this dimension, and your memories of the higher worlds, higher dimensions. So you can remember and embody all of that as part of this journey of consciousness, this adventure of consciousness. So having experienced the totality of your personal self, feel yourself expanding out now across the earth as you step into your own causal body, beyond the personality structure, as you feel yourself stretching out further and further, joining with your planetary self. Feel that expansion. Your solar self, feeling yourself expand out through the solar system, beyond the boundaries of the solar system into your galactic self. Feel how vast you become. And then beyond this, the galaxy out into multi-galactic space. Billions and billions of galaxies out across the cosmos, until you feel yourself popping out beyond time and space boundaries into that primordial infinite consciousness. All of this is who you are. We'll take a minute just being in this silent space. Of infinite consciousness. I am that. I am. And I imagine we are also in linear time, coming to 20 minutes. So Sheila, just whenever you feel the right time, just step in.
All right. Wow. I always hate to interrupt one of those meditations because they really, put us in, or they put me in a very sacred space. And I can just kind of feel like it's like these rushes and waves of love that just kind of, wash over you. And so I appreciate your being here. I appreciate the contribution you're making to the planet. I appreciate you also being on the Conscious Awakening Network as one of our hosts. And so, all right, everybody, check out Kiara and his amazing work at the consciousawakeningnetwork.org. You can also check him out on YouTube. And I don't know if you can see all the little hearts on your screen as they're coming up, but people actually, they absolutely loved that meditation. And so thank you so much. Do you want to tell people real quickly where they can find your books?
Yeah, let me share my screen quickly.
Absolutely.
Oops, something happened there. Let me go back. Okay, those first three books, Elmira, Isa, and Miran, are all available on Amazon. And then there's others, Homo Luminous, Silahino, Year Zero, Doorway to Eternity, Gaia Luminous, and others. So yeah, check that out. My website, how do I get off? Let's stop share. My website is www.kiarawindrider.net. My YouTube channel is Kiara Windrider, all one word. And I'm also on Facebook, Kiara Windrider. So pleasure to share this time with all of you. And thank you, Susan, for being, Sheila, for being such an amazing being.
Thank you, Kiara. I appreciate it so much. All right, much love.
Much love.
All right. I don't know about you guys, but I'm just a little floaty right now. So our next speaker coming up is Miss Karen Swain. Now, many of you may know Karen from all of her amazing work that she does. Karen is I guess you would say her spiritual journey was evident even as a child, because she never stopped asking questions, and she's never stopped asking questions as an adult either. And so she has always been looking for the meaning of life, even asking questions about religion. Even though she didn't grow up in a religious household, she kind of had this innate knowing about things. So today, Karen is a teacher of deliberate creation, spiritual mentor and channel of higher guidance. She's an educator, an inspirational speaker. She's the host of Accentuate the Positive Media. She's the author of Return to Love and Awakened by Death. And she enlightens you to be the power of your thoughts and beliefs and how they create your reality and how to live in alignment with your emotional guidance. Karen, hello, hello, and welcome.
Hello, gorgeous one. So great to be here with you and all these amazing galactic luminaries and emissaries from across the planet enlightening us. Now, I'm just thinking that we're running an hour ahead. I just looked on because I'm here in Sydney, Australia, and I thought I was coming on an hour later.
You know what? Here's the thing. Somehow an hour, I think something got translated from the mountain times and then it put it into like a central time. I don't know, but you know what? We're doing what we do and we're going to have fun doing it, and it'll be perfect and divine.
Well, I'm so pleased that I got up early. I got up early to listen to everybody because I'm here, ready, online, ready to go. Thank you, darling one. So great to be a part of this conference and the Conscious Awakening Network. It is so cool what you're doing. Okay, so the topic today, ufology and spirituality, how do they dovetail? Well, isn't it interesting that when we think of UFO, what is the meaning of UFO? Unidentified flying object. So in that description, it doesn't actually say anything to do with Star Nation beings, ETs, craft, ships, anything. It says unidentified flying object. And yet, when everyone thinks of UFO, they immediately think of spaceships or flying saucers, as they were called when, I don't know, back in the day. I think I was listening to something, someone describing back in the 50s, I think it was, he was describing what he was seeing, and he described it as a disc. I think it was an army pilot or a pilot describing it as a disc, and he said it looked like a flying saucer, and flying saucer stuck, and then UFO came into being. And now there's a new saying, UAP, unidentified flying phenomena. And yet we think, when we think of both those names, we think of Star Nation people. We don't think of weather balloons or weather anomalies or even human things in the sky. We immediately think about UFO, we think about ETs and craft and spaceships. And this is how spirituality dovetails with ufology, because our Star Nation brothers and sisters understand that here in this third dimensional matrix, we are under a collective hypnosis, a conditioning. And when we awaken to who we are as multidimensional beings and extensions of the source, we break free from the conditioning. And even in this ufology experience, we're still conditioned to think that UFO means spaceship. Not a bad thing, but it's the way we are conditioned. And the guides wanted to talk about this today and how spirituality dovetails with the UFO phenomena or ufology, or thinking about ET and our connection to our Star Nation brothers and sisters. For many years, they have been, well, for all of time, they've been overseeing planet Earth. And during our recent history, I'm not saying recent as in hundreds of thousands of years ago, but many thousands of years ago, they used to walk amongst us as galactic beings, as higher intelligent beings. They were on planet Earth. You see that in Egypt on the walls of the you know, all the images depicted of all these amazing looking beings that the Egyptians called God. Gods. There's bird head beings and lizard head beings and all sorts of things we see depicted. And I guess that modern science, or the modern secular mind, has just seen it as creative art, but in fact they were depicting the beings that were walking on the earth at the time. So who were these beings? They were ETs, and they came to help humanity, to teach humanity, to enlighten our consciousness, to expand our consciousness and enlighten us to who we are as connected to our multidimensional soul and connected to the cosmos. And yet what happened throughout history, as we delved into more denser frequencies on this planet, we put these beings up on pedestals and we called them gods, and we gave them the authority over how we live our life. And that's been happening for thousands of years, still happening now. We give our power to a country, a government or a being or a guru outside of ourselves, instead of looking within at our own wisdom that's available to all of us as we walk the earth as spiritual beings having a human experience. And so 2000 years ago, another galactic being came to earth to teach us. His name was Yeshua. We call him Jesus Christ. And he didn't speak about who he was as a galactic being. Maybe he did to his closest friends, and maybe that was scrubbed from the scriptures, or maybe it's in there somewhere. But we did the same with him. We put him up on this pedestal and we made him a god and the son of God, and he is better than us. And so spirituality, how it dovetails with ufology, first, for humanity to meet our Star Nation family, we have to remember who we are as an extension of the source, as our multidimensional self, as living outside of the collective conditioning that wants to tell us that we are not enough and we can't do the things that these higher evolved or gods can do. So in my work, teaching people about their psychic ability, and in fact in my life, it was my experience when I saw somebody who was psychic, who could talk to dead people. A funny experience happened to me the other day. I was waiting for my car to get a pink slip And I went across to the cafe to get a chai tea, and I sat down. I was talking to a little old lady. I shouldn't call her a little old lady, but she was in her 90s. And I started telling her things, and she looked at me and she called me a fortune teller. Are you a fortune teller? And I hadn't heard that name for years. Imagine being called a fortune teller. And I said, I'm not telling anybody's fortune. But again, we've put our power into people that we deem special or unusual. We give them the power to tell us how to live our lives. And yet we have that same connection within all of us to our higher self, or our soul, or our spiritual team, or our galactic team. It is all there within us. And the galactics tell me that for them to walk amongst us again, for them to be here on planet Earth, it is imperative, it is important that we understand that we have all we need within us, with our own connection to our own spiritual team and source, and to give our power away to another being who seems extraordinary and can do extraordinary miracles. In the book Thy Book Prophecy, it speaks about how Jesus, Yeshua, came from another planet. He was a higher consciousness being from a 9th category planet, and planet Earth is a 1st category planet. And so he could perform what we see as miracles. He had the ability to levitate. He had the ability to manifest. And when we go back to the Bible, we hear stories of him walking on water and turning loaves and, the loaves and the fishes, manifesting all this stuff out of very small into all these miracle healings. And yet we too, his message to us was that you can do all that I have done and more. And what's happened to that message over the last couple of thousand years? What happened to that message? You, everyone listening to this, everyone on the planet can do all that I have done and more. And yet we've given our power away to someone who seems extraordinary and unusual. And yet all of us are connected to the cosmos. We wouldn't be here if we weren't. Planet Earth is a hard school, many have called it. It's a difficult environment to navigate because we are under the veil of oblivion, because most of us, not all of us, there are very few that come in completely awake, but even some forgetfulness. But when we enter this 3rd dimensional matrix, predominantly the DNA structure of our body, we forget who we are as connection, as an extension of the source, as an extension of infinity, as an extension of our galactic lineage, or our Star Nation family, or even our spiritual family or soul family. And that journey of awakening is that remembering. I think Bridget talked about that today, or a few people talked about that today, and Kiara did a beautiful meditation to get us activated into that remembering. And it is available to all of us, and it can be simple. When we remember to question our stressful thinking. As Sheila mentioned in the bio, I'm a teacher of deliberate creation, teaching you about your powers of creation. And one of the most important aspects of this is listening to your emotional guidance system. This is the first port of call that has us remember who we are as genius creators, as deliberate creators. For we are given guidance in every thought, in every belief that we hold, in every thought, in everything we speak, and everything we feel, and everything we remember and believe. We're given guidance about whether it is true for us, not true for everybody else, but true for us, because we can feel the vibration of the thought. And when we're having a thought that feels stressful, or feels sad, or feels lonely or cut off, then we know that that guidance, that emotional guidance system, is showing us that this belief that we're believing to be true is actually not our truth. The truth is that we are all extensions of pure positive energy. We come from unimaginable bliss. And Shaun would know at IANS, listening to near-death experiences, and many of you who have listened to near-death experiences online, that the majority of people say when they die, when they leave the physical body, they're in this place of unbelievable love. They feel at home. They feel like they belong. So that experience of separateness disappears when we're outside of this veil of oblivion or veil of forgetfulness. And we feel that belonging. And many people talk about feeling that connection to everyone and everything. I remember I had a woman on the show, gosh, over 10 years ago now. Oh, can I remember her name? It'll come to me. But funnily enough, she was a nurse and she had a near-death experience. And we had the most fantastic time, the two of us, laughing and crying as she shared her experience. But she's been on many podcast shows since, and she's racked up millions and millions and millions of views. And I'm like, wow. And it just shows me how there are so many people seeking that information of who we are beyond the veil of forgetfulness, who we are beyond this mind, if you like, because we can live heaven on earth if we choose to, when we remember who we are. We don't have to die to get there, which is one of the lines in the book, Return to Love. Return to Love is about feeling that connection to the love of our source without dying to get there. So many NDEs experience it in their outer body experience, but can we remember it while we're embodied, while we're in a physical human form? So she was saying to me that, gosh, can I remember her name? It'll come to me in a minute. She was saying to me that after her near-death experience, her husband thought she was completely crazy because she felt so connected to everything when she came back into her body. She felt connected to the trees. She felt connected to the rocks. She felt connected to the sky, to the animals, and to every human being. I think I called it dancing with God. She had this experience of sitting in a church where she was dancing with this God character, like the Jesus-looking character, in an out-of-body state. And she was in the parking lot going to the supermarket, and she said to her husband, "Don't think I'm crazy, but that rock over there is talking to me." And we cracked up because she could feel the consciousness in everything, even the rock in the parking lot going to the supermarket. And this is who we can be when we pay attention to who we are as sensitive, empathic, multidimensional beings connected to the cosmos. So from Pat's, hi, Pat. Wonderful reminders. Thank you, Pat. So yeah, this is what our Star Nation brothers and sisters want us to remember before they really make themselves known on planet Earth as physical beings that walk amongst us. They don't want humanity to put them up on pedestals and make them gods and, take your power away from who you are. To remember our galactic lineage is to remember our brilliance, our infinite intelligence, who we are as genius deliberate creators. And together, imagine what we can do on this planet. Imagine what we can create when we do remember our genius. Together, with each other and with them, we can create a whole new experience, a whole new world here on planet Earth. They have the technology to clean up. One of the things that really bugs me about planet Earth is the pollution, what we do. So I'm somebody that goes to the supermarket and buys food wrapped in plastic. And plastic is a material that doesn't degrade for thousands of years. And yet we pile, tons and tons and tons of this plastic we bury it in the earth. And I'm thinking, who thought that that was a good idea to wrap everything we buy in the supermarket in plastic? So it's something I used to get upset about. But when I talked to my galactic family, they said they have the technology to completely clean that up. And to clean up the radiation that we also have created on our planet, to clean up the oceans, and to live in a new way where we are symbiotic, we are one with nature, and we can still live a modern lifestyle. We don't have to go back to being cavemen and cooking everything on fires and picking everything from the earth. That we can have the technology to live a modern lifestyle and not pollute the earth. Because the earth is another conscious being, like the rock in the supermarket, that is speaking to us, and she's speaking loudly. And I don't know if any of you have noticed, probably you have, that this year in particular has been one of the most huge natural disasters across the world. Everywhere there is flooding, there is fires, there is hurricanes, tornadoes. It's been extraordinary. I mean, that is happening on the earth all the time, but it's really ramped up this year. And there's a lot of people that think there's reasons for that. I'm watching online, everybody saying that weather is being manipulated and it's a psyop and governments are trying to suppress us, and there's all this stuff online, and that might be true. But remember, what you believe to be true, you have a guidance system. You're connected to your emotional guidance system. And when you entertain a concept or a thought, does it feel good? Is this what you want to create? Is that the timeline you want to go down? Do you want to give your powerful attention and focus to that? This is something you have to ask yourself as you listen to people speaking online, speaking about all sorts of things. There's a lot of people, the internet, you know, there's a lot of people speaking about a lot of things. And how do I find that truth that is for me? You find that truth that is for you because you have an emotional guidance system. You also have guidance from your Star Nation family or your spiritual team, and you can listen to them as well. Connecting to them is the same thing. When you connect to your spiritual team, you'll feel that connection as a feeling in your body. You know that you're connected because you feel it. People often ask me when my guides are talking to me, how do I know it's truth and not my imagination or just going off on tangents? How do I know that it's truth? And I know that it's truth because every time I get these thoughts that drop in, they drop in all the time because, like Sheila said, I never stop asking questions. So when I'm interviewing people and then they tell me things, I'm talking to my team, my mob, all the time. I call them very reverently the mob, blissful beings. I gave them a prettier name. I'm like, tell me about that. Is that true? And then they'll give me this information. So a lot of the time when I'm having conversations with people in life and with people online and in groups, I'm having a three-way conversation, one with my higher self and one with the person. And I always get this, very interesting, thanks, darling. I always get this feeling like, you know, when you're trying to remember something and you can't remember it, and then you remember it and you get that feeling of like, oh, it's like an aha moment. Oh, that's where it is. That's the feeling I get when I get this information that comes through. So that emotional guidance system tells me that the information that I'm getting is guidance coming from my higher self or from my spiritual team, or that collective consciousness that I am tapped into, that we're all tapped into, infinite intelligence, if you like. Some people have called that God, or the unified field of creative possibility. Doesn't really matter what you call it. But I think that as we move forward into a galactic civilization, into a Star Nation civilization where we are connected to the rest of the cosmos, it's really imperative and important that we understand who we are as the wisdom within, as guided in every moment. And this is something that I teach people. I get them connected to their galactic, their spirit guides. We've called them spirit guides. But many people's spirit guides are an extension of their own soul that is living out a life in another dimension or in a future time. I've always felt since I was a kid, actually, that I came from the future. I always felt that. And cleaning up Chernobyl, that would be good. Wouldn't that be good? They have the technology to do that. The Galactics have the technology to change every system on the planet, every single system. Every system that we're under at the moment is corrupt. Our food system, our transport system, because we're still using oil and gas. We're still, running on petrol cars, which amazes me. It just amazes me that I could be in my 60s. And when I was a kid, when I was 9 or 10, I would watch the Jetsons. And I knew when I grew up, I would be in an anti-gravitic like little spaceship as my vehicle. And here we are 50 years later, and we're still in petrol cars. What other systems? Our education system. Imagine if we were taught from the get-go who we are as multidimensional spiritual beings, who we are as psychic beings, as empathic beings. One of the things I see when people have a spiritual awakening, a lot of the starseeds, is they suffer because of their empathy. And I feel like this needs to be taught in every school, how to navigate your empathy, how to understand what your feelings are communicating to you. People that get upset, they suffer from their negative emotion, not understanding that negative emotion is guidance. Negative emotion is your guidance telling you there's something you need to pay attention to. What you're believing to be true, what you're thinking about is creating, what you're feeling is creating the next step in your life. And your guidance system is screaming at you to pay attention to what you're believing to be true. And yet we don't pay attention to that. We just suffer. We suffer over feeling bad, and then we tell everybody else how we're suffering, and then we want people to give us sympathy because we're suffering. Imagine if our education system was teaching us how to navigate that and empowering us. That's actually why I went on radio 15 years ago. And Sheila, tell me when time's up. How many minutes? 1 minute? It goes quickly. She's giving me the finger. I realized that, you know, what's coming out of our televisions and our radios and on media is there's so much crap, and most of it is fear-based, dumbing us down and making us feel scared. I mean, every television commercial is based in fear. Most people don't understand what fear is. I was having a conversation with a galactic emissary recently who was complaining about another person. And she was saying that she was scared of this person because she felt threatened by this person. And then she was telling me that she wasn't fearful. So I thought, isn't that interesting? You're wanting to block this person, but you say that you're not in fear. So I don't think many of us understand what fear is, in fact. And I've lost my train of thought now. I was thinking about how much time I've got. But yeah, fear is an energy that cuts us off from our intelligence. And when we overcome fear, when we listen to our emotional guidance system and we think to ourselves, what is it that I'm believing to be true that's causing this feeling inside me? And can I believe something differently? Then we change the game on planet Earth. So yeah, I think that ufology, or what we've called ufology, what would you call ufology? That UFO name, Sheila, stands for unidentified flying object, but to you it means ET, right? ET family.
Just means galactic family.
Galactic family, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that when we understand that our galactic family are the most spiritual beings in many ways, because they remember that they're not separate to source. They remember that they use their intuition and their psychic abilities and their telepathic abilities. It's like normal to them. It's the default setting. What we call unusual or strange or woo-woo or gifted, I love that word, gifted. You're so gifted. To them is their natural way of operating. To send information, it's like incredible what they can do. They've shown me how their telepathy works, and we're just scratching the surface in remembering how to do this.
So beautiful. And, you know, Karen, I love the way today that you talked about the infinite intelligence and, you know, all of us being connected to the cosmos. So I want to thank you for your very deep and powerful insights today.
Oh, thanks, darling.
So happy you popped on early. So that worked out just beautifully. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, now you're running an hour early instead of 5 minutes late.
Yeah, but we're going to have some good chit chat here in a few minutes. But I want to thank you again for being here. I know it is probably still pretty early in your morning. What, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock?
Yeah, well, it's about 8:45 now. Yeah, absolutely. I got up at 6 because I wanted to hear some of the speakers, and so I put the computer on to try and listen. So I got a couple of you. I got Bridget Renee Holiday and Kiara and a little bit of Joan of Angels, and yeah, what an amazing group of people that you've gathered. I'm just looking at the Paul, what are you saying? Thankfully, there's not a nuclear disaster every week that needs cleaning up. Yeah, sunflowers. Yeah, that's something that I just can't wait to happen. But yeah, they've said to me, as I'm just reiterating what I said, when they come down with their technology and give it to us, they don't want us to sort of like fall on bended knees and say, oh, the gods, the gods. Yeah, which we do. So I've been watching a few documentaries lately of religious sects and how they put all the power in the leader, and then the leader becomes this horrendous pedophile. And all these people do these terrible things because of the leader, like they give all their power away to one person. And I'm thinking, that's got to change on planet Earth. Don't people realize that the power is inside them? Such an important message. Look who's coming up. Kimberly.
Thank you so much again, Karen. I really appreciate it. Let folks know real quickly one more time where they can find you outside of the Conscious Awakening Network.
Well, my website, karenswain.com. I'm on YouTube, and I think I'm on pretty much every social media platform. My YouTube is Blissful Beings. I started the YouTube channel. God, how long ago did YouTube start? It's probably almost 20 years ago now, isn't it? And I think I called it Karen Swain Blissful Beings, but ATP Radio, ATP Media, which stands for Accentuate the Positive Media, is the name of my show, and we are everywhere. We're doing it live on a Sunday night in the United States. It's 6:30 Eastern time, which is like 8:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time on a Monday here. And we're on Twitter and Rumble. I'm streaming on Rumble now, and Facebook, on a few different platforms. On Facebook, on the United Public Radio Network and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network, which is a syndicated radio network that syndicates with radio stations all over America and Canada. So it's getting out there, Sheila. It's really getting out there. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And it was a pure honor to have you on today.
Thanks, darling one. So great to see you again. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Big love. Ciao.
Thank you. All righty. Folks, we have had a jam-packed day full of all these yummy goodnesses. And after Kimberly speaks, we're going to take, just a couple minutes to let you guys give some shares. Then we're going to listen to another speaker and do a few more shares. And then we're going to end up with Aage. We're going to end up wrapping up the evening. But I want to go ahead right now, and I want to introduce to you, if you don't know, and bring up a friend if you already know her, but Ms. Kimberly McGeorge. Now, Kimberly is all about mastering life's mysteries and exposing the galactic secrets. She serves as a guide to your personal transformation. Her mission is to empower each individual to activate their innate abilities and to reconnect with their authentic selves. I love that. Now, Dr. Kimberly has an extraordinary ability to time weave your timelines. So maybe we'll hear some about that, but she can time weave your timelines into their optimal and the highest ones just by talking with you. She radically alters your reality by the frequencies that she holds and her presence of being. So Kimberly, I want to thank you so much for being here, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sheila. So I feel like I dipped in and out as I could. I was in the North Carolina sun, as you guys can kind of see, and my dogs are kind of going crazy, but hopefully we can get through without a lot of disturbance. But yeah, I dipped in and out, and I think you guys were taken kind of all over the multiverse, up in the higher dimensions, back down to earth, all around. And unfortunately, what came in to share with you, typical of me, I'm going to rock the boat, hopefully make you think. But I want you to know that it's from the most positive intentions, because there is nothing that I love. And if you guys know me, if you've ever been in a class, there is nothing I am more passionate about than truth. I believe so firmly that the truth will set us free. The truth will expand our field. The truth will activate our gifts. The truth will transform your reality. The truth will give you everything you ever wanted. The truth will connect you to ETs. And so sometimes we sit in these places, and I have some slides to share, which I'll share in a second, but we sit in these places where we're like, why aren't my psychic abilities activated? Why isn't my bank account the way I want it? Why isn't manifestation working for me? And so, and I'll tell you in a minute, but I've been using technology for so long, 35 years, which I'll share in a second. But what I've accidentally stumbled upon is some of these blocks and barriers, and let's call it the other side, the dark characters that are coming into your reality, maybe way more than you think they are, and trying to suppress, the glorious, limitless, all time, all space being that you are. So anyone that knows me knows I teach all over the place. Sometimes I'm sweet and kind and gentle, and sometimes I'm just, bold and mysterious. So we're going kind of more bold today. So again, I'm glad you guys have had a lot of the juicy feel-good stuff, and I hope the speaker after me kind of wraps it up. It gives you a soft blanket to wrap back around yourself. But I just have to say, from my perspective, you guys, the truth is so beautiful in the highest frequency that you could ever imagine. We're light, color, and sound and frequencies. And so truth has a frequency, and everything has a frequency. So please keep that in mind as I share my presentation, because again, it's really meant to make you think. So beyond what we think we know, new steps, crafting a new paradigm is kind of the title of my little presentation. I'll try to keep it to 20 minutes because I'm a big, as Sheila knows, huge bunny trail person. And if you have questions or comments, feel free to pop them up. So really quick, I want to give you the framework for how I've discovered what I've discovered and why I believe it and stand behind it so passionately. I have 35 years of using frequency biofeedback quantum devices, which many of you here do as well. I saw that Sheila's friend, the lovely doctor, I saw that he uses, I forget what he uses, but he uses one of the biofeedback machines. Sheila uses biofeedback machine. Many of you do here. So I love that. I have 35 years in the paranormal. Specifically, I did my first exorcism, which I've changed my mind about all that stuff. And of course, I can't talk about everything I do and everything I am, but I've changed my mind about a lot of that through using this technology and through the discoveries I made, but we're not going to talk about, we're not going to go down that road, that dark road today, but I do have a lot of stuff to say about that too. I'm really great at, seeing what's going wrong or right with your house and land and your, your body and your physical being and your energy field. And I'll refer to a little bit of that today. And then I have over 35 years of using my psychic medium abilities, and I'm a naturopathic doctor. So got a little bit of a toolkit here. I'm also one of the patent holders of Halo PMF medical device that delivers frequency for healing balance. Put a picture there. And I'm their exclusive programmer of frequency sets ongoing. I've also created 2 different frequency apps, which actually I kind of warn against. Everybody's like, create an app, you'll be a billionaire. No, create an app, you'll have a lot of headaches. So all my apps are shut down and I only represent one right now. But I'm creator of what I call the Infinity Scan. I actually just named it and kind of branded it. And I call it the Infinity Scan because there's nothing between me, you, and the technology. We've got you. There is nothing that my scans cannot tell you with almost 100% accuracy. And the part that wouldn't be accurate would be my interpretation of it. So it wouldn't be the technology, that's the weakness. It would be me. But again, I've done this a long, long time. And I mean, we do things with love and soulmates and my loves and past lives and future lives and ET races and soul groups and programming and walk-ins and walkouts. And again, there's nothing that cannot be known. A lot of speakers, I loved how they referred to, you guys can, and I agree, connect directly to the infinite field. There's a lot of things that come, again, into the way of that, which we'll cover some of them today. I see thousands of clients a year, so they're coming to me saying, why can't I connect to the infinite field? So hopefully you might have a few more clues why you're having difficulty. Not that we can't come together and find solutions or individual solutions for that as well. But again, I am so thankful to my clients because I wouldn't know what I know or have discovered what I have discovered, with these beautiful people that come to me week after week with one-on-ones and with scans. They make themselves so vulnerable and are so raw and so honest. This is what I think is happening to me at night. This is how I feel when I wake up in the morning. This is what I'm struggling with in my relationship. And so anybody that's listening that's ever came to me, my heart is so full because each person that has come to me has given me data that I've been able to build on in this beautiful, beautiful, wealth of knowledge now that I'm able to help so many people. And I just have to thank Sheila. I've thanked her before. I'll thank her again. So Sheila, I read Sheila's walk-in, book. I knew I was a walk-in. I hadn't, really explored a lot of that, walk-in, walk-out stuff. And it was so like balm to my soul when I found Sheila's book. And knew other people had gone through the suffering and the joy, and that whole gamut of being, a walk-in and the challenges and the mystery. And, one of my favorite things still that my daughter will say is she's like, she says to whoever meets me that she introduces me for, my oldest daughter who helps me with my business, Brianna, some of you know her, she'll say, you guys, if you had met my mom, years ago, that's not the same woman. And you know what I love? This walk-in is so much better. So if anybody doesn't like me, you should have seen me, you guys got the good one. So be thankful. So anyway, thank you, Sheila. I always want to thank Sheila because, she's just provided me with this, you guys know, and I think, is your new book out yet, Sheila?
The new one?
Yeah, that you're writing with Barbara?
Yeah. Well, it depends on if I go with this one particular publisher, it won't be out until December. But if I self-publish, It'll probably be out in July. So I'm still vacillating
Okay, you're in the
what
middle.
to do.
I was just looking forward
It'll
to it
be
because
there.
I
It'll
wrote,
be
I
out.
wrote,
It'll
be out sometime, but I wrote so much programming. And again, and Sheila knows this because I've told her a million times, but you guys, I've helped so many people, you know, with that material that Sheila so beautifully gathered in her vulnerability. So always say thank you and always give her complete, you know, my walk-in knowledge has just increased exponentially by, you know, encountering Sheila. So I always, you know, thank Sheila. I'm so grateful to you for that. And so are my clients. So thank you. I always like to thank her for that. All right. So I live on an active and portal habitation spot for all kinds of crazy things that regular appear, even in the daytime on my security camera. This is recent and kind of fun. I encourage you guys to take a screenshot of this, practice your dimensional scene, blow it up, you know, shrink it down. There's like 20 beings in this picture. You know, some of them are more apparent. And again, you know, what you don't know, what I know is even if all you guys see is black spots, I know there's no black spots there. You know, I can go out right now and the portal's closed and, you know, I know what's there. So it always helps, you know, you guys need to pay attention. If you have passive security cameras like I do, they usually alert me. They say someone's in the side yard. Well, guess what? Sometimes it's one of my big dogs, but a lot of times it's a cryptid. You know, I have a picture of a dogman, I have pictures of Bigfoot, I have pictures of monkeys in my trees, I have pictures of just the craziest things, big cats, like, so it's really, really fun and it's really empowering because, you know, it's one thing to sit and watch these things and to hear all these people, you know, I talk to ETs and I connect with my galactic, you know, I'm abducted and this and that, and I have these great abilities. But do you know how fun it is to like experience it day after day after day and have these relationships with these beings? Because these are elemental beings that are just, you know, beautifully high frequency. A lot of them are healers. A lot of them are wise. A lot of them are very family oriented. They'll come and hold their little babies out and show me. And I have thousands of pictures. I feel like, is it Bridget? You know, some of these people, again, experience things more on that level and have, you know, some of that evidence. But I really encourage you guys to go out in nature, even in, you know, your yard. I have pictures of, you know, Sasquatch and Dogman downtown Winston-Salem. So you don't have to live in the middle of the woods and the mountains like I do. You know, the way this realm is created is all the dimensions are on top of each other. And you guys can go out in your apartment, you know, parking lot and probably, you know, find paranormal activity. It's just that sensitivity. So cameras are great. I love our technology and that we have that. So that's just kind of what I live with 24/7 all the time. And it's a lot of fun. So I'm going to talk about what we aren't talking about and don't know why. Why do I want to talk about that? Because what we're shutting behind the closet, what we're afraid to open up, or what we don't know does affect us. Why? Everybody here that's spoken has referred to why. Because we're one. We're a collective. We're tied together. Some of us are almost the exact same frequency. We're in the same soul groups. Some of us are actually aspects of ourselves with the exact same frequency. Have you guys met anybody that's your exact same frequency? I have, and it's wild. Like, it's wild to totally understand someone. And it's not always romantic. You know, sometimes we call that a soulmate or an extreme soulmate, but often, you know, it's same sex, old, young, doesn't matter, child, mother, you know, all these things. So we meet these people that, you know, are these exact same frequencies, are very close, and it's really, really interesting. But again, we all affect each other, even if we're a radically different frequency or radically different soul group. And so we're all in this together. And you guys have been saying it from the positive viewpoint. I'm going to kind of flip that coin and say it. I don't believe in polarity, so I don't really think it's negative. I think all information is win-win. But I'm going to say we're also all in this together in the darkness that we refuse to acknowledge, in the shadows, in the workings of this reality in all time, all space, multidimensional reality, including other ET races that we don't know, we haven't been exposed to, or we don't understand, or possibly, as I see, that we're in denial with, or that technology is memory blocking, memory wiping, blacking us out from remembering. So we're going to get into that. So what can we not know? So what I have found, as our frequency comes up, as we can hold that frequency, because of course it's up and down. You know, you eat something, it can go up or down, depending on what you're eating. You go a place, it can go up or down. That affects how you connect to information. It connects your discernment level. So not everything is wishful thinking, even though I teach and absolutely believe that everything we believe is real. Also, what is real is real is real is real. So again, we have to be able to hold multiple concepts in the same space and be okay with that and not be like it's only one or another. So again, I call this dropping some things in the field. Some of this information will be new. Some of this way of thinking will be new to you guys, and you're not really familiar with it, because I come from very hardcore. I can be like super, super woo-woo, love and light, mushy-gushy, but most of the time I'm pretty blunt, and I love digging for secrets. I love exposing secrets. I do need to tell you 2 more pieces of information before I go into some of the nitty-gritty. One is that an ex that I'm very, very close to works for a United States intelligence agency. The other bit of information is I have family that works in human cloning and gets a paycheck and the transfer of human consciousness. So even though I don't work in daytime for an intelligence agency and I'm not human cloning, I do have sources that I would trust with my life that have never proven to be wrong, where I get a lot of my information from, as well as a lot of people that work in the secret space program and in Lockheed Martin, who have shared information at very much high risk to themselves. So I'm able to program that into the back end of my technology and bounce it off your field. And again, you've heard your friend, the doctor, I can't think of his name. He talked about us being a radio tower in broadcasting frequencies. What I'm telling you, and I'll get into a little bit of inference in this. For example, let's say I want to believe I'm Pleiadian, which one of my soul groups is actually Pleiadian, but there's many other groups other than Arcturian, Pleiadian, and Andromedan and Syrian. Of course, we know that. We don't always know that, but those are the common groups taught about. But let's say I think I'm Pleiadian, I want to be Pleiadian, I identify with the Pleiadians. Well, guess what? If it's not in my field, because we carry all information from all time, all space in our field. If the Pleiadian frequency, or guess what? It might be what we would call in 3D, in polarity, negative Pleiadian. Like if negative Pleiadian is in my field, then I'm a negative Pleiadian. I might want to be a positive Pleiadian and, sprinkle fairy dust, but it is what it is. I'm telling you, a shortcut to enlightenment, a shortcut to activating your gifts is being able to accept what is and then work from there. So all this resistance and wishing and hoping and forcing, we try to force the square peg in the round hole. We try to be like everybody else. We try to think like everybody else. We pretend like we're like everybody else. It's never going to work. When you start just accepting how this reality runs and how it works, as well as how all time and space works, how does this reality fit into all time and space? How do you fit into this reality within all time and space? It'll go a lot smoother. Thankfully, they have allowed us for many, many years, not just recently, but for, I think, 80, 100 years, they've actually given us access to this biofeedback technology where we have the ability. It's quantum technology. It's always been quantum technology, whether you're sitting in your chiropractor, being tested, holding your little copper thing, and they're telling you to buy $7,000 worth of supplements, or whether you're being tested on these apps now or these other, more abstract ways through all time and space, because there is no time and space. All time is now and all space is now. So it doesn't matter, what your doorway of coming into this technology is. It's always been no time, no space, all time, all space, as I like to say. And this technology, even more profound, has been around, we know, and I have memory of it and other people have memory of it, has been around for millions and millions of years. So it's what they allow us to have after the resets. Some of you guys know about Tartaria, some of you guys know about mud floods. So after the resets, they start us over like in the caveman, and then they gradually, give us this great technology. And then they say, heck with you guys, we're going to put you back in the caveman era, which I'll get to maybe too. So again, I have many, many daytime memories of abduction and nighttime memories of abduction, as well as, and we don't have time to go into all this, but I talk about it a lot in shows. I talk about it in my classes, talk about it in my monthly group. But, evidence of abduction, evidence of a relationship with star beings and starcraft, positive and negative. Again, I don't believe in polarity, but I'm going to use polarity terms. We all understand ETs with negative agenda. It's been referred to here, ETs with positive agenda. Here's an example of two craft. I didn't even want to know. I'm like, I don't want to go into some weird ego that I'm getting escorted by my space family, and I don't want to get creeped out and think my plane is going to be shot down. So I'm not even going to look. I didn't run it. I didn't ask my guides. I didn't go into my psychic abilities. I just took the picture. So I don't know, maybe somebody will get some information. You can share it with me if you're not, now that I'm safely on land. But it's profound again. And, and I can go out on my deck and see the same thing. So, I constantly, and I have many, many videos of ships above my house. But here's the thing. You guys have ships above your house. You have ships above your house in the daytime. You have ships above your house in the nighttime. Doesn't matter where you live. You don't have to live in Sedona, Arizona. You don't have to live near the Grand Canyon. You don't have to live in the mountains. Everybody has them. So again, we don't see because we don't look. Maybe your dimensional vision is already activated, but you guys haven't gone out with your cameras, when it's dark, when there's maybe no moon, and tried. Have you set up a tripod? Tripods aren't that expensive. You can set up a tripod. You can put your little cell phone, doesn't matter if it's Android or whatever it is, and you can put it facing the sky and turn it on for 2 hours and go in and watch Netflix and come back out and go through it. Yeah, have fun with that. Your world will change when you realize how much of this dimensional reality doesn't require extreme psychic abilities. And I'll get to that in a future slide. I'm trying to race through this because she's going to kill me. So I really, really am passionate about rewriting this junk conscious definition that we also play by. It was kind of referred to by Karen. These people that, especially these movements aren't succinct. So the UF movement isn't to itself. The paranormal movement isn't to itself. The cryptid movement, it all has this vector. If you guys know what a vector is, you draw 2 circles and then the middle, we have this vector crossover, but there's these beings in these fields that, they just say things. So I always say, whether I'm saying it or they're saying it or Sheila's saying it, doesn't matter who's saying it. More than emotional, because there's a lot of ETs that run emotional programs on us, which again, we don't have time to get into, but there are. More than trusting your emotions, which I love emotions, but I'm also always cock an eye and run it against some other markers before I totally buy that emotion. To me, it's who says. So somebody says, we know what's going on in Israel in that area. So somebody says, this building blew up in Israel, and they show you a picture on the TV of the building blowing up in Israel. And so most people are like, oh, that's awful, blah, blah, blah. Even if they're awake and conscious. I don't say that. I say, who says? Because I have had clients that have been hired to go to these scenes, and they're scenes where they film them, where it's a movie set, they blow up buildings, they shoot people, they do these scenes, and they take their cell phones so they can't video them, but I trust them. I mean, they show me their pay stub, they tell me what happened. And so it's not just these little things that we talk about, people say that might have happened in Las Vegas. People say it might have had in, these different things that conspiracy theories we know about. It's in almost everything scripted in this reality. So when I watch something on the news, not that wars can't be created. We know that they are. We know that they're started. I'm not saying that. But with specific little incidents that are designed to manipulate your mind and emotions, whether it's in the spiritual realm or in the 3D realm, I always says, who says? Because if I don't know somebody there on the ground that I would trust with my life, I don't believe it. I just go on about my day, because so much of this stuff, in my favorite illustration, of course, I'm blanking on her name right now, is my favorite illustration is that girl, it was around, the time of, when we were all like stuck in our houses, that got kidnapped by her fiance in the national parks, and they had this big manhunt and chase, and she eventually, supposedly, they found her dead. And like I tell my people over and over, my ex is like, don't believe that, don't watch it. Or actually, he did send me a YouTube video to watch. It's her being interviewed by a highway patrol where she's like crying and stuff. Anybody with any discernment, or even if you don't have discernment, can tell it's bad acting. Okay, I'm trying. 2 minutes. Happy birthday in 2 minutes. I got balloons. Did you say 2 minutes? So again, he said that was an interagency exercise. So all the intelligence agencies, all the law enforcement agencies perpetrated a scam that I'm sure some of you guys watched and some of you guys believed. So who says? There are accurate ways that we have access to discern truth beyond our own memories. We have this benevolent, neutral technology. never going to get through this in 2 minutes. Okay, so many people discount AI, but we found recently, and you guys can look this up, and there is a confusion. I want to make it clear. So a lot of people, you say soul catcher and they go to the moon and they go to After Dying and they go to the light tunnel. That's not what I'm talking about. There's a current project running with the SSP and the military called Project Soul Catcher. It has to do with what we're also afraid of, you know, the remapping of human consciousness into AI. But what is, and again, I don't go looking for this stuff. This stuff kind of comes looking for me. I have, you know, different panels because I have this information that this project is going on. I have this information that the most gifted psychics, you know, which are, of course, us, the starseeds, the most old souls, the people that run this reality, which is us, you know, are involved in this. So I'm able to bounce your field off and see if you're involved in it. I haven't looked at you, Sheila, so don't ask, but I'm involved in it. And when I say involved in it, I'm not saying working against it. I'm saying we're doing this. There's an aspect of ourselves, whether it's nighttime, daytime, whatever, that is doing this. And I really don't want to keep going because I don't want to open a door that I can't really explain, Sheila. So I'm probably going to taper it off there. But and here's my point. My point is, there's a lot of agencies working against me because of the level of truth that I have access to. Some of you have similar access to this truth, whether it's about the physical body, the mental, the emotional, the spiritual, you know, the dimensional. You guys have access to this truth. I'm begging you guys and imploring you, let's stop having our individualized point of view, whether it's coming from up here or 3D or in between. Let's start coming together with our pieces of the puzzle and laying them next to each other so we can find, kind of like what Karen was talking about too. She was talking about pollution. She was talking about Chernobyl. She was talking about cleanup. We run this reality. Our consciousness runs this reality. We are the highest frequency and the oldest souls on the planet. And so are some of our controllers, but that doesn't matter. I think more of us need to come together for, you know, being solution oriented instead of just staying on our own little narrow path, following our own little way, teaching what we're familiar with. We all hold pieces of this puzzle. So again, I encourage you to have a podcast. Anybody want to come on the podcast, talk about it, have open discussions, panel discussions, solution oriented, completely, you know, open. My podcast happens to air one of them on Sheila's platform. Fancy that. But really appreciate you guys listening. I'm going to stop it here. If you want more, I'll probably turn the rest into YouTube videos so you can watch it on YouTube. But thanks, Sheila. Here. Are you muted?
And thank you so much because, you know, you always have so much amazing information that you bring forward. And it's like, I want to take one little bitty sliver and let's like dive deep into it. Because we get all this information. I'm like, oh my God, I want more. I want more. I want more. I want more. So if you guys are like me, give Kimberly a call and she will be happy to work with you. You can visit her. You want to go ahead and give them the name of your website?
Oh yeah, sorry. It's Secret to Everything. It's at the bottom of my slide, secrettoeverything.com. And you can get a scan, one-on-one, monthly group classes. Yeah. Or just Google me, whatever.
Beautiful. Okay. So guys, if you're interested in those scans, give her a call. I did. And you may want to learn more and more and more. So Kimberly, honey, thank you so much for being here with us. I really appreciate it. And we will chat soon. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. So we now have Glenda. Hey, Glenda. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, doing good. We got our times a little bit kind of messed up, but here we are. Thank you so much for being here and coming on a few minutes early. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. Of course, I'm able to. I was traveling, so I couldn't do too much, but
Right, absolutely. But hey, guys, let me tell you about Glenda. Glenda also has a couple shows actually on our YouTube channel and on the Conscious Awakening Network. And she can tell you about those in just a second. But she is an intergalactic and interdimensional channel with the Council of Nine and other entities of light. As their conduit conduit to the enlightened humans she is called to facilitate, and they bring guidance and messages of hope, wisdom, and healing energies so that they may empower positive change in this lifetime. That just barely, not even scratches the surface of everything that Glenda does. So go ahead and tell them about your website where they can find you. And guys, you got to check her out too.
Well, thank you. GlendasMagicalCreations.com. And that will give you a little bit about myself. There's a lot more that I just haven't listed, basically because when the need is there, somehow the student or the person that needs it will show up. And then we will discuss what it is that they need. So welcome today. Basically, like Sheila said, I do have a couple of podcasts. One is Channeling the Council of Nine and Other Light Beings. And then the other one is Glenda's Dragon's Den. And that I bring different guests so they could give us different aspects of their experiences. Now, that could be galactic, that could be channeling, that could be psychic, that could be just an author who was inspired, and the way they were inspired is what helps others. So every single person that comes on the show in Glenda's Dragon's Den comes with different experiences, so everyone can see that there's differences, but yet we're the same. You could call it tomato, you could call it tomato, they're all basically the same thing. You know, like Sheila said, there's a lot of things that I still do that she hasn't listed, or I haven't listed. There is another show that's called Paranormal Dolls, and that comes on Mondays, and that is basically geared towards paranormal, whether they're investigators or researchers or just enthusiasts, people that like to share their experiences. Now, when we talk about paranormal, it isn't just ghosts, just so people understand that. There's a lot of celebrities that we have brought in that can share their experiences as well. And then I also provide a Reiki clinic on Monday nights, and that is an actual Reiki session that is done in sort of meditative state. And I send out the energy, your higher self picks up exactly what it needs, and that is every single week. And, you know, so if you have any questions about anything, of course, contact me at GlendasMagicalCreations.com. Now, with that being said, I just want to get you to appreciate what I am going to present today by just standing in the moment, in this very moment, and pondering the concept of we are all part of one consciousness. Just let that sink in. Let that really truly be what you experience, what you let your mind think, what it goes through your psychic, your everything about you. And as you're pondering that statement, I will explain a little more about the spiritual practice of shamanism. Now, shamanism was the oldest form of spiritual practice known to humankind. And although there are many headings for shamanism, such as galactic shamanism, celestial shamanism, earth shamanism, and even Egyptian shamanism, the spiritual basis is the same. The ancient ways of shamanism are ingrained deep within our psyche and are immensely powerful. Shamans believe we come from source and go back to source. So we come from love and we go back to love. We come from oneness and we go back to oneness. We are all one with source and we are all part of all. Although shamanism, of course, like every other spiritual practice and everything else has evolved from somewhat rigid methods to a more intuitive work with the cosmic beings in this very moment, especially by exchanging geometric codes, hieroglyphics, symbols, frequencies, sounds, transmissions, and colors that affect change on a quantum level within the body, the DNA, and the brain itself. And even though the tools shamans employ today may be different from those in the ancient times, shamans are here to work with all aspects of the psyche by accessing records from multiple dimensional lives, multiple dimensional beings, multiple dimensions, period. They have come to understand that what ancient civilizations consider gods and goddesses were most likely galactic beings that were willing to show themselves to help humanity in time of need. Using, for example, light language, shamans have the ability to reprogram and activate dormant DNA. Shamans understand that all living beings have a soul, no matter what it is, and all are considered to be sacred and of divine purpose. In spiritual tradition known as shamanism, all shamans journey through 3 major worlds to obtain wisdom and receive help from beings in each world. The 3 worlds are generally known as the upper world, the middle world, and the underworld. The middle world is the world we live in, the physical world, and the astral. And this is the level where the cycle of life exists in all forms that make up the natural world. That connection with everything that's around us, that's where this middle world really influences us. When you go into nature and see a rabbit, and all of a sudden you just stop, you pay attention, you could just almost feel whether that rabbit is hungry, whether that rabbit is anxious, whether that rabbit is just very content and peaceful. And although the middle world has 2 main parts, the physical and the astral, together they represent nature, animals, humans, stones, crystals, water, and insects, to just name a few. The astral side of the middle world, for example, contains fairy folk, elves, nature spirits, and many other types of spirits. These beings are often seen on special astrological enhanced nights or by humans that walk around with higher vibrational frequencies. That is why you have some people saying, I want to look for fairies, but I can't find them. Well, just bring your frequency to a higher place, and you will be able to walk among them, and you will be able to communicate with them. Now, the underworld is where shamans find ancestors, monsters, chaotic spirits, and tools for healing. Yes, the underworld has a lot of tools that we use to heal ourselves, to heal others, to heal our environment, even to heal other dimensions or beings in other dimensions. It is believed that upon death, the physical body, the spirit would dissolve back into the earth so that it can rest and rejuvenate prior to continuing its journey. This world also holds beings that are too chaotic for other worlds so that they would not cause destruction upon the universe. This world, of course, has a lower frequency than the middle world. The upper world is a place now where shamans can find and communicate with the energy of the gods, the goddesses, angels, planets, galaxies, galactic beings, the stars themselves, and other celestial energies and beings. This is the place, this is the level where one may discover the home of the gods, the angels, the home of the galactic beings and the ascended beings, ascended masters, as many refer them to. This is the level where you find star portals and beings from other parts of the galaxy, the universe and the multiverse. You can discover places of power and knowledge, planetary beings, as well as intelligence and places of healing. Imagine that. You would think that it would just be on Earth. No, it's all over. Remember, we are one. We are part of one. The upper world is the world of the stars, the planets, and the universal energies that humans are now beginning to remember, reconnect, and re-understand. Re-understand. The upper world has a higher frequency than the middle world, of course. The ancient shamans believed that the upper world was a reflection of the middle world. And they believed that man was made in the image of the gods or galactic beings, because to them, galactic beings were gods and gods were galactic beings. Those are the entities or the beings, the gods that rode in shiny round objects, arriving at Earth, or should I say middle world, at times when humanity needed help and guidance with spiritualism or even healing. And sometimes, unfortunately, this offer of help was refused. And that is when things went awry. That is when humanity started getting blinders on. Humanity started forgetting things. Humanity forgot that we were part of everything and everything is part of us. There is a definite connection with spirituality and extraterrestrial beings that we are finally starting to comprehend again, that we are finally starting to open our eyes again to. Many shamans believe that some of the entities that people claim to see, such as angels or spirits, are in fact extraterrestrials. Even those beings are a little chaotic. They're not necessarily just beings, as everything is everything else. To shamans, there is no real difference between an extraterrestrial and a spirit. Both beings in just different or other realms, dimensions, or aspect of our consciousness. We are all in the same, but we are different. Shamanic journeying through the upper world allows you to meet the gods and the angels, correct? Well, those are also the extraterrestrials. The beings from other planets, the beings from other star systems, from other universes. Shamans, by traveling to distant parts of space, experience the human race, that which the human race may never get a chance to discover, because we as humans close our eyes, close our mind, turn off our knowledge as time goes by. Soon as we born, we have all this knowledge, and yet slowly but surely we shut it down. We can travel and meet and communicate with beings from other planets, universes, or galaxies. Just like the earth has nature spirits, shamans can also meet the unique spirits of those distant places and get insight, receive healing, receive knowledge that is missing to open humanity's eyes, to give humanity healing, and to provide those things that we need to help humanity continue. In shamanism, the main teaching is that spirit is part of all that exists. That is the meaning, really, that is the core of the statement. Creator in us, we are the creator. Creator is one, and we are one. We are part of all, and all is part of us. When I do channel the Council of Nine or connect with a departed family member or even receive psychic information during a gallery, a reading, I'm connecting to that one consciousness that as other oracles, other prophets, other shamans before me have done so many times. This can include a galactic part of me or an essence of my soul. And in shamanism, we communicate or channel with all beings no matter where they exist to get healing, to get insight, to look and see the future, to understand everything else that exists around us, whether it's a rock, a stone, whether it's the stars, whether it's the earth, because Mother Earth, Gaia, also has a consciousness and also is living, also has a soul, and is also honored by us. That is one of the reasons as to why at the core of true shamanism, all comes home to one love, and one love does not compete. We are all one. We share and we guide each other and we uphold each other. We create space, loving space for each other. One love follows best practices to achieve greatest good, united together as one. Now, according to scientists, there are a number of entities from other planets, dimensions or frequencies. These entities have at different times connected with shamans of different tribes, with different beliefs, and in different customs, in different geographical locations, and imparted wisdom and technology they saw as appropriate for the advancement of that tribe in that place and time. Wow. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that important in our lives? That when we find that we cannot get those answers, there are always entities, there are always beings that are here to help us. These entities, some galactic, some at higher frequencies, were interpreted as gods or goddesses. These entities were much more advanced and or ascended, and therefore had the knowledge and understanding that there is no separation, but that we are essentially the same. Particles of the infinite universal energy, fragments of all that is. They have made themselves known or appeared from time to time so that forgotten knowledge may be rediscovered for healing and for the greater good of humanity. Gaia and all, no matter what dimension or what world we are in. This is one of the main reasons I personally have concluded and have come to understand why galactic beings were interpreted in those olden times or referred to or even considered to be ancient gods. Why? Because they arrived with knowledge that at that moment and healing that at that moment humans did not have. They may have had it, but they've forgotten about it. They've forgotten how to access that information. They've forgotten how to raise their vibrations. So we needed their presence. We needed their knowledge. They arrived with knowledge, lessons, and understanding of infinite knowledge so that humanity would continue to exist and thrive. And as I see it, now is the time to pay attention to our divine self, acknowledge our oneness with each other, awaken and become aware of other beings from all galaxies to connect to Source in order to improve our human experience. Remember the statement I gave you all before. Do you remember when we started? that beautiful moment where I said, we are all part of one consciousness. And we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenda. That was absolutely beautiful. I really appreciate it. And yeah, throughout time, we have had so many beings on this planet, and it would be easy. I mean, even today, of course, most people would understand what's happening, but let's just 50 or 100 years ago, even if we had a lot of visitations, if people may not interpret it as, oh yeah, that's our galactic family. So I think that consciousness has gotten to the place now that we're able to really, work with these concepts and anchor in the fact that we are much more than we've been told that we are, and that we're part of a much greater galactic society. So thank you so much. Please tell people where they can find you on your website.
GlendasMagicalCreations.com. And I welcome emails, messages. I'm open anytime.
Yep. And you can always find her on the consciousawakeningnetwork.org and on our YouTube channel. So thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, now we have Aage up next, and after Aage, we're going to open up. I want to hear what your thoughts are about the day. I want to hear some of your comments, and we'll try to get as many people as we possibly can, but I just don't know how many we'll be able to do. But let's go ahead and Aage, let's go ahead and bring you up. All right. Hey, Aage, how are you?
In the words of Spark, live long and prosper, and I'm doing wonderful.
There you go. Now, guys, Aage, you heard Aage mentioned this morning by Nori Love, who is his co-host on Broadcast Team Alpha. But Aage actually grew up on a farm in Norway, and by age 25, he had learned several languages and studied sciences, including metaphysics and different forms and theories of spirituality. Now, Aage is the author of Spiritual Science, Higher Consciousness Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness. And again, Aage and Nori are co-hosts on Broadcast Team Alpha. And they help you to reprogram your mind, the mind that creates everything, and everything people know may be wrong, but they help you to find the truth. And so today, Aage is going to share some of his truth with us. So welcome, 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 Aage.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, boy. After a line of speakers like this, how can you top that? You have had so many wonderful speakers here. You have buckets and buckets full of pearls already. So whatever my little contribution is, it's going to be like a pebble in the water in the ocean. It's not going to create a flood. So just you're safe. I really appreciate being here because I am going to try to connect spirituality with UFOs. I have been accused sometimes to be too rooted in the nuts and the bolts of things. And I don't know, maybe I am, but it has its place because everything that we experience around us, what it really is, can be explained through quantum mechanics. So if we understand our environment around us and in us, it will be a little easier to work with, to understand, so that we can do things with the abilities and the understanding that is available to us. Now, UFOs, we think we know what they are. Yeah, because we see them ever so often, some of us, or most of us actually. And we may not know what it is at the time, but then we start thinking about it, that, oh yeah, it's one of those UFOs. But what is a UFO? Look at the definition. I don't care what the government says. If they call it a UAP, no, they're still going to be UFOs with me. So it is an unidentified flying object. So if I throw a rock in the sky and you cannot identify what it is, guess what? It's a UFO. It goes to that ridiculous definition. Now, what is spirituality? Well, we kind of think we know what that is too. That is spiritual beings, usually thought of as good ones, that is here to help or educate or be there for us when we need them. And then again, there's religion. There's most people, they put a defining line between spirituality and religion. There's a lot of spirituality within religion. So maybe we should look at it possibly a little bit different. There's also some really nasty stuff within religion that if we have a spiritual understanding, which is higher conscious thinking, then we will recognize the love within religions and stay with that and leave what is not necessarily for our higher good within religions, leave that alone. Because there are things there that is not necessarily for our betterment. Within spirituality, there can also be things that is not necessarily for our betterment, because not everything within spirituality is for our higher good. I know that's not necessarily what we want to hear, but it's there. When I haven't looked up the definition of spirituality, but let's call it anything outside of the physical existence. That could be anything from the fourth dimensional existence on up. There is things in those existences that live there, and they can influence us from there. There are spiritual beings, and there may be just beings with higher technology that has very little positive spiritual knowledge. So there are interdimensional entities. They live above the higher of the fourth dimensional existence. Let's think of it this way. What we can see of the light spectrum is just less than 1% of the whole total light spectrum. What do you think can live? What do you think is within the other 99%? There are people living there. There are spiritual entities living there. There are angelic beings living there. Divanic beings living there. There are technology, beings of higher technology, flying discs that comes down here and visit us and go back to their realm again. They're there too. So there are these real spiritual beings. most of the time we would consider them to also have higher spiritual knowledge or be capable of higher spiritual thinking. But maybe not always. They're capable of technologies that does time distortion and time slippage between different timelines or different vibrational realities, up and down in the vibrations. Most spiritual beings are explained, we can explain it within quantum mechanics. Most spiritual concepts can be explained through quantum mechanics. But they may not all be for our betterment. Now, these ships are the UFOs that coming down from the higher vibrations into our reality. They fly around and look around and do their research and visitations and maybe have fun. I hope they're able to have fun too. And then they go back home again up in the higher vibrations. And we see that because we see ships that is coming out of portals. They come from possibly a different timeline or a different vibrational reality into ours. So we could consider them to be spiritual entities and spiritual crafts. But anything outside of the physical is in one way or another considered by most as a spiritual being or a spiritual existence. Now, some of the spiritual beings that come here, they have a good understanding of what we call source. Some call it God, some call it other things, because there are people that they have visited here and they ask the extraterrestrial, do you have something you believe in like we do, like gods? And most of the time when they have gotten that question, it becomes obvious that they outgrew that concept. And they say, yes, there is a higher intelligence that supports and creates the foundation for everything that can be created. So then, that is probably as close to what we call God as you can get. It's not that white guy sitting in the clouds up there and controlling everything. Of course, you know, he had to be white, you know, and it's created by a white religion. But I think most people are outgrowing that now. They're not really praying to this one guy up there that they call God. But the interdimensional travel, there is some evidence to that because there are government documents saying that this exists. There is something called the smoking gun document. You can Google it and you'll probably find it on the FBI, both on the FBI and the CIA website. If you go to the FBI website, then probably easier to find. It's a document that dates back a few decades saying that yes, there are extraterrestrials coming here in their ships, but they are we are communicating with them, but they are mostly interdimensionals. And coming from another reality, that makes them spiritual beings. So it may not be only interdimensionals. There may be also physical beings coming here from other planets, but they are physical just like you and me. And they have mastered the technology of bending space and time so that they put two different locations in this universe, put these locations together with a very small gap. So they jump across, and that could take next to no time or just a very little time altogether. And that scientists love that one, because that way Einstein can be right. And then we have higher spiritual beings in extraterrestrial form that can travel, but they don't need a nuts and bolts ship. They can think themselves in a snap of a moment to some destination, and they are there because they understand the unified field and the imaginary, holographically projected and self-aware universe that we are living in. So they are able to manipulate the science that creates this universe for their gain and their travel and their understanding of what they do. So I was trying to look at the text here, then it gets interesting, I guess. Now, these people, they are manipulating matter in this reality. It's called telekinesis. And they can create from the field, the unified field. And the reason we know that is also true because we have seen it. If you go to our website, and Nori and I have a website called Broadcast Team Alpha, and go into the picture gallery, you will find a NASA print that they really didn't want us to know about, but it came out. That is a picture of the planet Saturn. Right outside of the outside ring, there is a 3,000-mile long cigar-shaped ship sitting there. And the probe that took this picture in orbit around Saturn, they take a picture about, I think it's about every 20 minutes or so. And it is there in one picture. The next picture, it is gone. So it was not a permanent thing of the rings. It was traveling 3,000 miles long and about 400 miles wide, it looked like. And it wasn't in the light spectrum that we can see, it was in the infrared light spectrum. With other words, if it flew right by Earth, we couldn't see it. Think on that. What else is out there that we cannot see? If you get your hands on a 4th generation night vision goggles, or borrow one or know someone that has it, go outside at night, point it into the sky, you're going to see a traffic jam up there. There are ships going in all different directions. They're changing directions. There are long cigars, there are triangles, there are round ones, there are just points of light moving. They're all up there, but we cannot see it with our regular eyes. We have to use special lenses or the night vision goggles to see it in the infrared spectrum. In fact, George Nori was presented with these goggles one time a few years back at a conference. Somebody gave it to him and said, look up here. And George looked at it, and he was so fascinated by all these ships flying by that he made a whole program out of it on the Coast to Coast show. Now, what will this do for us? I don't know how much time I have here, but hopefully just a little bit. What will this do for us? We know they're there, interdimensional or in our reality. They're out there. Try to make contacts with them because you can. Most of the extraterrestrial beings that come here from an interdimensional existence are very telepathic. Some of them that come here in physical form, they are also telepathic. And then there are spiritual, higher light beings that come here. They are also very telepathic. I know because I met one. Keep asking. Go out at night, look into the sky, and ask. I am here. I am open for contact. If they are someone that picks up your thoughts, they may look at you and say, yeah, sure you are. But if you are persistent, keep coming back, they may understand that you're serious and you may be able to make contact. So how do you recognize higher conscious or conscious thinking or consciousness of the light? Because like I said, not everything out there is necessarily for our higher good. You recognize it in the vibration that you absorb in form of the expression of love. When you feel the love, that's when you know that's my guy, or that's for me, that is for my highest good. If you observe a UFO and you get some kind of a fear from it, maybe just think twice before you walk on the ship if you are invited. It could be okay, but I would not do that unless I felt the vibration of love with someone. And this spiritual understanding, it comes with practice. And there are some real solid methods that you can use in order to gain the higher consciousness thinking that will make contact with them. I wrote about that in one of my books here. I'll show you in a second. A lot of these things that we think about as going on in this universe and how to interact with it can be explained through quantum mechanics. And here's a tip for you. Go ahead and Google it, or leave Google alone, pick another platform, but search for the theory of inflation in quantum mechanics. That you'll get some good understanding once you start reading that, because, and that is the fact that everything you think about, you visualize, you imagine, you intend for, and you love is placed into the unified field or the universal mind as potential for physical creation later. When you go back and forth and visit it every day, you start solidifying the path for it to come back and join you in the physical existence with you so you can enjoy it. That is one thing that I write about in this book, Spiritual Science, Higher Conscious Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness. I teach people how to use their mind in ways that you normally would think would be possible. So we live in a mind-created universe. We're here, our neighbor is here, our loved one is here, our family is here, distant family, where our community, everything we have around us is in this mind-created universe. So how is that created again? It all comes from the universal mind or source, which we are part of. Several of the speakers before have talked about this. Listen to them. They're on to something. And when that universal mind laid on a platform, a floor of understanding that we have accepted as truth. Within that truth, we can create our own truth. And that is what we do with our understanding of what we create. So we can create things that our neighbors never created, but that's because we have different sparks of life that is creating on its own within the bigger concept of the universal mind. And now we can create anything we want. If you study the theory of inflation, you'll understand why. This book that I just showed you, that shows you how. And it's very simple. So extraterrestrials are good at this. You remember that the 3,000-mile long cigar-shaped ship sitting outside of Saturn? You don't build those ships by welding torches and gluing material together to create a 3,000-mile long ship. No, it is created by consciousness. Someone or something creates a detailed picture of that craft, and then they reach into the quantum existence for the substance to fill that visualized concept, and it becomes real in that reality, being the infrared. And there are also, I have personally seen, believe there could probably be about an 800-mile long ship floating across the surface of the moon. That is, there's a guy in Canada that's got a telescope bigger that I can crawl inside of it, and he takes videos of the moon and showing the ships floating across. Those are physical. You don't create 800-mile long ships either without creating it by consciousness. We are capable of those things if we understand it and if we accept it. Now, that's a tough one. Hey, there you are.
Yeah. Wow. That was great, Aage. Man, that is so much fuel for thought. We have had, such an amazing day. And like the middle of the day, there was a big bow tied on it, and several other times a big bow tied on it. But man, you really brought it all together for us, and I really appreciate that. I'm excited to have you here. We've gotten some comments. It's been a long day, but yes, it has, but it has been very, very exciting. It's been jam-packed, full of amazing information, and you just brought a close to all of that. So I want to thank you so, so much. And what I'd like to do right now is, if you want to go ahead and give your email, or not your email, but your website again, so that people have it. Tell them a little bit about Broadcast Team Alpha, and then I want to go ahead and we're going to open it up for a few comments before we close.
Okay, good. First of all, I have a suggestion for people watching out there, and that is that many of you probably, it was so much information, you probably never got to see everything. Go ahead and get the recording and turn it on and listen through the whole thing. You can do other things while you're listening because your subconscious mind catches everything. Just run it. You really should, because of the substance and the credibility of the people on this panel is astronomical. So do that, run it so you get the whole thing, because you're going to learn some things that you didn't catch the first time around. And yeah, and for me and Nori, go to Broadcast Team Alpha on YouTube. And also we are, on 44 different platforms, and Conscious Awakening Network, 3 TV stations, and a bunch of, we're everywhere. So, and then again, go to broadcastteamalpha.com. That's our website. And if you really want to, screw up your day, go into the picture gallery, because there are 5,000 pictures of things that is so outrageously strange that it shouldn't exist, but it does. Once you get in there, you probably will waste at least a couple of 3 hours. It'll take you about 3 days to get through all of them.
Awesome.
I imagine some of you already done that.
Yeah, I have visited the gallery a couple times, and I'm still finding new photos. So it is quite amazing. So Aage, thank you so much for being here with us. And Age's going to stay on here with me, and we're going to open it up. If you have a question or a comment, please, please, please make it very, very brief. We're going to go to the bottom of the hour, and then we will close everything out. But I really want to give you guys an opportunity to share. Maybe there was something that you learned. And I'm going to start right at the top. And is that Sarita? All right, Sarita. Are you still with us?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. I really enjoy Aage, and I think I definitely agree with there is out there, because at night I took the picture and I see all kind of thing running around, like orbs. The more I talk to them, the more they come, they show up, different size, different shape. Lately, I saw they come through from the moon at night, and I don't feel fear, and I'm not sure what it is. I just want to ask Aage about it.
Well, in fact, there was a whistleblower from NORAD, and he says that they have their radar units pointing towards the moon, and they see ships coming. Take about 20 minutes from the moon to Earth. And they are coming at all times of the day. It could be at night, could be in the morning, whatever. So we know there are visitations, and there is horde of them. There's thousands of them that is going back and forth from time to time. So they are here for a purpose. Hopefully some of them are more than curious, probably coming here for educate themselves for a future event when they may be able to help. That is what I'm hoping what's going on.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Great. And thanks for keeping that hand up and being patient. All right. Carol, you've had your hand up. Are you here, Carol Mann? Okay, we've got another Carol with her hand up.
Hello, Carol.
Yeah. How about Lily?
Oh, they're muted, so all you have to do is to unmute yourself and we'll talk.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
We can hear you now. Great.
Okay, great. I was interested in something he mentioned about Saturn. On my way back from Nepal to LA, all of a sudden I saw, like, I had an awareness of like Saturn hovering over us and used as a control mechanism, but I'm not even into looking into any of that. So, and ever since then, I just started doing a lot of research on astrology and what is really the truth out there.
Yeah. Astrology is not my strong side. In fact, I know very little about it, but I do know it is one of those lost sciences, because the astrological calendar was before our Julian calendar or the Gregorian calendar. So that was first. And there is a science to it that very few people understand. There are some people that are studying it and they get good at it. Those are the people we need to listen to. If I talk about astrology, don't listen to a word of it because I don't know anything about it.
Great.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, Christopher. And after Christopher, what I'd like to do is, if there was something that really struck you about today's presentations or a presenter, or, you know, some little nugget of information that you discovered, if you'll go ahead and you can raise your hand and we'll share. But let's go ahead and get Christopher.
Oh, you're muted. There you are.
Yes, I want to say it was a great, fantastic show. I'm so proud of everybody for all the great speeches, and great job, Nori and Aage. And so Nori, Aage, if I may ask, what was your favorite speakers today so far? Did you like it all?
You were a little muffled there. It was hard to hear. Could you say that again?
Yes, I was wondering what your favorite speakers were today, or did you like everything pretty much?
Oh, you know, I always have to favor Nori. That was not a joke, actually, because the reason that Nori and I ended up together doing this show is because she has tremendous depth to her understanding. And that's why what her mind drew me to me, and hopefully it was this other way together, because we've been doing the broadcast team also for 6 years, and we overlap really good. And her understanding, I learned a lot from her. So that's probably the best speaker that you may have heard today, but in my opinion.
Awesome.
Great,
Thank
you.
And thanks for your question. Okay, does anybody have a little golden nugget that they want to share? Anything that they received? Going once.
How about Carol?
Well, we've tried that. Carol, if either Carol is here and you want to come off mute.
Just unmute yourself.
There you go. Okay. Well, I think we don't have any takers today. I think everybody's minds are, you know, really full, and
Oh, there, Carol is in the chat room.
She is? Okay. Where to go for the 4th generation night vision?
Yeah, that's, you can go to place, In fact, on Amazon, they have them. They're a little pricey, but shop around, because there are places where you can get them for half price of what some of the other places have it for. I have seen, like I said, they're a little pricey. I have seen one on an auction site for $800. Now the binoculars, they can be as much as 5,000, but I can also see them down to about 2, and on the auction sites. And then there's Temu out of China. They are really, really reasonable. So just shop around. Don't buy the first ones, because it is military technology. And the reason I know these work for me is that they used them over in the Middle East during, one of the merry American wars that the Americans enjoy so much. They gave them to the soldiers, and the soldiers complained. They said, something's wrong here. I put the binoculars on and I see people, and then I take them off and they're not there anymore. What's the problem? There's something's going on here. So they took them away from the enlisted people and left them with the officers. They didn't want the enlisted people to see into the higher vibration, because they could start getting an understanding of that there's more than one existence.
Wow. Thank you for that answer. Okay, and then yes, actually there will be a replay available. Everyone who signed up to be that registered, which we had well over 600 people to register. We had, somewhere around 100 to 120 people throughout the majority of the day. We still have 61 people hanging in there with us, and that is absolutely phenomenal. And we're just, very thankful and grateful to each and every one of you for all your contributions, for the energy that you brought in to help hold this container. And you can see why I am so pleased with all the speakers that we have at the Conscious Awakening Network. There were still some that couldn't make it because of different events and those types of things. And we're going to do it again. And so we'll bring everybody out to talk about different topics. And we'll do this periodically throughout the year. Now, also, just, keep watching your mail. We do send a lot of emails, and I do apologize, but man, we got a lot of stuff going on. So thank you guys for not unsubscribing because of all the emails that come out. I really do appreciate that. So again, I want to thank all of our Conscious Awakening Network hosts. I want to thank all of you guys that hung out here, the phenomenal questions, all of the energy that was put in. I want to thank you guys so, so much. And I want to send everybody off with lots of love, lots of light, hoping you have a phenomenal, phenomenal rest of your weekend. And until we're all back together again next time, namaste and much love, everybody. Have a great one. Thank you so much for being here. Bye-bye.